Chapter 751, Swatting Flies. And Longer looked stunned, looking straight at the blank air in front of him, as if stunned. The German generals by his side hurriedly yelled Longer's name, and Longer's tall body hit the ground heavily. His eyes rolled, and he passed out. A Saxon wizard hurriedly came to Longer's side, and after investigating Longer's situation, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Marshal Longer is okay, just mentally injured and unconscious." Marks McClown couldn't manage that much anymore. Longer was dead or alive, and that was all he could do. What he has to do now is to go back and rescue Arthur as soon as possible. Arthur cannot last long under the siege of Kevin and so many Saxon wizards. Sure enough, Arthur on the head of the city was already covered in blood, and the armor he was wearing was shattered to 490. His eyes were red and he held the sword of victory, and attacked Kevin in vain. Kevin laughed, his wand pointed straight. Arthur's left shoulder splashed a blood flower. Arthur's own strength was different from Kevin, and with the assistance of so many Saxon wizards, how could Arthur resist? Got it. Arthur was leaning halfway on the broken city wall, which was full of German soldiers and Saxon wizards. The meager British forces had been almost consumed. Kevin looked at Arthur with a sneer, and said, "Arthur, I gave you the opportunity to lead Britain to submit to my Germania. If you don't want to, then we Germans don't mind if you rise up with your British blood. Kill me, Arthur." The surrounding Saxon wizards rushed forward, and dozens of curses were about to fall on Arthur. Suddenly an angry shout came from behind. "Master Arthur, run away!" A familiar figure stood in front of Arthur. It was Baku. Bang, bang, bang. Baku is like a punctured blood bag. Dozens of powerful spells smashed on him. The blood splashed into the air like no money. Baku's blood-stained face faced Arthur and smiled miserably. "Baku is already dead and can no longer die under this blow." "Baku!" Arthur screamed, staring at the terrible Baku in front of him, struggling to raise the sword of victory, wanting to fight Kevin with you. "Arthur, don't be impulsive." Marks McClown had already rushed here on a flying broomstick, and with a heavy wave of her wand, the wall in front of Arthur was cut open, temporarily separating Arthur and Kevin and the Saxon wizards. Marks McClown leaned forward, grabbed Arthur's collar, and flew into the air with Arthur. Marks McClown also saw Baku, who died to protect the Lord, and felt sad, but now is not the time to mourn. Baku died for Arthur, and he must send Arthur out safely. "Marks McClown, don't you want to run today?" Kevin shouted angrily. Immediately, dozens of Saxon wizards mounted on the flying broomstick and followed Marks McClown closely. Arthur struggled in Marks's hands, shouting angrily, "Marks, leave me alone. I will fight to the death with these bastards." Marks McClown grabbed Arthur's hand and suddenly mentioned it, and shouted, "You can calm down. There are many opportunities for revenge, but not now." After being drunk by Marks, Arthur was stunned on the spot like a child, letting Marks fly into the distance with his hand. From high in the sky, Arthur also saw the situation in the British camp. Countless Germanic troops have already invaded the British camp. The 2,000 death squads are like a battle of trapped beasts, fighting to death in blood and fire, with no way out. Seeing to be completely wiped out. Marks McClown also saw this scene and said coldly, "Arthur, there are more than 2,000 British heroes who died today, but we are still alive with more than 8,000 British soldiers. If you die now, who will be responsible for the 2,000? The British spirits take revenge." Arthur trembled all over, and his fighting spirit slowly recovered from his lost days, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry Marks McClown, I'm lost." Marks McClown pointed to an army marching hurriedly not far away, and said, "The only remaining British army is there. We are not out of danger yet. Kevin will not let us off easily." Arthur nodded and said, "McClowns, we must retreat to Dungeness as soon as possible. They will not have the guts to chase in." Marks drives the flying broomstick to move at the fastest speed, but after all, the flying broomstick is burdened by two people. In addition, The magic collision between Mark-Si and hundreds of Saxon wizards before has caused a certain degree of impact on this flying broomstick. At this time, the speed of the flying broomstick slowly slowed down, and it was about to be caught up by the Saxon wizard behind. Marks McClown mentioned it, lifted Arthur on the flying broomstick, and shouted, "You go to organize the army to retreat first, and I will be the later." With that said, Marks McClown lifted his feet slightly, and before Arthur could react, he jumped away from the flying broom. Arthur exclaimed, "Mark-Si, you have to be careful." Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "There are dozens of Saxon wizards, it's not a problem." Marks McClown fell sharply in the sky, facing the dozens of Saxon wizards who rushed towards him. Seeing that Marks McClown actually gave up the flying broomstick, they all smiled and rushed toward Marks McClown. In their opinion, Marks McClown was undoubtedly suicidal behavior. But how could Mark-Si do such a stupid thing? With a wave of Mark-Si's magic wand, a small magical vortex surrounded Mark-Si, allowing Mark-Si to temporarily stay high in the sky. At this time, Mark-Si did not keep it anymore, and the two magic wands came out together. Double Myrnia. It was Mark-Si's most proud curse before, Myrnia. Using Mark-Si's current strength to use the power of Myrnia is simply terrifying. The key point is that this spell has a very large attack range, and the Saxon wizards riding a 5.0-day broomstick are too dense, just to give Mark-Si a blow. Opportunity. A huge magical shockwave hit the Saxon wizards. For a while, the Saxon wizards were knocked into pieces in the sky, screaming and smashing to the ground. The lucky Saxon wizard captured the undamaged flying broomstick and saved his life. Mark-Si controlled a small magical tornado, grabbed an intact flying broomstick, and flew in the direction of Arthur. Chapter 752 Death Hell. On the other side, the original British station, here has been completely destroyed. Plus cool, Tiger. Even the only decent small castle collapsed, and the ground was full of various corpses. The more than 2,000 brave death teams left by Britain had all been killed. Kevin shouted angrily on the spot, "There are only more than 2,000 British bastards here. They have retreated. Marshal Long, why don't you pursue them?" Immediately a Saxon wizard leaned forward and said, "Leader Kevin, Marshal Longer seems to have passed out of a coma after being attacked, and the generals dare not chase without military orders." Kevin kicked the Saxon wizard and shouted angrily, "Trash, a bunch of trash. What about the people I sent to pursue?" The Saxon wizard who fell to the ground was crying and said, "It seems to have been attacked by the high sky of Mark-Si. Only a small number of people have returned alive. Others fell directly on the ground and turned into meat sauce. The dead can no longer die." Kevin scolded angrily, "Trash, you trash, what use is it for you?" "Lord Kevin, don't worry. Marshal Longer was attacked and unconscious is also unexpected." A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Kevin turned his head and looked at 270. His expression lightened a little, and said, "Mr. Smudley." The person who came was Smudley, but Smudley looked a little embarrassed at this time. It seems that he and Merlin did not take advantage of the battle. Smudley said coldly, "Arthur led the British remnants to the direction of Dungeness. They are already looking for death. In this case, we don't have to hunt down." Kevin was taken aback, and said, "They retreat to Dungeness? That death hell Dungeness?" "Mr. Smudley, are you sure?" Smudley snorted and said, "Will I lie to you?" Kevin shook his head immediately. He didn't dare to question Smudley's words, and said, "But why did they withdraw to Dungeness?" "If they withdraw to Rome, the Roman army will take them." Smudley sneered, "They are betting on their lives." "If they retreat to Rome, do you think the Marshal of Rome will let them go? Besides, as for the thousands of them, we caught up with them without any resistance during the retreat." BBFC The ability to withdraw to the death hell of Dungeness is their best choice. Kevin suddenly realized. Smudley said indifferently, "Okay, go and see Marshal Long. Now that Britain has been resolved, we should also resolve Rome." Cool exclamation mark hash. The endless desert, with the scorching sun shining high above the head. There is no water on the ground, and occasionally a gust of wind and sand blows away, and it is so desolate that it can no longer be desolate. It is the great desert of Dungeness. In such a harsh environment, an army of thousands of people actually came in. It was the British remnant army, but at this time the British troops were all downcast, their mouths cracked, and they looked like they were dying. Arthur frowned, looking at the boundless desert, and shouted, "Everyone, take a break. Everyone should be tired after such a long time." As soon as Arthur's voice fell, some of the British soldiers who could not bear it for a long time lay down on the ground, gasping for breath, showing that they were exhausted. Arthur took the last water bottle on his body and handed it to Marks McClown next to him, and said, "Marks McClown, take a sip. You have been working hard during this time." Marks McClown waved his hand slightly. "It has been 2 or 3 days since they were defeated by Germanic and fled into Dungeness. Apart from the sand, there is the sun. The extremely dry and hot weather has already crushed many British soldiers, but Marks, I can bear it temporarily. It's a pity that according to Gamp's law, magic can't make food. Even for wizards of his and Merlin's level, the transformed water is useless if you drink it, and it can't meet your physical needs." Arthur handed the jug to Merlin, and Merlin waved his hand as well. He knew that someone needed the jug more than him, so naturally he wouldn't quench his thirst and drink it. Arthur smiled bitterly, then took the kettle back, and said, "Merlin, do Germanic chase soldiers come in?" Merlin shook his head and said, "We have arranged some scouts in the rocky forest outside Dungeness." Fortunately, the Germans did not send anyone into Dungeness. It seems that they are going directly to the heart of the Roman Empire. Arthur sighed and said, "This is the best news we have heard so far." Merlin opened his mouth slightly, trying to say something, but didn't say it. Arthur asked, "Merlin, is there anything wrong?" Merlin thought for a while, sighed, and said, "I have arranged more than 30 scouts in the stone forest, but only 8 can come back to send a message, and the whereabouts of the others are unknown." Arthur clenched his brows and said, "What's the matter? Is there any accident?" Merlin smiled bitterly, "Maybe we went too deep into Dungeness, so they couldn't find our position and lost contact." Arthur was taken aback, as if he could hear what Merlin was saying. He hesitated. "Merlin, what do you mean?" Merlin shook his head and said, "We can't even determine our position." Arthur's heart trembled, and sure enough, what he was most worried about had happened. They were lost in Dungeness. The reason why Dungeness is called Death Hell is that the extremely harsh environment here, without water, endless sand and sun, is simply not suitable for human survival. In addition, Dungeness is huge, and the environment is mostly the same. It is very easy to get lost, so most of the people who enter Dungeness are lost and trapped. But these are not the key points. The key point is the sandstorm here. Dungeness sandstorm is known as the death sickle of Death Hell. The sandstorm here is extremely powerful. No one has ever seen a sandstorm here, because everyone who has seen it is dead. Chapter 753 Overcome Heavenly Might. This is why Dungeness is called the Hell of Death. Arthur sat down on the ground, ignoring the hot sand on the ground, and asked, "Marks I, what can you do?" Marks McClown smiled and shook his head. What can he do? Arthur thinks about it, too. No matter how strong Marks McClown is, he is no more than an individual. But he has performed miracles too many times. Marks McClown and Merlin also sat down on the ground. They were too tired for the past 2 days. While being vigilant to defend against Germanic chasers, they had to fight against the harsh nature. Even the Ironman would be tired. Arthur said, "Merlin, our side is lost. The Germanic army will go directly into the heart of the Roman Empire. Can you say that the Roman Empire can withstand the Germanic army?" Merlin was taken aback and shook his head. "I think the Germanic army will directly crush the Roman army." Arthur said anxiously, "Why?" Merlin sighed lightly. The Roman Empire advocated force, but its recognition of wizards was insufficient. The number of wizards in the army was slightly lower than that of the Saxons, and the quality was not as good as Saxons. In addition, the Germans are nomads, mainly cavalry, while the Roman Empire is superior to infantry. In this contrast, The Roman Empire is more than defensive and insufficient, and the Roman army will not have an advantage in field battles. Plus cool, tiger. Arthur sighed and said, that said, if the Roman Empire cannot withstand Germania, we in Britain will not suffer in the end. Merlin said, so we cannot pin our hopes on the Roman army, we must stop the Germans. Arthur looked helplessly at the British army, who had no fighting spirit under his command, and said, we only have a few thousand people left here. Self-protection is not enough. How can we stop the Germans? Marks McClown said, you can't say that. Although we are in deep danger, Germanic has already developed towards the hinterland of the Roman Empire. Dungeness is behind the Germanic. If we can get out of Dungeness, we can. Attacking the Germans from behind may have a miraculous effect. Arthur's eyes lit up. What Marks McClown said is a good way, but whether they can leave Dungeness alive is a question. How can he go out to fight the Germans? When the three were discussing, some of the British soldiers suddenly became restless and panicked and yelled in the distance. Arthur's face tightened and shouted, what's the matter? Don't take a good rest. What are you doing? Arthur looked in that direction. His eyes widened, and a giant sandstorm appeared at the edge of his sight, moving toward this side, destroying the world. Sandstorm! Arthur exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the huge sandstorm moving fast in the distance. They actually encountered the sandstorm of Dungeness Desert. Is it true that the sky will kill me? Merlin exclaimed, this sandstorm looks so majestic from a distance. If we really face this terrible sandstorm, how could we survive? Marks McClown also had an ugly face, and said, this sandstorm is moving towards our side. It seems that we can't get away. The soldiers of Britain also became restless. Under the catastrophe of nature, they looked so small. The troops of 6,000 to 7,000 people faced this terrifying sandstorm. I am afraid that in less than 2 seconds, everyone will be swept up in the sky, blown to pieces. Merlin took a deep breath and said, Marks McClown, we can't just watch this sandstorm sweep over. Marks McClown also naturally understood what Merlin meant. Staying here is just a dead end. It's better to take the initiative and try to find a way out of desperation. Arthur resolutely said, I will go with you. Merlin shook his head flatly and said, no, Arthur, your strength is too weak. We can't take care of you. Arthur's face collapsed. He also knew that his strength was far inferior to that of Merlin and Mark's eye. He just wanted to use his weak power to see if he could help. Who knew that Merlin was so swiftly rejected? Marks McClown stepped forward and said, Merlin, what are your plans? Merlin groaned. Sandstorms are just a type of tornado. Just a huge cyclone. Find flowers. Marks McClown smiled bitterly. So what? Merlin said, so I can only do it hard. With that said, Merlin rushed forward first. His own powerful magic rushed out, forming a huge tornado around Merlin, but in front of the terrible sandstorm of nature. The tornado formed by Merlin itself was undoubtedly slightly inferior. Marks McClown pondered for a while. 2 magic wands appeared in his hands, and 2 huge lightsabers rose into the sky in an instant and plunged into the sky. Arthur and the British soldiers were closely watching the situation here. They also knew the power of the Dungeness sandstorm. If Merlin and Mark's eye could not resist the sandstorm, I am afraid all of them would be buried here. Master Merlin, come on, I believe you. Master Mark's eye, you can definitely do it. Suddenly a British soldier fell to his knees and slammed his head in the direction of Mark's eye and Merlin. At this critical moment of life and death, they could only blindly believe in these 2 heroic characters. Arthur also stared at the 2 closely. Merlin and Mark's eye were about the survival of the entire British army this time. If they couldn't solve them, then the British army would be dead. Merlin took a deep breath, swung his magic wand violently, and the tornado surrounding him left Merlin and rushed towards the sandstorm. Merlin knew the power of the sandstorm and naturally did not dare to hide in the tornado. Marks McClown saw that Merlin had taken a shot. Of course, he would not neglect. The 2 magic wands were swung out at the same time, and the two huge lightsabers were slashed from the sky, as if opening the sky and the earth, directly slashing into the sandstorm. Merlin and Marks McClown glanced at each other. They could feel their strength at this level. Their attack strength was still not enough, and to fight the sandstorm, they needed more power. Merlin suddenly bit his finger, and a drop of crystal blood dripped on Merlin's wand. Chapter 754 Victory. Merlin's face instantly turned pale, as if he had emptied the whole person's energy. The tornado in the distance suddenly screamed, the huge wind tore the desert, and the momentum suddenly grew a bit. Marks McClown also took a deep breath. The two magic wands overlapped each other, the huge magic power gradually merged, a sharp sword intent burst from it, and the two huge lightsabers gradually merged together, a sword intent soaring into the sky. Health. Holy sword revealed middle. Broken steel. Tornadoes, huge lightsabers and sandstorms collided with each other. This is a confrontation between manpower and heaven. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the entire area changed color, and the violent wind directly blew Arthur and others to the ground in the distance, and countless sands were flying in the air like an end of the world. Boom! 4 tiny nitty tornadoes and lightsabers were embedded in the sandstorm, and in the endlessly flying sand, the support of Merlin and Mark's eye was faintly visible. Arthur was buried in the wind and sand, and wanted to open his mouth to cheer for Merlin and Mark's eye, but there were countless wind and sand in the mouth with one mouth, so Arthur couldn't make any sound. Thousands of British soldiers were also gradually buried by the wind and sand, and gradually lost track in the desert. The magic and wind finally slowly dissipated in the air, and countless flying sands slowly fell. This desert seemed to be raining on sand. Cool Tiger, I don't know how long it took before the intensity of the wind and sand gradually weakened, and the whole piece of Dungeness slowly returned to calm. All traces of the desert disappeared. Thousands of British soldiers seemed to have been deeply buried under the yellow sand. There is no sound or movement. Wow! A figure slowly climbed up from the sand with difficulty, panting vigorously. It was Mark's eye. An embarrassed figure slowly crawled out of the sand pile beside Marks McClown. Who was it if it wasn't Merlin? Merlin stared at the direction of the sandstorm with palpitations, and said, "Nature's majesty is really not something that can be confronted casually," and it almost didn't stop it. Marks McClown also nodded. Although he and Merlin managed to defeat the dust storm, he felt the aftermath of the dust storm. It was a power that destroys the world, and now he is a little afraid of what he did just now. Arthur also crawled out of the sand with difficulty, and the thousands of British soldiers covered by the wind and sand gradually crawled out of the sand. The power of the Shijai sandstorm was too strong when it was destroyed. They couldn't stand their heels at all, and they planted directly on the ground and let the wind and sand cover it. This is just the aftermath of the sandstorm being destroyed. If the sandstorm swept over, they would have nothing. One person can survive. Arthur staggered to Mark's eye and Merlin, and gasped, "Are you all right?" Merlin smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, "It's okay to be okay, but I don't want to compete with Tanwai anymore." Marks McClown also nodded, with a wry smile. The British soldiers supported each other and pulled their companions out of the sand. Although everyone was embarrassed, all of them were filled with excitement. You must know that they would have been killed by the sandstorm, but because of the existence of Mark's eye and Merlin, they actually shook the sandstorm and turned this mortal situation alive. This is the miracle of manpower conquering the sky. As the saying goes, if you survive a catastrophe, you will have a blessing. The British soldiers shouted the names of Marks McClown and Merlin. In their hearts, Marks McClown and Merlin were already worthy of their respect. Arthur shouted loudly, "Hurry up and rescue your companions from the sand, lest any companions get hurt." The British soldiers immediately stopped booing and hurriedly rescued their companions in the sand. Merlin spit out a mouthful of sand and said, "Arthur, this dust storm has completely lost our way. Even I can't feel the exit." Marks McClown sits on the ground, and his spiritual exploration comes out. Marks McClown couldn't detect any useful clues from his spiritual exploration. The area of dangerousness was too large. The scope of Marks McClown's spiritual exploration was simply not worth mentioning, and there was no way out. Marks McClown sighed and said, I can't find a direction anymore. This desert is worthy of death hell. Arthur looked at the boundless sea of sand around him. He didn't notice for a while. How many days have you lost your way in such a huge desert and can live without water? Marks McClown said, Arthur, let's find a place to station. The sun here is too strong. We can bear it, but ordinary soldiers can't bear it. Arthur said bitterly, but after all, this is a desert. There won't be any valleys or the like, and it is difficult for us to find shade. Merlin said, go over there. There are some rocks over there. Let the soldiers hide under the rocks to rest temporarily, and try to save the soldiers' physical strength. Arthur had no choice but to agree, and immediately ordered the British soldiers to rest under the rocks to avoid the harsh sunlight. However, there are a whole 1,000 of British soldiers here, and the shadows under the rocks are limited, and there are still many soldiers exposed to the sun. In addition, this is already the third day they entered Dungeness. Many people have drunk the water long ago, and under the sun, many people's bodies are already a bit unable to support. Marks McClown and Arthur took the initiative to give up their position under the rock. After all, they are relatively strong, and they can hold on for a while. Seeing the ill-fated British soldiers, Arthur grabbed his blonde hair and said distressed, I knew we would have this kind of encounter, then I would rather stay on the ground at 5.4, and fight vigorously. It's better to die than to suffer here. Merlin comforted, don't say that, Arthur. Although the soldiers are uncomfortable now, at least they are still alive. They are still, I hope, in Britain. If they are all killed in battle, they will lose all meaning. Arthur sighed heavily and sat down on the ground, depressed and could no longer be depressed. Marks McClown also said, Arthur, you are the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. If you also lose hope, who else can the soldiers count on? Chapter 755 Upgrade Skills. Baku and their more than 2,000 brave warriors don't want to see you depressed. Hearing Marks I mentioning Baku, Arthur closed his eyes in pain. He still vividly remembered the scene of Baku fighting in front of him. He didn't want to live up to the expectations of Baku and other dead soldiers. Merlin said, the biggest problem facing us now is how to leave the Dungeness desert. It can be said that the Germanic army has crossed us to attack the Roman Empire. As long as we can get out from Dungeness, we are in the back of the Germanic army. If we can get in touch with the Roman army, we can attack the Germanic army. It's good for us. Marks McClown smiled bitterly and said, but even with this premise, it is difficult for us to do it. Dungeness can't leave this hell of death casually, not to mention we have 11,000 people here. Merlin glanced at the painful Arthur and shook his head helplessly. Merlin himself had no better way to leave here, and it would be useless to say more. Marks McClown looked at the vast yellow sand seen in the distance. Such a large area of desert, how can he leave? They will not find a way out if they are unfamiliar in life. It would be nice if someone could lead them. Marks McClown frowned. Someone led him to find a way out. If you can communicate with this desert, can you ask the way out? In the language of nature, a noun immediately appeared in Marks McClown's mind. This is a skill given to Marks I by the teacher system, able to communicate with various types of people and things in various languages. So can you try to use this skill to communicate this desert? Marks McClown closed his eyes and sank his heart to open the teacher system that had not been opened for a long time. Since entering this era, Marks McClown has not opened the teacher system, but fortunately, the teacher system still exists in Marks McClown's mind. Potential points. A huge number appeared in front of Marks I, which is exactly the potential point number Marks I has now. Marks McClown fixedly looked at the number, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth looked like a smile. The secrets and doubts lurking in the bottom of my heart before resurfaced in Marks McClown's heart, and were getting closer and closer to the true answer. Marks McClown felt that perhaps he could take this opportunity to figure out this matter. In fact, This number is not too small. This is Marks McClown's accumulation over such a long time, but Marks McClown didn't care about these, but jumped directly to the skill of the language of nature. Marks I now has a level 2 natural language, able to communicate with people and things in various languages, even some jerky languages, like a snake language. Marks I can control it, but it is not yet powerful enough to interact with the environment. Elemental talk. And Marks I urgently needs this kind of skill now. Level 3 language of nature, able to communicate with all elements of heaven and earth, and resonate with the environment. Marks McClown's eyes lit up. It was this. If he could talk to Dungeness deserts, rocks, and the elements of heaven and earth, Marks I could easily know where Dungeness exit direction was! 0 potential points. Upgrade. Marks McClown did not hesitate to directly upgrade level 3 language of nature. At the same time as he leveled up, an enlightenment appeared in Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown was like a monk sitting in meditation. He suddenly realized the true meaning of the world, making Marks McClown's whole person sublimated. Marks McClown, what's wrong with you? A quick voice sounded. Marks McClown slowly opened his eyes, and in front of them were Arthur and Merlin with nervous faces. They stared at Marks McClown closely, as if something had happened to Marks McClown. Marks McClown said, "What's wrong?" Arthur pointed at Marks' eyes side and said, "Look at your side." Marks McClown looked around her body and found that a little bit of light appeared around her, as if some fireflies were surrounding her, but these things were definitely not ordinary fireflies, but substantial elements of heaven and earth. Merlin also discovered this, and hesitated. Marks I, is this the appearance of the magical element between heaven and earth? Arthur was shocked. Magic element, what do you mean, Merlin? Merlin looked at Marks I, waited for what Marks I said, and didn't say much. Marks McClown smiled bitterly. It may be. Merlin stared at the bright spots around Marks I, and said, there are various forces and substances between heaven and earth, but the foundation of everything is composed of elements. It can be said that elements are what we can do to see everything. Basic. Arthur said, then what are the substantive elements of heaven and earth? Merlin pointed to the bright spots in Marks McClown's body and said, look, these are all. But why do the elements suddenly materialize to the extent that we can see them? Arthur also looked at Marks I doubtfully, hoping that Marks I could understand 703 to explain to him. However, Marks McClown closed his eyes. Since the elements of heaven and earth had already materialized around him, he naturally wanted to hurry up and ask questions. I want to know where the exit direction of this desert is. Can you tell me? Marks McClown made a faint sound around her body, but ordinary people couldn't understand what Marks McClown said. Instead, the elements of heaven and earth that had materialized around Marks McClown became restless, as if they were very excited and happy. Marks McClown's brows gradually frowned. Of course he could hear the answers from these heaven and earth elements to him, but from the answers of the heaven and earth elements, Marks McClown found something wrong. It seems that my doubts and secrets have already been answered. Marks McClown slowly opened his eyes and swayed lightly all over. The elements of heaven and earth that had materialized all over him vanished in a moment and disappeared. Arthur hurriedly stepped forward and said, Marks McClown, what is going on? Don't keep talking. Chapter 756 Long ago lost. Marks McClown smiled indifferently, and said, Arthur, don't worry. I should have accidentally entered a state that allows me to communicate with the elements of heaven and earth in a short time. I have already taken this time to ask Dungeness questions. The direction of export is now. Marks McClown didn't say anything about her natural language, but just found an excuse to cover up the past. Arthur was pleasantly surprised. Marks McClown, is what you said is true? Did you really find Dungeness exit? Marks McClown nodded, pointed in one direction, and said, as long as we go in which direction, we should be able to get out of Dungeness in 2 days. Arthur clapped his hands excitedly and said, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Marks McClown looked at Merlin and smiled brightly, then let's go. Merlin smiled indifferently, and said, "Since Markseye has found a way out, that would be great. We in Britain are finally saved." Arthur couldn't wait to greet the British soldiers to cheer up and prepare to get out of the desert of Dungeness. The British soldiers knew that Markseye had found the way out of the desert of Dungeness. They were even more excited. They shouted Markseye's name and couldn't help themselves. The British army regained its spirit and marched in the direction indicated by Markseye, because Markseye pointed out the direction and clearly told them that they would be able to get out of Dungeness in less than 2 days. The soldiers suddenly seemed to regain their vitality and accelerate, march toward the outside of Dungeness. Cool Tiger. At this time, in addition to Dungeness, the former Roman Empire army barracks, at this time the army barracks were burned into a sea of flames, and the flags belonging to the Roman Empire were thrown on the ground and trampled on the ground. The corpses of Roman soldiers were all on the ground. Half an hour ago, the Germanic army had broken through the military camp of the Roman army. The Roman Empire was defeated. The Germanic army invaded the hinterland of the Roman Empire, and countless Roman imperial cities showed a weak and timid face in front of the Germanic army. 2 days later, the stone forest outside Dungeness was chaotic. An embarrassed army appeared here. Everyone was in disheveled clothes. In addition to the sun's exposure, everyone had abnormal blushes on their faces, but this did not conceal the army's passionate fighting spirit. This army is exactly what British remnants. But at this time the remnants chanted slogans and ran out of the rocky forest in excitement. Many people knelt down on the ground and prayed to celebrate their escape from the hell of death. More people came to Markseye and thanked Markseye one by one. They all knew that they were able to leave the Dungeness desert. The biggest credit undoubtedly was Markseye. Had it not been for Markseye and Merlin to join forces to resist the powerful sandstorm, they would have been covered by the wind and sand. Had it not been for Markseye to find a way to leave Dungeness before they were about to collapse, they would have given up struggling long ago. Everything is because of Markseye, and they can survive. Many British soldiers are grateful to Marks McClown, and they want to be a cow and horse for Marks McClown. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Marks McClown, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we might have died in the wind and sand by now." Merlin also nodded and smiled. "Marks McClown, I also want to thank you this time. I don't want to die in the yellow sand. You are the savior of all of us." Marks McClown smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I am also a member of the British Army. These are nothing." Arthur's gratitude to Markseye's heart has reached the extreme, and there are no more words of gratitude. Arthur said, "Well, we have been stuck in Dungeness for almost a week, and the soldiers have also. Let's take a good rest. So do you. Let's take a good rest first." Merlin nodded and said, "Arthur, we have to solve the problems of the soldiers quickly. We have been trapped in Dungeness for a week. The soldiers have already eaten and drank the dry food and water. How can we say we have them here? Thousands of people. Don't solve the problem quickly." Arthur nodded and said, "You have worked very hard. I will solve this problem. You should rest first." Arthur ordered the British soldiers to rest in place, while he took hundreds of soldiers with a little spirit to look for water and food outside. Markseye finally had time to take a good rest. You must know that Markseye has no time to rest during this period. At the beginning, I went to the Germanic territories to fight against the Saxons. I was already exhausted. When I came back, I was attacked by the German army without a rest. I followed the army and hid in Dungeness, and it took another week to escape. On the day of birth, even Markseye felt very tired. Marks McClown found a stone and fell asleep deeply on the pillow. I don't know how long he slept before Marks McClown woke up and turned around. At this time, the sky was dark, and Arthur was organizing soldiers to distribute food and water. Merlin sat beside Markseye and smiled and said, "Finally awake, but you have slept for more than 10 hours." Marks McClown yawned and said, "I don't think it is enough. I was really tired some time ago." Merlin handed over a piece of bread and a kettle to Markseye, and said, "Eat some and add up your strength. There will be nothing to eat during the war, so let's just take it. Marksai took the food and said in doubt, "Where did Arthur get the food?" Merlin smiled and said, "You don't know. Now this is the rear of the Germanic army. Arthur attacked a Germanic logistics camp, otherwise the food rations for these thousands of people would be a big problem." "How good is Zhao?" Marks McClown said. "If Arthur attacked the German rear camp, wouldn't it cause the Germans to be vigilant?" Merlin said, "Of course it will, but this is also something that can't be helped. Thousands of us have to survive. What's more, the Germanic army estimates that it will not take care of us in a short time." Marks McClown was taken aback, and said, "What do you mean?" Merlin shook his head and said, "Don't you know that Arthur has already returned the information? We were defeated more than a week ago. The Germanic army directly attacked the Roman army. Without our restraint, the Roman army could not be defeated, and it had already collapsed. Chapter 757 Use your invincible marks. I start to find a way. Marks McClown frowned and said, "In other words, the Germanic army has already invaded the territory of the Roman Empire?" Merlin nodded and said, "McClown, so as long as we don't make any big moves in the rear, they can't pay attention to us for the time being. It's time for them to expand their battle results, but it's a pity that there are so many prosperous cities." Marks McClown also understands Merlin's statement that the Roman Empire is several times more prosperous than the Germanic territories. Invaded the territory of the Roman Empire, only those prosperous cities were enough to keep the Germanic army from fighting. It's really not in the eyes of the Germans. At this time Arthur also came over and said, "Marks McClown, Merlin, you guys hurry up and eat something. After eating, we will have a short meeting. The situation has changed differently. We also need to make certain decisions." Half an hour later, Merlin, Marksai and dozens of others surrounded a stone. They were the only British wizards left in the army. They had been promoted to the Knights of the Round Table by Arthur. All of them stood silently watching Arthur. Arthur turned his head and said, "I believe everyone already knows the situation of the Roman Empire recently. The situation is critical now. The Roman Empire was defeated and Germanic aggressively invaded the territory of the Roman Empire. According to reliable sources, German 870 Germanic has already approached Calais. If the Germans conquer Calais, I am afraid our British mainland will also be threatened." "Cool Tiger." Everyone in the room looked at each other. They were all British. If something went wrong with Britain, it was not what they wanted to see. Arthur said solemnly, "So we must make a decision early." Arthur looked at the heavy-faced people and said, "But before that, I have one more thing to announce, and that is the arrangement for our Knights of the Round Table." Everyone looked at Arthur in confusion, not knowing what Arthur meant. Arthur said, "The Knights of the Round Table I originally formed have continued to be killed and wounded now. That's why I assembled the remaining wizards in the army to form the Knights of the Round Table. That is, everyone here." Some wizards straightened their chests proudly. In their opinion, joining the Knights of the Round Table is something they feel proud of. Arthur continued, "But besides me as the commander of the Knights of the Round Table, I also want to promote them to the Knights of the Round Table as my left and right arms." As soon as Arthur's voice fell, everyone's eyes were on Marks McClown and Merlin. After all, the strength of Marks McClown and Merlin was there, and the contributions they made to the British army were obvious to all. Arthur smiled and said, "I want Marksai to be the left Knight of the Round Table, and Merlin the right Knight of the Round Table. I don't know if you have any opinions." Everyone shouted at the same time, "No opinion." Arthur looked at Marksai and Merlin and said, "Do you have any opinions?" Marks McClown and Merlin glanced at each other. Naturally they wouldn't make any comments. They had been with Arthur for so long, and they understood the character of the Arthurs. Arthur just wanted to make up for the two in his own way. That's all. Arthur nodded his head heavily and said, "Okay, let's discuss the future plan." "Merlin, please talk about the current situation first." Merlin took out a sheepskin scroll and said, "Now we are on the edge of the Germanic army, on the edge of the desert of Dungeness, and the Germanic army has penetrated into the territory of the Roman Empire. The peak refers to Calais, Gaul and other places, the Roman army they have already withdrawn to Rome. It seems that if there is no turnaround, they are planning to temporarily abandon Calais and Gaul. Immediately a knight of the Round Table came up with the case and said, "No, Calais is the port city leading to our Britain. If Calais is lost, the Germans can directly attack our British kingdom." McClowns, when the king sent us reinforcements, there was not much power to fight in the country. BBFH if the Germanic army landed in Britain, Britain would be subjugated. Arthur frowned tightly. He also knew the importance of this place, but even the Roman army could not stop the German army. With their thousands of remnants, how could they stop the German army? Merlin slowly opened his voice and said, "Everyone, stay calm. Don't we have yet to discuss a strategy?" Arthur also said, "McClowns, we all know the seriousness of the situation, but we have no way to reverse the situation for the time being." The other knights of the Round Table were taken aback for a moment and closed their mouths. Indeed, they were just a remnant army who had managed to escape from the desert. They didn't even solve the problem of self-protection. How could they shake a powerful German army? Marx McClown said, "The first thing we have to do is to improve our own strength, otherwise, if we delay it, what should be no match for Germanic is still no match." Arthur asked, "Marx McClown, do you have any good suggestions? How can we improve our own strength?" Merlin also looked at Marx McClown with a look of doubt, not knowing what Marx McClown was going to say. Marx McClown said, "We have Merlin and I in the British Army, and we will not be inferior to the Germanic army in terms of top strength. What we lack is only the resources of ordinary troops and elite wizards." Arthur said with a bitter face, "This is also our biggest headache. After all, Britain is a small country, and it is already very difficult to piece together tens of thousands of troops and dozens of elite wizards." Marx McClown shook his head and said, "It is unrealistic for a British to compete against Germania. But don't we still have Rome here?" Including Arthur, most of the knights of the Round Table looked puzzled. Only Merlin clapped his hands suddenly and said, "Marx McClown, what are you talking about in the Roman army?" Arthur was puzzled. "I still don't understand." Marx McClown said, "The Roman Empire is vast and rich in resources, and its military strength will not be worse than Germanic, and the quality and quantity of wizards will not be inferior to Germanic. These are all resources we can use." Merlin was still puzzled when he saw Arthur, and quickly explained, "Marx McClown means that we can summon the defeated army of Rome. P.S. Mr. Arthur, think of a way with your invincible Merlin star." Chapter 758. Wonderful. Marx McClown nodded and said, "McClowns, the Roman army was defeated by the Germanic army, and is now anxious to retreat to Rome. But the Roman army is so large that most of the troops must have not kept up. Some of them were annihilated by the Germanic army. Some should hide from the east. For this part of the friendly army, we can summon to strengthen our own strength." Arthur clapped his hands suddenly, and suddenly realized, "McClowns, why didn't I think about it?" Merlin glanced at Marx McClown approvingly and said, "The method Marx McClown said is indeed feasible. The wizards of the Roman Empire are undoubtedly very powerful in terms of strength and number. There is certainly no easy way to be caught by the Germanic army. If we are good at using these powers, we may have the same quality improvement." Arthur said, "Very good. I will send a message soon, summon allies to come closer to us. In such a short time, we can increase a lot of strength." Merlin said, "Don't be happy, Arthur. We still have a cruel reality in front of us. Our food problem has not been resolved. If we have to gather friendly forces, it is a big problem whether we can afford to raise 413. Arthur smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I have already explored the neighborhood. There is a large Germanic granary nearby. The key is that there are not many people defending. As long as we fight down, we can solve the food problem." Merlin nodded and said, "Very well, we must strengthen our strength in a short time. Although the German army may not take care of us, Longer and Kevin have had a holiday with us. Who knows if they will return at all costs. Attacking us and enhancing our strength is the best solution. Arthur decided to temporarily station the British Army on the periphery of Dungeness. According to Marks's suggestion, he continued to send people to the hinterland of the Roman Empire to release news, so that the defeated Roman Empire could move closer to himself, while Arthur kept attacking. Cut down the nearby German granary to solve the food problem first. Gaul, Massalia. This prosperous city that originally belonged to the Roman Empire has become a world of Germans. The whole city trembles under the iron hooves of Japanese Pfi Germans. Flames and calls for help are already synonymous with this city. The large castle in the center of Massalia was originally an administrative hall set up by the Roman Empire, but now it is the residence of the high-level German army. At this time, a conference room in the castle, a large conference is being held. Longer sat at the top of the table. There were dozens of high-ranking Germanic troops underneath. All of them looked unusually heavy, staring at the man who was waving his arms and shouting loudly. Kevin slapped the table and said angrily, "Call up all the troops immediately. The British Army is still in Dungeness. They are still intact and wantonly attacked our warehouse behind us. This time, we must annihilate this British Army." Longer sighed and said, "Leader Kevin, don't worry, how can thousands of British soldiers be able to overcome the storm? Now we should focus on the overall situation. The Romans have already retreated. An important time for us to attack the city." Some German generals also stood up and said, "Lord Kevin, Merlin is right. What is the role of thousands of British soldiers? If we turn around and clean up this remnant army and give the Roman Empire a chance to breathe, let them reorganize the resistance, then the gain is not worth the loss. McClowns, our army has diverged. It will take time to reassemble. This British soldier will let them go for the time being." Seeing so many German generals opposing him, Kevin was even more angry and said, "You know what a shit. If we let the British soldiers wantonly attack behind us, we will lose our way of retreat." Lund slapped Haha and said, "Your words, Chief Kevin, are a bit exaggerated. We have captured more than half of Gaul now, and the food and weapons are abundant. Even if the British Army destroys our logistics as much as possible!" All the Germanic generals were echoing Ron's words. They had been bewildered by the prosperity of the Roman Empire, thinking about how to invade the territory of the Romans, and had nothing to do with the ruined British Army. Kevin was so angry that he was about to scold this group of people. At this time Smudley slowly stood up and said, "Kevin, I know what you are thinking about. It is better for you to listen to my opinion." When Kevin saw that the speaker was Smudley, the anger on his face was slightly reduced, and said, "Mr. Smudley, you can speak." Smudley said, "In fact, what both of you said makes sense. Britain does not have a few thousand soldiers. If you encircle and suppress thousands of people in this area, the opportunity for us to expand the results is not worth the gain." Kevin's anger surfaced again, and the rest of the Germanic generals clapped loudly. Smudley continued, "But Chief Kevin is right to think about it. It is true that we cannot allow the British Army to wreak havoc in our rear, but to deal with the British Army, we simply cannot contend by sending small troops, so I have a suggestion here. Kevin, Longer and others looked at Smudley in doubt, and were a little curious about what Smudley could do to get the best of both worlds. Smudley sneered, "We might as well speed up the attack on Calais. As long as Calais is down, we can enter the Kingdom of Britain at any time. The Kingdom of Britain without Arthur and Merlin is definitely not our opponent. As long as the Kingdom of Britain is captured, Arthur's remnant army is like a rootless force. No matter how hard it is, it will not be able to overcome the storm." Kevin clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful. No matter how annoying the British Army is, as long as we destroy their kingdom, what can they do? P.S. I forgot to update this chapter before, please make it up first." Chapter 759, Clues to the Perfect Sorcerer's Stone. Marshal Longer also laughed loudly and said, "As expected of Mr. Smudley, he is indeed a strange man." At the same time, in Dungeness, the British Army was in the barracks. Arthur walked into the tent with a blushing face and laughed loudly. "It's great, today we captured the large granary in the southeast, and the food problem will be solved immediately. We can all come with another 20,000 troops. Can hold." Merlin smiled and said, "There is still good news. We have already sent out the news to let the Roman remnants approach our side." Then the news was sent. 2 Roman remnants joined in. Although the total number is only 1,000 people, but it's already a good start. Arthur was even more overjoyed and said, "That's really great. When we are strong enough, we can fight Germanic with the Roman army. The defeat of Germanic is just around the corner." Arthur turned his head and asked Marks McClown, "Marks McClown, how many wizard elites have been gathered recently?" Marks McClown nodded. This is the task Arthur assigned him. "There are 5 wizards who have been summoned recently, and they are all quite good. They said that there are still many wizards hidden. They are watching our situation. If there is no major problem, many wizards will come to us soon." Arthur was happier and said, "Very good, very good." Merlin hesitated and said, "Arthur, there is one thing I must report to you." Arthur was taken aback, seeing Merlin's serious expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" Merlin said, "Although the situation of our British army has passed, the situation in the Roman Empire is not optimistic. I heard that Germanic knows our existence, but did not intend to attack us, but to step up. After the attack on Calais, it seems that they will take the lead in attacking our kingdom." Arthur changed his face and said, "The news is conclusive?" Merlin nodded and said, "It is true." Marks McClown frowned and said, "Arthur, we can no longer fight the Germanic army anymore. Only when we become stronger and attack the Germanic army with the Roman army, will this war have a chance to win. If we attack in advance, only will catch us all." Merlin also stared at Arthur closely, and said, "Arthur, I told you this because I want you to know the current situation. Like Mark's I don't want you to be impulsive." Arthur sighed and said, "I understand what you mean. Only when we are united with the Roman army can we have a ray of life. But we let the German army attack Calais and the army presses against Britain. But we have nothing. I can't do it. I'm still a little bit upset." Merlin said, "Arthur, it's good that you understand this. We must not act rashly at this time. The messenger sent to Rome has already set off. Just wait for the news from Rome." Arthur sat in the chair and sighed heavily. Marks McClown and Merlin glanced at each other, and the two of them were also extremely helpless. The strength of the British army was too weak, otherwise it would not make the German army so arrogant. After all, it was a question of strength. Arthur suddenly took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. Merlin exclaimed, "Arthur, how did you bring this thing out?" Marks McClown looked at the wooden box suspiciously, and asked, "What is this?" Arthur opened the wooden box, and there was a broken sword lying inside. A strange energy was obviously flowing on the blade. It must have been a peerless magic weapon before it was broken. Merlin explained, "This is the sword in the stone in British legend." Sword in the stone? Marks McClown looked at this legendary sword in the stone. No wonder this broken sword looked special. It turned out to be the sword of the legendary King of Britain, the sword in the stone. Merlin asked, "Arthur, when did you bring out the sword in the stone?" "I don't even know." Arthur smiled bitterly. "I have always placed the sword in the stone in the army. This sword has brought me blessings since I was a child. I hope that the sword in the stone can also bless us and Britain this time. Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Arthur gently held up the sword in the stone. This broken sword seemed to sense Arthur's mood, and the energy flowing throughout his body was obviously accelerated. As if to comfort Arthur, Marks McClown exclaimed, "This sword in the stone is really spiritual." Arthur smiled and said, "McClowns, since I got the sword in the stone, everything seems to be blessed by the gods. Just like this expedition, how many times we have been mortal moments. Fortunately, you have appeared and saved many times our lives." Marks McClown smiled indifferently, not asking for credit. Merlin said, I know this. It was because Arthur drew the sword in the stone that he was hailed as the future King of Britain by the British people, didn't he? Arthur waved his hand and signaled Merlin to stop mentioning these things. Looking at the abundant magic power flowing on the sword in the stone, Marks McClown could imagine how powerful this sword was before it was broken. Maybe it surpassed the sword of Gryffindor. If the sword in the stone is really a powerful magic item, then the characteristics of the sword in the stone in the legend may be true. I can hardly suppress the association of a very similar legendary magic item, magic stone. Many people in history believed that drawing a sword from a stone alluded to alchemy. The sword in the stone is inextricably related to alchemy, and the philosopher's stone is the ultimate in alchemy. Also possess the ability to live forever. There is also the legend of turning stones into gold. It also has the effect of curing. The legend of the function of the sword in the stone and the magic stone is too similar. At first glance, these seem to be two completely different magic items, but in terms of features and functions, they are completely the same. Chapter 760, King's Sword. Marks McClown thought with a thought, and said, Arthur, I have a ruthless please plus cool tiger. Arthur laughed and said, what kind of unsympathetic request? Do you want to observe the sword in the stone? Marks McClown scratched his head embarrassedly. He also knew how important the sword in the stone was to Arthur and Britain, but Marks McClown got the sword intent from Arthur's sword of Oath of Victory. And this sword in the stone also gave it the same feeling of Mark's eye. Arthur put the sword in the stone back into the wooden box and gently pushed it towards Mark's eye. I took out the sword in the stone. I wanted to lend it to you. You can comprehend the intent of the sword from the sword of vows of victory, which means that you can also comprehend things from the sword in the stone. It is undoubtedly the same to increase your strength, enhance our strength. Right? Marks McClown was overjoyed, but just hypocritically 460, he took the wooden box directly and said, thank you, Arthur. Arthur waved his hand and said, it's a trivial matter. I also expect you to become stronger and continue to protect me. Marks McClown smiled and said, this is natural. After Marks McClown borrowed the sword in the stone, he immediately took the sword in the stone and went to the outskirts of the barracks. He couldn't wait to feel the legendary sword in the stone. Marks McClown opened the wooden box and carefully held out the broken sword. From the appearance, there is nothing surprising about the broken sword. The only thing that makes people feel that it is outstanding is the strange energy flowing continuously from the sword, like the heart of the sword in the stone, flowing rhythmically. Mark's eye feels the touch of touching the sword in the stone. This is a soft breath, which is completely different from the sword of the Oath of Victory. If the sword of the Oath of Victory is a sword with sharp edges, then this sword in the stone is the river that keeps the thin water flowing. The feeling of touching the sword in the stone made Mark's eye feel as if he was touching the river water. The slow river water flowed through Mark's eye's fingers, gentle and warm, and very comfortable. Marks McClown stared closely at the sword in the stone, and faintly felt that the sword in the stone was not as simple as he felt. How could it be the sword of the king? How could it be so simple and harmless? Marks McClown slowly instilled magic power into the sword in the stone. It may be because the sword in the stone had broken. The process of instilling magic power in Marks McClown was extremely difficult, and it could not circulate smoothly in the sword in the stone. It's no wonder that although Arthur loved this sword in the stone, he had to give up using the sword in the stone. After the fracture, the sword in the stone no longer had much combat effectiveness. Marks McClown retracted his magic power, his own magic power, and the sword in the stone did not mean the least compatibility, and it was useless to instill magic power. So how should Marks McClown feel the sword intent of this sword in the stone? Marks McClown recalled how he felt the sword intent when he had comprehended the sword of victory. At that time, the sword of Oath of Victory was like a book placed in front of Marks McClown. As long as Marks McClown was willing to open it, he could feel the mystery. However, today's sword in the stone is not the same as the sword of Vows of Victory. The sword in the stone is like a dead stone, which closes itself. If you want to understand the content, you need a special opening method. How can I unlock the dead stone of Sword in the Stone and read its secrets? By the way, Gianni, Marks McClown suddenly brows. Since the Sword in the Stone was once recognized as the sword of the king in Britain, the Sword in the Stone must be full of the spirit of the king. If it is true, it is the spirit of the king. If the Sword in the Stone is provoked by foreign sword intent, I am afraid that it will not help showing its true side. Marks McClown sat cross-legged, placing the Sword in the Stone in front of him, and a sharp sword intent rose from Marks McClown's body. It was the incomparably sharp sword intent of the Sword of Vows of Victory, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The sharp sword intent slowly approached the Sword in the Stone, and the Sword in the Stone made a humming sound, as if talking. From the sound of the Sword in the Stone, Mark's eye could clearly feel a warning smell. Marks McClown stopped her probing behavior, and the sharp sword intent encircled the Sword in the Stone, and even wrapped around the blade of the Sword in the Stone. The humming noise of the Sword in the Stone became more and more severe, and the entire blade was trembling unconsciously, like a guard guarding his home. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from the Sword in the Stone, and Marks McClown's sharp sword intent was instantly shattered to pieces. This aura was overbearing and strong, and it could even be called unscrupulous. The land near the Sword in the Stone was cut into deep traces by this overbearing sword intent. Marks McClown hurriedly drew out his wand and released a magic defensive cover to protect herself from harm. Otherwise Marks McClown might have to do it. This pays a little price. Marks McClown stared at the Sword in the Stone in shock. This breath is the true face of the Sword in the Stone, so overbearing and unreasonable, like the king of the sword, and cannot tolerate any sword provocation. The gentle breath before was an illusion of a sword in the stone, used to confuse others. From this Sword in the Stone, Marks McClown clearly felt a kind of jerky and mysterious meaning, which seemed to be related to life and death. This sword intent has surpassed the ordinary sword intent and reached a realm of enlightenment! Marks McClown condensed her sharp sword intent, and slowly covered the handle of the Sword in the Stone with his palm. The domineering sword intent impacted Marks McClown's body, like a surging tide, constantly washing Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown closed his eyes, like a stubborn stone in the tide, carefully experiencing the overbearing king of the Sword in the Stone. Marks McClown's mind was slowly immersed in the tide of this king's aura. The Sword in the Stone washed Marks McClown with his domineering. But when Marks McClown experienced this domineering, he could also feel the domineering. This king's domineering the sword hides the breath of 0.0. It turned out that Marks I felt the gentle breath at the beginning. The Sword in the Stone is actually mixed with two extreme auras. One is so overbearing and strong, unreasonable, like a decisive monarch, intending to conquer the world. The other is so benevolent and generous, like a ruler of the world. He cares about the lives of the people. These two diametrically opposed attributes, like yin and yang, light and darkness, life and death, contain the truth of the world. Chapter 761. The combination of the two is the real king, the real monarch. Marks McClown was immersed in the Sword in the Stone, not knowing how much time had passed. Cool tiger, Marks I seems to have smashed his own blood in the Sword in the Stone, conquering the four directions, and became the king of a country. Everyone in the world is surrendered to Marks I. Marks I is also simmering in warm water when ruling the country, and he has a heart for the people of the world. Govern the country. As time goes by, Marks McClown seems to have spent a lot of time in it, and it seems that a moment has passed, and a little understanding gradually appeared in Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown, are you okay? A shout made Marks McClown wake up, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Arthur and Merlin who were nervous before him. Marks McClown took a deep breath, and the world in front of him seemed to have undergone an earth-shaking change, but Marks McClown couldn't tell where the change was, but simply felt that the world seemed to be so different. Marks McClown slowly said, "I'm fine." "What's wrong?" Merlin smiled bitterly. We didn't intend to wake you up. But you have been sitting here for almost a week. We only woke you up for fear of your danger. Marks McClown said in surprise. A week? Have I been sitting for so long? Arthur said. McClowns, did you understand anything from the sword in the stone? Marks McClown frowned and said, it seems to have comprehended, and it seems that he hasn't realized it. This feeling is very mysterious. Merlin said, it's okay. After all, the sword in the stone is the legendary sword of the king. It's not so easy to understand, so let's take it slowly when you have time. Marks McClown nodded, put the sword in the stone back into the wooden box. And when he touched the sword in the stone again, Marks McClown felt that the sword in the stone seemed to be less spiritual, but Marks McClown didn't think much, and returned the sword in the stone to Arthur. Marks McClown asked, I have realized that for so long, has there been any change in the situation outside? Merlin and Arthur's faces sank. Marks McClown clearly felt an unusual atmosphere from their faces. Arthur said, the situation has changed very quickly. The Germans have captured the entire Gaul, and Calais has also become the territory of the Germans. Marks McClown nodded, not too surprised by this. After all, it took him more than a week to comprehend the sword intent, and it is not incomprehensible for him to achieve this level in more than a week. Marks McClown asked, how did the Roman Empire react? You can't just watch the Germans raiding Gaul and Britain! Merlin replied, the Roman Emperor has sent Marshal Kedley to lead Rheims' most elite army to Gaul. We also contacted Marshal Kedley, and our counterattack is about to begin. Marks McClown smiled and said, isn't this good news? Why do you still have this expression? Arthur sighed and said, the Germanic Longer sent an army of 30,000 to attack Britain. It has captured all the coastal cities and towns in the eastern part of Britain in 2 days, and is approaching the royal city. Marks McClown was taken aback, and said, the Germanic army has already attacked the British territory? Arthur nodded heavily and said, McClowns, and if nothing else, with Britain's temporary defensive ability, within a month, the entire British kingdom will fall. Merlin sighed and said, we have no other choice. We must counterattack. Marks McClown also understood that if the kingdom of Britain were to fall, their British army would become ruthless, and the soldiers would also be excited about the kingdom's affairs. They couldn't help but hesitate at this time. Marks McClown asked, what about our current strength? Merlin said, there are tens of thousands of Roman troops who have come here, and there are 40 or 50 wizards. Together, we now have more than 20,000 ordinary troops in the British army and nearly 100 elite wizards. Marks McClown frowned and said, this number is not enough. Merlin smiled bitterly, there is no time. We have to counterattack immediately. The Marshal Cadeli of Rome has already pulled out the army and marched towards Gaul. It is said that the Roman army also has close to 200,000. We and Cadeli should join forces, can fight Germanic. Marks McClown nodded and said, well, Arthur, then you can give the order quickly. Shall we rush to the direction of Canada? Arthur said with a calm face, no, we can't attack in the direction of Calais. We have to attack mass area in Gaul. Merlin also said, McClowns, Calais and the Roman army are too far apart. If we attack Calais, the Germans can calmly face the attacks of us and the Roman army separately. We must form an agreement with the Roman army and attack the horses. Salia. Marks McClown said, well, it's urgent, let's set off. Gaul. Massalia. Longer stared at the icons on the map at the conference table and asked, where is the man? Is he here? A German soldier replied, report the General Marshal, Chief Kevin 390 and Mr. Smudley have arrived, and all the German generals underneath are here. Longer nodded, took the map and walked into the meeting room. The meeting room was full of people, looking at the direction where Longer came in. Longer said, okay. I won't say much about the polite remarks. Let's start the topic directly. I believe everyone already knows that Rome sent Kelly as the generals to counterattack Gaul. What do you think? Marshal Long, what's to be afraid of? The last time Rome was beaten by hundreds of thousands of troops, I lost their armor and armor. This time it was only 200,000, So many kills. McClowns, it's going to fight anyway. We might as well go straight into Rome. I want to see what Rome can do against us. Longa's face sank and said, how many times have I said that you can't underestimate the enemy? This Marshal Kedley is not an ordinary Roman marshal. If you underestimate the enemy, you don't even know how to die. Chapter 762 The most in history. The German generals underneath closed their mouths one after another, not daring to say more. Longa continued, not only the Kelder army, but also Dungeness British army. They gathered a lot of Roman remnants. It is said that there are now more than 20,000 people. They are stationed behind us. I believe they will react to Rome's actions too. Kevin said, I said I would pull the nail out of Britain a long time ago. You don't listen, now it's troublesome. Smudley smiled lightly. Leader Kevin, in fact, it is not that troublesome. We have dispatched 30,000 troops to attack Britain. How can Arthur be able to hold it back? They will come without us looking for them. Find us here. Longa also smiled and said, McClowns, I have considered it. We will gather and remove all the forces that attacked Britain in mass area, and wait for the arrival of the British and Roman forces, and then eliminate both in one fell swoop. Let alone Britain is now, and even Rome will become our bag. Kevin frowned and said, how are you sure that Arthur will come to mass area? What if Arthur led the British army to attack Calais and return to Britain? Smudley shook his head and said, if Arthur really wants to return to China, they would not retreat to Dungeness before, but to Canada. Arthur is a sensible person. Only by defeating us can we be rescued. Britannia, he still understands this. Plus cool. Tiger. Longa nodded and said, McClowns, if Arthur leads the British army back to Britain, and our side defeats the Roman army, they will not be able to keep Britain, and Arthur will definitely come to mass area to find us. Kevin also woke up and laughed. Okay. This time is our decisive battle with the Roman Empire and Britain. Let them see the strength of our Saxons. I want them all to be buried here. Diaresis. Longa said, immediately give an order to summon all the Germanic forces except for the attack on Britain. This time, we must defeat the Roman Empire and Britain to let them know who is the master of the next era. Following Longa's orders, the Germanic army gathered towards Mass area. Mass area itself has been well known as a fortified city in Gaul. Coupled with hundreds of thousands of brave German soldiers and powerful Saxons, Massalia became the most powerful one in the entire Western European plains. Power. At this time, the British army led by Arthur and the army led by the Roman Grand Marshal Kedar were approaching Massalia step by step. This will be the bloodiest and most ambitious war in the past century, which will directly lead to the future political situation of the two empires. In the outskirts of more than 100 miles north of Massalia, an army of more than 20,000 men was stationed there. It was the British army that came to Gaul from Dungeness in a hurry. There is still almost a day's journey from Massalia, but Arthur is not greedy, but stationed there, not eager to attack the Germans. In the British military tent, Arthur once again held a round table meeting. At this time, the number of round table knights was close to 100, and they were all composed of British wizards and surviving Roman wizards. Arthur took the first place and asked, how long will the Roman army get to Massalia? Merlin looked at the map hanging on the side and said, it's about the same as us, and we will be there in about a day. Arthur said, very well, as long as the Roman army is in place, we can launch an attack on Massalia. If the Germanic army continues to be tyrannical, the entire Roman Empire will be destroyed in their hands. The knights of the Round Table who listened by the side also nodded secretly. Walking from Dungeness, the cities and villages along the way were completely destroyed by the Germans. How do you say the Germans are a nomadic people, and the destructiveness is innate? Arthur asked, what's the situation in Britain? Merlin sighed and said, the situation is not optimistic. They have hit the Thames and are fighting fiercely with Wang. Wang does not expect it to last long. Arthur secretly clenched his fist and said, The time for us is running out. Everyone is ready to fight tomorrow. This battle is related to the survival of our Britain. We can only win without losing. The Knights of the Round Table shouted together, and they also understood the importance of tomorrow's battle. If the British and Roman coalition forces cannot defeat the Germans, then the nightmare of Britain and Rome will come. Arthur waved his hand and said, "The meeting will be adjourned first, and Mark-Sy and Merlin will stay here." The Knights of the Round Table left the military account after giving salutes, leaving only Mark-Sy and Merlin. Arthur said, "Mark-Sy, Merlin, are you sure?" Merlin smiled bitterly. "Arthur, what do you mean by this?" Arthur shook his head helplessly, and said, "Our army seems to have increased in strength now, but it is still far from Germanic. Only you two can rely on it." Merlin smiled lightly and said, "I naturally have no problem. The old fellow Smudley can give me responsibility." Marks McClown said, "Although Kevin is not mentioned, the huge number of Saxon surviving wizards is not a joke. Our British army only has less than 100 elite wizards, and Rome does not estimate that it can provide too many wizards. The Saxons are talented. It's the trickiest one." Arthur sighed and said, "I also know the tricks of the Saxons, but we can't do anything now. If good money's our delays, the entire British kingdom will fall." Marks McClown naturally understood Arthur's consideration, and said, "I will try my best, so I can be considered a member of Britain." Arthur asked, "Marks McClown, didn't you understand the sword in the stone before? How much did you understand?" "It doesn't matter if you still want to see the sword in the stone. You just speak directly and I will definitely give it to you." Arthur remembered that he had interrupted Mark-Sy's understanding of the sword in the stone. He also knew that if Marks McClown could understand more of the sword intent of the sword in the stone, it would give them a very large increase in strength. Naturally, he would not be stingy at this time. In the sword. Chapter 763 Self-Healing Level 4. Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, "What should be comprehended has already been comprehended, and what should not be comprehended is also caused by fate, so there is no need to force it." Within that week, Marks McClown's understanding of the sword in the stone was very rewarding. First of all, the sword in the stone was the sword of the King of Britain, and the spirit of the king in sword intent had been integrated into his body by Marks McClown. This king's aura can strengthen Marks McClown's self-healing ability. In addition, Marks McClown's own healing ability is already very amazing. This king's aura makes Marks McClown's self-healing ability reach a terrifying level, which is probably already promoted again. I clicked on the division panel, and I saw it really is. Beside the self-healing skills, there is already a 4-level mark. This was Marks McClown's first skill to be promoted to level 4, and the effect was extremely powerful. After reading the instructions, Marks McClown couldn't help being overjoyed. After the self-healing skills reach level 4, not only are non-fatal injuries, but now Marks-I can heal even fatal injuries at a super speed. Marks McClown is basically a lively replica of Wolverine. However, compared with Marks McClown's other gains, these are not important. The most important thing is that this king's aura contains a profound artistic conception, and Marks McClown has not penetrated this profound artistic conception for a while. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown vaguely felt that this artistic conception was very similar to the Sorcerer's Stone. Although Marks McClown could not detect the mystery, he always felt that it was related to the secret of immortality. Perhaps this is the last step of the perfect philosopher's stone that even Nicole Lemay failed to complete. Mass area, Central Chamber. A group of German generals gathered in the hall, standing respectfully on one side, and then walking in there was a large number of Saxon wizards in black robes, looking at the 3 people in the center of the hall with serious expressions. It was Longer and Kevin, and Smudley. Here gathered all the high-level figures of the entire Germanic army. It can be said that the core figures of the entire Germanic and Saxon are gathered here. Longer sat in the first place and said, "What's the situation outside the city now?" A German general walked out immediately, saying, "Report to the marshal," and scouts in return. The British army appeared in the northern suburbs of Massalia for more than 100 miles, with about 20,000 people, and the Roman army appeared in the eastern suburbs of Massalia. There are about 200,000 people in Uli. Longi nodded and said, intensify the investigation of the two armies, and immediately report back every movement. The German general led the order, and the surrounding generals and wizards all discussed the attack of the two armies. Longer waved his hand and said, Leader Kevin, Mr. Smudley, what do you think? Are we proactively attacking or defending Massalia? Smudley smiled lightly. Our army has hundreds of thousands of troops. The British and Roman armies combined are not as large as our army. Naturally, we cannot be trapped in the isolated city. If they encircle Massalia, we will easily come out. Questions? I suggest to take the initiative and strike at them separately. Kevin also nodded and said, McClowns, although Roma Cadili has an army of 200,000. It is actually not to be afraid. We have to beware of Merlin and Marksai. I think we should take Britain first. Britain must be destroyed by Rome alone. Longi nodded thoughtfully. He already had cares in his heart. In the early morning, the city of Massalia was still filled with dense fog. A unit left Massalia without knowing it, and marched northward. This unit had less than 1,000 people. But all of them were wrapped up. Black robes are all masters of the Saxons. It was Kevin and Smudley who led all the elite Saxon wizards and attacked the British army. In Massalia, they had left the rest of the Saxon wizards, enough to resist the attack of the Roman army wizards. At the same time, the British army in the northern outskirts of Massalia began to pull out the camp and rushed towards Massalia. Looking at it from a distance, thick smoke billowed, and the morale of the British army was very high. The people in the army knew that this was Rome. The battle for survival between the Empire and the Kingdom of Britain was not careless at all. Seeking flowers. Marks McClown was in the British army, and his spiritual exploration spread far away, always paying attention to the surrounding environment. This is Marks McClown's consistent vigilance. The British army is at an absolute disadvantage. He doesn't want to be attacked before the battle and lose unclearly. Marks McClown brows, and he feels a small human aura appearing in the distance ahead. The aura of these people is unusually deep. It is definitely not the breath of ordinary moles. What Marks McClown's spirit explored is the Saxon led by Kevin. An army of wizards. Arthur, stop. Marks McClown suddenly shouted. Arthur was taken aback for a moment and immediately waved his arm to signal the British army to stop, then looked at Marks McClown in a puzzled way. Marks McClown, what's wrong? Marks McClown solemnly said, there is a small army in front of me. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Saxon wizard army. Arthur exclaimed, aren't the Germanic troops all in Massalia? How come they are here? Merlin said, it seems that they want to use us as a breakthrough, first annihilate us and then pack up the Roman army. Arthur snorted heavily and said, do they think we can be wiped out so easily? Merlin asked, how many people did you detect in Marksai? Marks McClown said, close to 1,000 people. It should be most of the wizarding army of Saxon. Merlin smiled bitterly. It's really hard to say this. One Smudley can hold me back. It is really easy for the remaining 1,000 elite wizards to defeat our British army. Marks McClown also understood what Merlin meant. His strength was inferior to that of Merlin. He wanted to stop these nearly 1,000 elite wizards alone, even if he added the wizarding army on the British side. Chapter 764. The Last Charge. And the Saxon wizards that Marks McClown could not stop, all can exist with one enemy and 100, let alone 20,000 ordinary troops. Even if the number of troops is doubled, they are not their opponents. Arthur frowned and said, then what should we do now? As Merlin was about to talk, Marks McClown said, don't worry, I have a way. Arthur was taken aback, and said, what is the solution? Marks McClown said, since they are coming from an army of wizards, then we will use wizards to fight. Arthur, you don't need to worry about us. Go directly to Massalia, and leave the rest to me and Merlin to solve. Arthur narrowed his eyes, and he understood what Marks McClown meant. The 20,000 British soldiers staying here is just to die. It is better to go directly to mass area. Only April 17th is the remaining Merlin, and Marks McClown has to bear the tremendous pressure. Merlin smiled lightly. Arthur, don't worry about us. You have been with us for so long. Don't you know that our escapability is very strong? What's more, although Smudley is a difficult opponent, but I and him are better. It may be weak. As long as I can free up my hands, Marks, I will definitely not be a problem. Arthur sighed and said, I still wronged you too. Marks McClown and Merlin shook their heads slightly, looking at Arthur. Their eyes were filled with determination. Arthur waved his arm and said, the British army turned, and the Knights of the Round Table followed Marks and Merlin. Arthur glanced at the two of them, and led the British army to detour in the other direction, heading directly to mass area, while Marks, Merlin and the remaining 100 Knights of the Round Table stayed in place. Merlin said, Marks McClown, do you have any plans? Marks McClown said, our military strength is at an absolute disadvantage. I think it is better to be passive than active. We should actively attack the Saxons. Merlin nodded and said, same as I thought, but I don't think we should fight. We will run to mass area after the attack. I think this is the safest way. Marks McClown immediately agreed to Merlin's plan, and the Knights of the Round Table finally expanded to more than 100 people. The Saxon clan wizard army in the distance was moving quickly towards Marks and other Knights of the Round Table. Kevin sneered at that direction. He hadn't caught Marks McClown and Merlin several times before, and under the counter-attack of Marks McClown and others, the sacrifices made by the Saxons were too great. Cool Tiger, this time he was going to take back all the things he had lost before. He wanted to let Marks and Merlin know that the strongest wizard in the world was their Saxon clan. Kevin never thought that when he was calculating the British army, Marks and Merlin were also calculating him. Hundreds of Round Table Knights were riding on flying broomsticks, moving quickly in the direction of Kevin, and all of them looked serious and stared at the front. Reported that hundreds of unidentified pilots appeared in front of our army, suspected to be the Knights of the Round Table of the British Army. Report, our army found the British Army on the right front, rushing towards Massalia. Kevin's face changed, and he said, they actually split up. A Saxon wizard asked, Big Chief, which army should we block? The Knights of the Round Table or the British Army? Kevin pondered for a while and said, more than 20,000 British troops will have no effect in a battle of hundreds of thousands of troops. On the contrary, hundreds of Knights of the Round Table may have unexpected effects, not to mention the withdrawal of our Saxons. Most people come here and stop the Knights of the Round Table. Smudley, I have already come. Don't you show up yet? Merlin's voice came from far away, very heroic. Smudley laughed loudly and took the initiative to greet him, saying, Merlin, although I really don't want you to die here, I can't think of any reason to keep you alive today. It's a pity that you, a great wizard, is dying today. It's here. Merlin also laughed and said, Smudley, you can't say too much. It would be bad if you make a fool of yourself. The two of them flew up high in the sky with a tacit understanding, and their strength was beyond ordinary people, and the aftermath of the battle could cause great casualties. Marks McClown led more than 100 Knights of the Round Table, clenched tightly under the flying broomstick, and rushed towards the Saxon wizard army without slowing down. Everyone is ready. Don't fight, Marks McClown shouted. The Knights of the Round Table behind Marks McClown leaned down and urged the flying broomsticks under him to the extreme, charging towards Kevin and other Saxon wizards at the speed of light. Kevin looked at the Knights of the Round Table rushing over. His expression changed. What do they want to do? It's not good for the big boss. It seems that they want to charge directly to break up our formation. At this distance, we have no time to cast the defensive spell. A Saxon wizard panicked and shouted. Kevin forced himself to remain calm and said, Don't be afraid, everyone. They only have 100 wizards and can't beat the storm. As soon as Kevin's words fell, Mark-Eye and the Knights of the Round Table rushed to the Saxon family of wizards. Holy sword revealed. Marks McClown's two magic wands intertwined, and two huge lightsabers that destroyed the world and the earth appeared in front of the team, like spearheads, piercing directly into the team of Saxon wizards! 0.4. The headed Marks McClown was so brave, and the rest of the Knights of the Round Table were of course unwilling to show their weakness, and one after another used their strongest curse. For a time, the powerful charge of the Knights of the Round Table was so powerful. Not good. Kevin's heart sighed, and the Saxon wizards quickly stood in front of Kevin and used their strongest defensive curse, unexpectedly defeated. Chapter 765. Behind the huge lightsaber was followed by countless curses shining with various rays of light, directly penetrating the wizarding army of the Saxons. Dozens of Saxon wizards were unprepared and directly sprayed blood and were knocked into the air. Many wizards couldn't resist this powerful attack, and each of them turned pale and retreated to the side. The protected Kevin is naturally fine, but Kevin's face is very ugly at this time. There are nearly 1,000 Saxon wizards under him. Marks McClown is just 100 wizards. No matter how you look at it, it is the result of her crushing Marks-Eye. How could the Saxon wizards be defeated immediately under one face? But this is also to blame for underestimating the enemy. Marks McClown just caught Kevin's heart and directly used the strongest attack. The Saxon wizard who was caught off guard was naturally hard to resist. Kevin shouted, "Everyone regains their formation. They will not be our opponents." After the Saxon wizards hurriedly and noisily, they immediately restored their complete army. They are indeed the 11 German wizards. This kind of quality is unmatched by other wizards. However, Marks McClown didn't mean to fight with the Saxon wizards at all. He ran directly in the direction of Mass Area. When Merlin saw this, she also smiled lightly. "Smudley, I will not be with you, Mass Area." Bye. Smudley was taken aback. Merlin actually waved his wand, and huge magic power enveloped him. Smudley hurriedly blocked his wand. In this gap, Merlin had disappeared from the sky and moved quickly in the direction of Marks-Eye. Plus cool, tiger. Kevin stomped his feet suddenly and said angrily, "Marks-Eye, don't run. I will take your dog's life today." Smudley appeared next to Kevin, with a serious expression. "They made up their minds not to fight us. Are they not afraid that we will kill Arthur's British army?" Kevin was taken aback. "Yes, Marks-Eye, Merlin, and the Knights of the Round Table are all elite wizards. They want to escape, but they can't help but Arthur leads ordinary people. The British army who wants to annihilate Arthur is not for them." A difficult thing. Just when Kevin was about to give orders to the British army to chase Arthur, Smudley's face sank and said, "Leader Kevin, no. We can't let Merlin and Marks-Eye go to Mass Area. If we delay the opportunity to retreat because of the attack on the British army, using Marks-Eye and Merlin's means, it is very likely that we will directly break through the walls of Mass Area." When Kevin heard this, his whole body shuddered. There is a lack of people in Massalia who can compete with Marks-Eye and Merlin. If they really let them go to Massalia, it would be a disaster. Kevin stomped his foot suddenly, and said, catch up with them immediately. I can't let them go to Mass Area first." Obtaining Kevin's order, the Saxon wizard army couldn't even take care of the wounded. It stalked after the Knights of the Round Table, rushing towards Mass Area quickly. Cool tiger. The British army in the distance looked at this scene with great surprise. Arthur clapped his hands and said with joy, "It is indeed Marks-Eye and Merlin." You can think of this way. Arthur had already figured out the meaning of the two of them. First, let Arthur lead his army to leave alone, leaving behind this heavy burden, and then he was attacking the Saxons. He didn't want to fight at all, and directly watched Mass Area escape. Marks-Eye and Merlin had calculated that Kevin would return to help Mass Area. They would not do anything to Arthur's army, and the huge danger was once again resolved. In Massalia, Ron was standing on the top of the city, looking lightly at the large black Roman army below the city, and smiled. "A mere 200,000 people want to attack our Massalia. It's really true. I want to be beautiful." Immediately a German general came forward and flattered Marshal Longle, you can't blame the Romans, do you? After all, we Germans are too strong, and the Romans are just stubborn resistance. McClowns, Marshal Longer, as long as we defeat the Roman army in front of us, Chief Kevin can almost eliminate the British army. The entire Roman Empire is in your bag, Marshal Longer. Your name must be famous forever. Lun laughed loudly, thinking about what happened after he defeated the Roman army. At this time, the Roman army slowly withdrew from a huge siege vehicle, filled with fireballs and stones, and many wizards in wizard robes stepped out of the army and stood in front of the siege vehicle, preparing to prepare for the siege. Long hurriedly shouted, "Let the Saxon wizards come out to block the attack of the Roman army." Some wizards dressed in the unique wizard robes of the Saxon clan came out indifferently. The level of Roman wizards was far behind them, and they naturally did not care about the strength of the Roman army. They only needed to stop the attack of the Roman army and wait for the Germans. Kill them. They can carry out unscrupulous massacres. Woo 250. Woo, woo. There was a dull whine. That was the clarion call for the Roman army to attack. The siege truck made an overwhelming sound, and huge stones and fireballs rose into the air and smashed into the walls of Massaria. The wizards of Rome also waved their magic wands, summoning countless fireballs and water bombs, and smashed them against the wall. In the past, the offensive momentum was extraordinary for a time. The Saxon wizards were unwilling to show weakness and walked up to the city. A huge magic shield appeared on the city wall. Fireballs, stones, etc. hit the magic shield only to raise a layer of faint ripples, and did not affect the city wall. What kind of loss was caused? Lun laughed at all of this and shouted, "These rubbish Romans are really stupid to take us Massaria with such an attack. The Germanic cavalry is ready to obey the order and kill." Outside the city, P.S. The biggest secret of this past experience is about to be revealed. Please support. Chapter 766 Siege. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of German troops. If all of them are used to defend the city, a lot of manpower will be spared. Moreover, the number of German troops is much higher than that of Rome. Naturally, Longle will not let the German troops be trapped in the lone city. An armored cavalry riding a big horse with a tall head rushed out from the gate of Massaria, swept through the dust, and charged towards the Roman army. There was a stir in the Roman army, but calm quickly recovered. A Roman infantry armed with a shield and spear stood in the forefront, waiting for the German cavalry's impact. The cavalry of the Roman Empire was not strong. The most famous was their rigorous and firm infantry phalanx. The Roman cavalry used the lives of infantry to stop the Germanic cavalry. In just a few minutes, the Germanic cavalry was like a tide of iron armor, and it was heavy on the Roman infantry phalanx. At the moment of the impact, countless Roman infantrymen turned their backs on their horses, seeing that they were about to be knocked to pieces and could no longer survive. The Roman army relied on human lives to block the impact of the cavalry. Lun laughed on the wall. It was understandable that the Roman army blocked the German cavalry in this way, but now the number of Germanic troops far exceeds that of the Romans. If this continues, the Roman army must first run out of manpower and morale. What can it do to defeat the Germanic? When the Romans and Germans began to fight fiercely, a small black spot appeared in the distance of Massaria. It was Mark's eye, Merlin, and Arthur's Round Table knights who were facing Massaria at the fastest speed. Charge here. Mark's McClown leaned tightly on the flying broomstick and shouted, "Merlin, we have to help Rome break through Massaria, otherwise we cannot go out alive today." Merlin shouted, "What are your plans?" Mark's McClown said, "Just like breaking through the army of Saxon wizards, we will attack the wall of Massaria directly together. As long as the wall collapses, there is still opportunity and hope for everything." Merlin frowned and said, "But there are still so many Saxon wizards in Massaria, our magic power can't directly break through their magic shield." Mark's McClown said, "That's right. So I think you go first to attract the attention of the Saxon wizards. I will take the Knights of the Round Table and then slam the wall." Merlin immediately understood what Mark's McClown meant, and shouted, "Okay, but we don't have much time. Kevin and Smudley will soon be able to catch up. We only have a moment of time. Marks McClown tightly held his flying broomstick, and said, "Enough." Merlin nodded heavily to Mark's eye, spurred the flying broomstick under his hips, and flew directly into the sky above mass area, and immediately a sharp-eyed Saxon wizard found Merlin flying above mass area. "It's Merlin of Britain. Be careful, everyone, don't leak." The Saxon wizards all raised their heads and watched Merlin's movements closely, and the wand in his hand was always ready to deal with Merlin's attack. Longer also saw the appearance of Merlin, and said angrily, "What did Kevin do? Didn't it solve Merlin and Mark's eye? Why did Merlin appear here?" "If Merlin breaks through mass area's defense, Kevin won't take the greatest responsibility," a wizard said. "Marshal, don't worry, Chief Kevin has made arrangements. Merlin alone is absolutely impossible to break the defense of our Saxon wizard." Hearing what the wizard said, Longer felt relieved a little, but still stared at Merlin in the sky. Merlin took a deep breath, holding the wand high above his head, and a magical power that destroyed the world was gathered in Merlin's wand, standing like a sun in the high sky of the city of mass area. "Go." With a wave of Merlin's wand, the magic power of destroying the world is like the side of the tide, falling from the sky and watering mass area. The sharp sirens sounded over mass area, and many Saxon wizards gathered together in a hurry, constantly releasing their magic power, forming a thick magical protective cover over mass area. Longer and other German high-level military officials are also looking at the devastating attack above Merlin. Although they don't think Merlin can break through mass area's defense, they can still feel the attack. The momentum of Merlin's attack was really intriguing. Merlin's tide-like turbulent demon descended from the sky, pouring on mass area like an explosion of molten lava, and the thick magical protective cover firmly guarded the high altitude of mass area. Without the slightest of Merlin's magical power leaked. Many Germanic troops cheered. Merlin couldn't help winning the Germanic troops with this seemingly grand attack. Who else in the world could defeat them? The Roman army saw all this outside the city of mass area, and its morale fell slightly. They have also heard of Merlin's name, and he can be called one of the most powerful wizards in the world today. Even the legendary Merlin has no way to break mass area. Has the Germanic era really arrived? Merlin stood tall in the sky above mass area, and for the result that his attack did not work, Merlin had already prepared himself. Although Kevin has transferred most of the Saxon wizards and left, there are still quite a few wizards in the city. It is normal that his attacks are not effective. Merlin looked at Mark's eye, who was rushing over not far away, with a look of hope in his eyes. His attack was just a feint, in order to create opportunities for Marks McClown. His attack on the Saxon wizard must do everything possible to defend it. The next step is a time gap for the recovery of the Saxon wizard's magic power, which is a perfect opportunity for Mark's eye to attack. Marks McClown stared at the tall city wall of mass area, with two magic wands, one black and one white, against her chest, and shouted, "All the knights of the Round Table are ready." Chapter 767, City-Breaking Magic. The Knights of the Round Table behind Marks McClown roared. Merlin has given them the best chance to attack. Even if they lose their lives, they must break mass area. If this opportunity is missed, they will not attack directly next time. Opportunity. Marks McClown shouted angrily and said, "Holy sword revealed broken steel." A huge lightsaber enveloped Marks McClown's whole person. This time when the holy sword was revealed, Marks McClown used the sword of the Oath of Victory and the sword in the stone. The sharp sword intent and the domineering sword intent of the king rose to the sky, and the sword pointed directly at the wall of mass area. No. They still have an attack on the city wall. Some Saxon wizards also discovered Mark's eye's intentions, and hurriedly yelled for his companions to guard against Mark's eye and other Knights of the Round Table attack. However, the Saxon wizards in mass area resisted Merlin's offensive. How could they react to the attack of Mark's eye and the Knights of the Round Table in a short time? For a while, the city of Massaria became a mess. Only a small number of Saxon wizards reacted in time and wanted to stop Marksai and others from attacking. However, their 310 power was just a drop in the bucket for Marksai and others, and they couldn't make much difference. Storm.quu. Behind the huge lightsaber are various attack spells. Any one of them is a powerful attack spell. What's more, so many attack spells hit the attack, and the power is no less than that of Merlin. Curse. Everyone stared at the huge lightsaber hitting the walls of Massaria. The magical shield created by those few Saxon wizards was simply vulnerable, and there was no room for resistance in front of the lightsaber, and it shattered directly. The lightsaber pierced the tall walls of Massaria like this. Rumble, rumble. A huge roar came from the city wall, and the entire tall and magnificent city wall made an overwhelming noise, and collapsed tremblingly in front of everyone. Countless stone bricks collapsed from the city wall. Thousands of German soldiers on the top of the city, without any defense, planted the ground on the collapsed city wall and turned into masses of blood paste. At the moment when the Germanic forces inside and outside the city of Massaria collapsed, most people did not have time to react. The huge wall stones crushed all these people into meat sauce, which was a terrible situation. When the Roman army saw the collapse of Massaria, many Roman troops cheered, which undoubtedly gave them a booster. The morale of the Roman army suddenly improved, and roared towards the Germanic army. On the contrary, the Germanic army was very excited. You must know that since the Germanic invasion of the Roman Empire, it has been smooth and smooth. No obstacles have been encountered. Who knows that the main force fought today, and the city wall was broken before half an hour. Longa's face became very ugly, and he shouted angrily, "What's the matter? How can the Knights of the Round Table of Britain appear? How does Kevin work?" The generals and wizards around Longa looked at each other, and they didn't expect that the Knights of the Round Table led by Marks McClown could actually break through the walls of Massaria. A general immediately stepped forward and said, "Marshal Long, don't worry, we Germans still have an absolute advantage in military strength compared to Rome. The collapse of a city wall in a small area does not explain much of the problem. Just let the German soldiers in the city directly kill the Roman army. It must not be our opponent." Longa hummed heavily, and said, "That's the only way to go." Ma sent an order to let the brothers in the city kill, and not let the Knights of the Round Table and the Roman army invade the city. Badge after Marksai on the other side led the Knights of the Round Table to break through Massaria. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat, retreat now." Some of the Knights of the Round Table cried out puzzledly, "Knight Commander Marks, now is not the time to retreat. We must expand the results after we have broken Massaria." Marks McClown said coldly, "If you don't retreat now, just stay here and wait for death." With that, Marks McClown suddenly pulled the flying broomstick and flew out of the city. Marks McClown is already quite prestigious among the Knights of the Round Table. Although some of the Knights of the Round Table criticized Marks McClown's decision, they still agreed and followed Marks McClown out of Massaria. At this time, the tide-like Germans came out toward the gap in the city wall, and the flying bows and spears flew toward the figure of the Knights of the Round Table who had escaped. If Marksai retreated so slowly, I am afraid that less than half of the hundreds of Knights of the Round Table could survive the rain of feather arrows and spears. Standing high in the sky, Merlin smiled. As expected to be Marks McClown, she did not live up to her expectations, and the order to retreat decisively can also tell Marks McClown's foresight. Marks McClown led the Round Table Knights to break through the walls of Massaria, did not reverse the whole situation, but the morale of the Roman army greatly improved, also strengthened the Roman army's combat effectiveness from the side. When Massalia was fighting fiercely, a small army appeared again in the distance. It was Kevin who was struggling to chase after the Knights of the Round Table and his army of Saxon wizards. Kevin saw the enthusiastic Massaria from a distance, and shouted, "Everyone speed up, Massaria is ahead." The Saxon wizards behind Kevin were all panting, and the journey was very tiring. You must know that Mark-Si and the Knights of the Round Table had already prepared a flying broomstick, but Kevin and the Saxon wizards under his command did not carry a flying broomstick. After all, they felt that they were just annihilating an army with no resistance, and were not prepared to fly a broomstick. So Kevin and the Saxon wizard behind him were so tired that they almost lay on the ground, sticking out their tongues and breathing like puppies. Chapter 768, The Sharpest Sword. It's not that they didn't think about using Phantom Shift, but using Phantom Shift to move continuously over long distances really takes too much magic. Plus Cool Tiger. For Kevin, Smudley and others, it can barely survive, but for ordinary Saxon wizards, it is simply impossible to achieve. The various reasons combined, Kevin missed the best opportunity to block, giving Marks McClown a chance to lead the Round Table Knights to break through the walls of Massalia. Smudley squinted his eyes and looked at Massalia from a distance, and said, "Leader Kevin, is there something wrong with Massalia? How can I see such a big hole in the wall?" Kevin's face turned blue and purple. He also saw the big hole in the city wall, and said angrily, "It must be Mark-Si's masterpiece, and the Roman wizards can't attack this level." Kevin was even more furious, and shouted, "Hurry up and keep up. This time I must completely crush Marks McClown's body." The Saxon wizards panted one by one, and ran towards Massalia. They were already exhausted after this journey. They were just ordinary wizards. Their physical fitness was weaker than ordinary people, and the high-intensity exercise made them very tired. Kevin couldn't take care of so much. He kept urging the Saxon wizards below, wishing to put wings on everyone, and hurried back to Massalia immediately. Cool Tiger, not far from the Saxon wizard, the British army was rushing behind. At the speed of the British army, there is no problem with the Saxon wizard who wants to catch up with Kevin. After all, the physical fitness of the soldier is much better than the Saxon wizard. But Arthur also had his own considerations. After all, the Knights of the Round Table, such as Mark-Si and Merlin, had already rushed to Massalia first. If the British army also surpassed the Saxon wizards, Kevin might be annoyed to attack the British army. Therefore, Arthur chose to follow Kevin Saxon not far from the wizard, neither surpassing nor lagging behind. Both basically reached the battlefield of Massalia at the same time. Merlin's figure in the sky moved, disappeared in place, appeared in the British army, looked at Arthur with a smile, and said, "You are finally here." Arthur hurriedly asked, "How is the battle now?" Merlin said, "Still at a stalemate, but Marks McClown performed well and led the Knights of the Round Table to break through the walls of Massalia." Arthur was overjoyed and said, "Really?" As expected, Mark-Si, "It really didn't disappoint us." Merlin smiled and said, "McClowns, but this does not change the situation on the battlefield. After all, the number of Germans far exceeds ours. Even without the protection of the wall, the fighting power of the Germans is not weaker than that of the Romans." Arthur said, "Merlin, let's join the battle quickly, and if we drag it on, I'm afraid the Romans will not be able to hold it." Merlin shook his head and said, "No, Arthur, we can't immediately join the war." Arthur stunned. "Merlin, what do you mean?" "If Marshal Romesedley knew that we were negligent, it would be a great crime." Merlin said, "Arthur, you have to think about it this way. Now that the 200,000 troops of Rome and the Germans of hundreds of thousands, this level of war, our only 20,000 British troops can change anything." Arthur sighed. "Indeed, the strength of the British army is too weak, and it will not be able to overcome any storms when all of them are thrown into this war." Merlin continued, "So our 20,000 people must attack at the right time and become a force that changes the battlefield." Arthur shook his head puzzled and said, "I still don't understand what you mean." Merlin said, "Simply put, you just wait for an opportunity. When the Roman army and the Germanic army are dead in battle, the British army will be a new force and turn the situation around in one fell swoop." Arthur pondered for a moment. Merlin said nothing wrong. Today's British army is useless to join the battlefield. It might as well be the same as Merlin said. When entering the battlefield at a critical time, there may be unexpected results. Merlin looked at the Saxon wizard who had rushed to the vicinity of Massaria, and said lightly, "Arthur, find your own chance. Marksai and I are waiting for your arrival. Find flowers. As soon as Merlin's voice fell, his figure disappeared in place. Arthur understood that Merlin was about to respond to the enemy, and the Knights of the Round Table under Marks McClown's command had to face the Saxon wizard army. Arthur sighed heavily. At this time, he actually had to stand by. This was not Arthur's style. But there was no way. Arthur suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "The whole army stops advancing and repairs on the spot!" Smudley, I have been waiting for you for a long time, come up. Merlin's voice came from high above, and she saw Merlin's feet levitating high in the sky on the huge tornado, looking indifferently at the Saxon wizard army. Smudley snorted coldly, and said, "You won't run away again this time." With that said, Smudley's figure moved and also appeared high in the sky, suspended in front of Merlin. Marks McClown led the Knights of the Round Table to appear on the outskirts of Massaria, but his eyes were fixed on the Saxon wizard led by Kevin in the distance. After the long-distance attack, this wizarding army was exhausted, but it was also nearly 1,000 Saxon elite wizards, which was not comparable to the hundreds of Knights of the Round Table under Marksai. Marks McClown took a deep breath, and now there is no other way. What should be faced is still to be faced, and he must hold back Kevin's army of Saxon wizards. The Knights of the Round Table obey the order, target the Saxon wizard army. Attack. Marks McClown snorted coldly, and led hundreds of Knights of the Round Table, launching an offensive against thousands of Saxon elite wizards. The Knights of the Round Table behind Marks McClown also looked serious. They also knew the difference in strength between the two sides, and they might never come back. Chapter 769, National Power. But everyone did not hesitate, and followed Marks McClown and charged. A tragic aura erupted from the Knights of the Round Table, and they charged with the determination to die. Kevin sneered at Marksai and the hundreds of Knights of the Round Table, and roared, "Finally, you are willing to answer the enemy, you cowards. This time I want you to die without a place to be buried." With a wave of Kevin's wand, the Saxon wizards behind him rallied and charged towards the Knights of the Round Table. The reason they are so tired is because of this hateful Knight of the Round Table. They are full of indignation towards the Knights of the Round Table. Marks McClown rushed to the front, the two magic wands crossed his chest, forming two lightsabers, one exuding a sharp sword intent, as if it could penetrate all 363. And the other exuding a domineering king chi, everything should be surrendered. The Knights of the Round Table also urged the magic to the extreme, following behind Marks McClown. From a distance, the Knights of the Round Table seemed to be transformed into a huge magic sword, stabling the Saxon wizard. Kevin and the Saxon wizards under his command are even more unwilling to show weakness. Although Kevin's strength is far less than Marksai, he can't stand the number of Saxon wizards. Thousands of Saxon wizards are transformed into a huge magic spear. The strength and amount of magic energy steadily crushed the Knights of the Round Table. One sword, one shot, slammed together. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and the whole land burst into an overwhelmed aftermath of the magical shock sweeping the surroundings. As the two main shocks, the Knights of the Round Table and the Saxon wizards were particularly strong. Dozens of Knights of the Round Table were knocked into the air at the moment of the impact, and a line of blood splashed in the air. The powerful magical impact had shattered their internal organs, and there was no vitality. The Saxon wizard directly fell down. Hundreds of wizards. After all, the Saxon wizard came from a long distance. His physical strength was already very weak. In addition, he was swept over by such a terrifying magical impact, and he died directly. And Marks McClown, as the head of the sword at the forefront of the Knights of the Round Table, bears countless times more pressure than others. Even Marks McClown's physique is full of chest tightness, and his sweetness spread to his mouth. A drop of scarlet blood forbearance cannot help flowing from the corners of the mouth. Marks McClown let out a sigh of relief, although he had already thought that a hard fight against the Saxon wizard would not have good consequences. The situation before him still made Marks McClown feel a little unexpected. Hundreds of knights of the Round Table lost more than 30 or 40 in one fell swoop. It can be said that the loss was more than half. Even Marks McClown was injured in the first encounter. Nearly 1,000 Saxon wizards were not kidding. Under the protection of many Saxon wizards, Kevin was naturally unscathed. He laughed loudly and said, "Marks McClown, haven't you recognized the facts yet? It's just the Knights of the Round Table composed of you mixed soldiers, want to defeat our Saxon." Too wishful thinking, Marks McClown held back the sweetness in his chest and said with a smile, "Which one will win or lose is not yet determined. Why are you arrogant?" Kevin said angrily, "Look at your dozens of miscellaneous soldiers. They don't have the power of a battle at all. Are you still trying to defeat us?" The corner of Marks McClown's eyes jumped. Indeed, the Knights of the Round Table didn't have many people, and 30 or 40 were sacrificed at once, and the rest were wounded. It was basically impossible to compete with the Saxon wizards. "German bastard, waste Saxon, if I want to surrender, don't even think about it. I will bury your people when I die." Knight Commander Marks, we are not afraid of death. We are willing to fight Saxon to death. The Knights of the Round Table shouted one after another, glaring at the wizards of the Saxon clan, and an aura of death came to life. They were chosen by Arthur to become the Knights of the Round Table. Some of them were Britons and some were not Britons, but there is no doubt that they had only one idea at this time, that is, a fight to the death. Marks McClown smiled lightly. "I know your intentions. We will fight Saxon desperately. What's more, we don't necessarily lose." Kevin just can't get used to Marks McClown's face. He is clearly in adversity, without any vitality but always indifferent to life and death. What makes Kevin the most irritating is that he really makes Marks McClown escape from birth several times. Saying nothing this time allows Marks McClown to escape again. "Marks McClown, the last few times, because you were lucky, you will die here this time. I swear in the name of my Saxon leader." Kevin roared and said. The Saxon wizard obeyed the order, "Kill all the Knights of the Round Table." The Saxon wizards grinned and rushed forward with a battle of enchantment, and various attack curses smashed on the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table were naturally unwilling to show weakness, gritted their teeth and rushed forward, using their last remaining light to fight the Saxon wizards. However, there are too many Saxon wizards. The final resistance of the Knights of the Round Table is so weak. Seeing that the Knights of the Round Table will all die under the attack of the Saxon wizards, "Kevin, it seems that you have forgotten our existence." A cold drink suddenly interrupted the battle, and wizards in white wizard robes rushed to the Knights of the Round Table to help the Knights of the Round Table withstand the 1.2 offensive. This army of wizards has a large number of people, almost 1,000 people. It is the army of wizards to which the Roman army belongs. Can match the power of the wizarding army composed of the power of the whole country, and only the wizarding army composed of the same power of the whole country. A tall and sturdy man appeared in front of Marks McClown, with his back facing Marks McClown and said, "Knight Commander Marks, you have worked so hard. I'm sorry that our rescue is late. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription." Chapter 770 Break the Enemy. Marks McClown smiled and said, "It's better to rescue late than not to rescue. If you are one step later, we will all be buried here!" Marks McClown had already noticed that the wizard army of the Roman army appeared nearby. Otherwise Marks McClown would not be so sure that the victory of the Knights of the Round Table and the Saxon wizard had not yet been determined. Marks McClown was in front of the army of the Roman wizard General Yaliban. With the participation of the Roman wizard army, the number advantage of the Saxon wizard army was immediately wiped out, and the original attack on the Knights of the Round Table would also be useless. Kevin's face became extremely ugly, and he glared at Aliban, and said, "Aliban, you actually showed up at this time." "Okay, it's great, I just caught it all." Aliban sneered, "Kevin, you are too naive to think, you still have a considerable number of Saxon wizards in the city, and now with the Saxon wizards of less than 1,000 people, you want to annihilate our Roman wizard army and the Knights of the Round Table?" Kevin snorted heavily and said, "What do you think you are? If you want to annihilate you, there is no need to use all of our 11 Saxon wizards." Marx McClown smiled and said, "In this case, I would like to see if your Saxon wizards are really so amazing." With that said, Marx McClown jumped up and held 2 magic wands high. The double holy sword is revealed. 2 huge lightsabers rose into the sky, thrust into the sky, with extraordinary momentum, without any stagnation, and slashed directly at the Saxon wizard. Aliban shouted angrily, "Kill!" The Roman wizards under his command held up their magic wands and killed the Saxon wizards with red eyes. The Knights of the Round Table were not to be outdone, and tried their best to charge their magic power towards the Saxon wizard. Naturally, the Saxon wizards would not stand in place waiting for the slaughter. They cast powerful attack spells, gritted their teeth and rushed forward. The scene was extremely tragic for a while. The huge lightsaber was heavily smashed. Due to the Round Table Knights and Roman wizards, the Saxon wizards did not form a unified defense. The power of the lightsaber was maximized. The sharp sword intent and the domineering sword intent of the king flooded the Saxon wizards. Among the Saxon wizards faced Marxi's 2 huge lightsabers that ruined the sky and the earth, as if the snow hit the lava. These Saxon wizards couldn't even make a sound. They were directly split in half, and the dead could not die again. The Saxon wizards themselves are already a little overwhelmed with long-distance attacks on their bodies. Fighting and crushing the Knights of the Round Table is acceptable, but with the addition of the Roman wizards, the disadvantages of the Saxon wizards have been infinitely expanded, directly leading to the defeat of the Saxons. Kevin looked at all this with a pale face. How could it be possible? Wasn't the Saxon wizard still on the side of crushing just now? Why did he suddenly become the weak being slaughtered? What makes Kevin the most unacceptable is Marxi, who turns crises into life again and again. Every time he encircles and suppresses Marxi, he feels that he can kill Marxi, but why does Marxi escape from his palm again and again, this time directly when slaughtering his own subordinates? Kevin had a sweet chest and almost fainted with anger. Cool Tiger, seeing that the situation was not good, there was a Saxon wizard who quickly grabbed Kevin and fled towards mass area. There is still an army of Saxon wizards in the city. There is hope as long as they return to the city. The remaining Saxon wizards were not so lucky. Under the double blow of the Knights of the Round Table and the Roman wizards, they were killed and wounded. The bodies of the Saxon wizards covered the entire area, very tragic. The defeat of the Saxon wizards was also seen by the Germanic army of Massaria. The Saxon wizards who originally existed in their hearts were actually defeated like this, or were they slaughtered like a dog? A panic spread rapidly from the hearts of the Germans. They could not accept the facts before them. Facing the Roman army in front of them, they were slowly full of panic. Even the Saxon wizards were defeated. How could they defeat the Roman army? Longa's face was pale. He slapped the city wall desperately, and said angrily, "Kevin, this rubbish. How can he lose to the Knights of the Round Table? It's really rubbish." The wizards and generals around Longa are also bloodless. Although there are still a certain number of Saxon wizards in the city, the defeat of the Saxon wizard army led by Kevin is everyone's eyes. This is a fatal blow to German morale! In the distance, Arthur stared at Massaria. At the moment when he saw Marxi and the Roman wizard defeating the Saxon wizard, Arthur was stunned and said in disbelief, "Marxi defeated the army of Saxon wizards?" The British generals beside Arthur also looked at each other. I thought that they were able to hold on to this war and it was already very good. Who knew that Marx McClown could defeat the Saxon wizard army? A British general stepped forward and asked, "Master Arthur, are we going to attack?" Arthur looked at Massalia, who was already in chaos 733, and said calmly, "No, Wait a while. The Germans are also elites in battle, and they don't collapse so easily. Seeing the defeat of the Saxon wizards, the Roman army intensified its attack on Massalia, and the Germans clung to Massalia. Although there was a stalemate for a while, the inner fear of the Germans could not be concealed, and it could be seen that the Germans had begun to shrink back. I breathed a sigh of relief when standing on the battlefield full of corpses of Saxon wizards. Fortunately, the Roman army rescued in time, otherwise it is estimated that he and the Knights of the Round Table would be lying on the ground now. However, it is not the time to be taken care of. Although the army of Saxon wizards was defeated by them, there are still a considerable number of Saxon wizards in Massalia. Coupled with the fact that the number of Germans far exceeds that of Rome and Britain, this war can only say that they have gained a lot of advantages, but they have not been completely crushed. Chapter 771, Nightmare Existence. Caliban stepped forward and said, "Knight Commander Marx, thanks to you this time, otherwise we would not have such a good chance to annihilate the Saxon wizard." "Cool Tiger." Marx McClown smiled lightly and said, "Don't thank me first. The situation is still not clear. There are Saxon wizards in Massalia, and Kevin is still alive. Unless they are dealt with, we can't say that we won." Caliban nodded and said, "Knight Commander Marx, what do you think we should do?" Marx McClown's strength has been recognized by Caliban, so Caliban is also very humbly to ask Marx for advice. Marx McClown said, "Although everyone is quite tired, but now is not our time to rest. We have to take advantage of the situation to chase, call everyone, cooperate with the Roman army to attack Massalia, and take down Massalia in one go." Caliban was taken aback and looked at the Round Table knights and Roman wizards around him. Most of them were wounded and panting. Even if they fought again, their combat power would be less than half of the usual. In other words, the Saxons are the most powerful wizarding clan of the Germanic nation, and it is necessary to pay a certain price to annihilate this team. Caliban frowned and said, "Knight Commander Marx, but there are too many people injured, brothers. Don't you want to fix it? Not to mention that you Round Table knights are all injured. I am afraid it will be difficult to fight." Marx McClown said, "We repair, and the Saxon wizards are even more capable of repairing. There are still a considerable number of wizards living in their city. If they are given a chance, it will be even more difficult for them to conquer Massalia next time." "Do you know?" Caliban sighed. He naturally understood this truth, but now that the Knights of the Round Table and the Roman wizards were in this state, they would have to pay a great price to attack again. This was not the result that Caliban wanted. Marx McClown said, "There is no sacrifice in a war." "How can you win the war if you are afraid of sacrifice?" Marx McClown raised his head and looked at the exhausted Knights of the Round Table, and shouted, "We have to continue fighting. Is there anyone who can do it?" The Knights of the Round Table propped up their tired bodies and shouted, "We can continue to fight." Marx McClown nodded heavily and said, "The end of Saxon has come. Now let us give them the final blow." Caliban saw that the Knights of the Round Table, who had been ruined in this way, could rise to fight, and he bowed his head in shame. The Knights of the Round Table and the powerful Saxon wizard have been entangled for so long, and now they are still full of fighting spirit. How could they shrink back? Caliban shouted, "The brothers of the Knights of the Round Table are all good guys, and our brothers in Rome can't show weakness. Let's break this bullshit Massalia together." The wizards of Rome also struggled from the ground, raising their wands and roaring. The blood of the Knights of the Round Table infected them. How could they avoid fighting? Caliban yelled, "The city of Massalia is in front of you, Roman wizards, follow me to charge." Marx McClown also waved his big hand, and the Knights of the Round Table followed behind Marx McClown and rushed towards Massalia city with red eyes. Cool Tiger. In Massalia, the Germans at this time were already in a mess. The defeat of the Saxons caused them great horror. Although Longle has been maintaining the order of the Germans, after all, it is a huge army of hundreds of thousands. How can morale be restored so casually? Marx and Caliban led many wizards to assist the Roman army in attacking the walls of Massalia. In front of the wizards, Ordinary soldiers were just fate of being slaughtered. With the assistance of Mark's Eye and other wizards, the Roman army quickly conquered the walls of Massaria and expelled German soldiers to the city. The Saxon wizards in Massaria were not without resistance, but the defeat of Kevin's Saxon wizards gave them too much panic. In addition, Kevin's life and death were unknown, and the Saxon wizards in the city were fighting each other. Failing to form an effective counterattack, they can only be divided and killed one by one. Longa's face was very ugly. He had already seen the decline of the Germanic army. If he did not decisively withdraw his troops, all Germans would die here. Marshal Longa can't hesitate anymore. The city wall has fallen. If we don't lead the army to break through the siege, we will be trapped in Massaria. A German general came forward to remind Longa. Longa took a deep breath and said, withdraw the troops and retreat to Barton Mountain. As long as the soldiers are still there, everything can be recovered. Longa had just given the order to retreat. Suddenly, a small but imposing army attacked and killed it from afar, and appeared behind the Germanic army. It was the British army led by Arthur. Longa looked at the sudden appearance of Arthur's British army in shock, and roared, "Arthur, you mean villain!" Longa never expected that an Arthur would be killed at such a critical time. Although the German army was defeated this time, the Germans also had a superior number of people. In addition, the Germans have always been well trained. As long as they retreat in an orderly manner, they will not lose too much. But the British army that appeared before us was different. The Roman army has been fighting for a long time with good money. It is exhausted. It is a bit difficult to pursue the well-trained Germanic army. However, the British army has been watching from a distance. To the defeated Germans, it is simply a nightmare existence. The German soldiers also spotted the British troops appearing on their retreat path, and they yelled as if they had seen a ghost. The bloody German soldiers yelled at the British soldiers, trying to rush forward and desperately. There were also German soldiers kneeling on the ground resigning their lives, and had lost their desire for victory in the war. Chapter 772, Is it too late? The German army is finally in chaos. Arthur looked at the chaotic Germanic army with excitement and shouted, "All British warriors, prepare your swords and slaughter these demons." The more than 20,000 British soldiers behind Arthur seemed to have taken aphrodisiac. One was more vigorous than the other. The swords in his hands were constantly waving. The Germans caused too much harm to them. Many of them were compatriots, brothers and sisters, and parents. The relatives died at the hands of the Germans. Plus cool tiger. At this time, they were given such a good opportunity. Naturally, they would not let any Germans go, and let them taste the taste of a butcher knife. The British army was like a sharp sword, directly pierced into the hearts of the Germans. The Germans collapsed when touched. At the moment of touching, the heads of countless Germans were chopped off, one after another being chopped off to the ground. The British army was like the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, crushing hundreds of thousands of Germanic troops. The Germans no longer cared about orderly escape or military rules and regulations, and fled out of the city. The Germanic army finally collapsed. The soldiers of the Roman army cheered 587, raised their blood-stained swords, and slashed the Germanic troops that were like wolves to the ground one by one, and attacked the city of Massaria. In front of the Romans, these Germans were all they were, beasts waiting to be slaughtered, and they could only be killed one by one. In the central administration hall of Massaria, Longa's face was pale. The Germanic army has been defeated and there is no chance of turning over. All the illusions made before have disappeared. Let alone the King of Gaul, let alone conquering Rome and Britain. Longa can now save his own life. Not bad. Some German generals stepped forward in a panic and asked anxiously, "Marshal Longa, the troops are all defeated, what should we do?" Longa tried his best to maintain his stability, and said, "Assemble the guards, we will withdraw north and leave immediately." "I'm thinking about running away now. Is it too late?" A familiar voice appeared in Longa's ears. Longa suddenly turned his head and saw a face he could never forget. Marx McClown. BBBG. Longa gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Marx McClown, we Germans will never let you go. Just wait for our Germans to retaliate." Marx McClown smiled indifferently. "Okay, I would like to see how you retaliate against me, but before that, let's leave your head behind." As soon as Marx McClown's voice fell, the figure disappeared in front of everyone, directly fleeing into the apparition. The German generals hurriedly surrounded Longer. They had already seen that Marx I wanted to attack Longer, but how could these ordinary moles resist Marx I's methods? Marx McClown appeared again. The phantom was already visible behind Longer, his wand lightly pressed against Longer's back, and a lightsaber made of magic power penetrated the stomach of Longer's body and penetrated from Longer's chest. Longer's eyes were straight, staring at the lightsaber on his chest. He didn't even think that he would die in Marx McClown's hands, and such a generation of heroes would die. When the surrounding German generals saw Longer's death, they also knew that the situation was over, and fled everywhere. Marx McClown didn't care about these Germanic generals. In this chaotic situation, these people would naturally be killed by the soldiers of the Roman army and the British army. Instead, Marx McClown cares about the missing Kevin. According to what Kevin said, he is also the leader of the Saxon wizards. There must be some amazing hole cards hidden in his hand. In addition, there are still a certain number of Saxon wizards in the city. Kevin can't disappear without a shadow, without a trace, as if disappeared from mass area suddenly. Marx McClown raised his head and looked into the sky. The high-altitude battle was also nearing an end. Merlin was Merlin after all, and Smudley was still slightly behind Merlin, and the German army had been defeated. Smudley shook his wand a few times, forced Merlin back, and fled away. Merlin didn't intend to chase him to death, but slowly landed on the head of mass area. The Germanic army in the city had been slaughtered, and countless Germans escaped from mass area, fleeing all over the mountains. Although the Roman and British allied forces defeated the Germanic army, there was still a gap in number. More Germans took advantage of the chaos and fled to the north. Merlin appeared in front of Marx McClown and smiled and said, "Marx McClown, it's all up to you this time." After this battle, the Germans should be completely helpless. "We are safe in Britain." Marx McClown shook his head and said, "No, it's too early to say this. Both Kevin and Smudley have escaped. As long as they don't die for a day, we will never have peace." Merlin was taken aback and said, "Didn't Kevin be defeated by you?" Marx McClown nodded and said, "That's what I said. But at that time Kevin directly left all the Saxon wizards under his command and fled directly back to mass area, so I also lost his trace." Merlin frowned and said, "This is not very good. Although Kevin's personal strength is not very good, he has some ability to become the leader of the Saxon clan. If he runs away, it is not very good." Marx McClown said, "That's right. Plus the Saxon wizards in mass area have all disappeared before they are annihilated. This is also very doubtful. It should be that Kevin has long felt that the situation is not good and led the Saxon wizards to escape first." Merlin let out a sigh of relief and suddenly asked, "Where is Arthur?" Marx McClown pointed to the outside of mass area and said, "The Germanic army is defeated. Arthur guesses that he will lead the British army to beat down the dog." As soon as Marx McClown's voice fell, he immediately realized that it was not good, and said, "No, we quickly find Arthur. If Arthur is caught in the trap of Kevin and Smudley, it will be over." Chapter 773 The fish die and the net is broken. Merlin also nodded, and the two directly rode on the flying broomstick and drove out of mass area. Now only the two of them are still fighting. The Roman army that has been fighting for a day has long been exhausted, and the Knights of the Round Table and the Roman wizards also suffered heavy losses. The two riding broomsticks chasing the trail of the British army, moving fast toward the north of mass area, and flying high in the sky for quite a while, before Marx I and Merlin saw the British army chasing the Germans in the distance. At this time, everyone in the British army was stained with blood, but most of them were Germanic. All of them were full of energy, and even the swords in their hands had been chopped down. showing how many Germans died. Marks McClown and Merlin caught up with the British army. Arthur saw the two of them and immediately stopped the advancement of the army. He laughed and said, "Marks McClown, Merlin, how come our two great heroes came here? I want to kill some Germans. People, vent your anger." Merlin said, "We were afraid that you were in danger, so we chased it out. Both Kevin and Smudley are missing." Marks McClown nodded, and said, "McClowns, I'm afraid that you will get red eyes and fall into their trap." Arthur's heart warmed and said, "It shouldn't be possible. The Germans are already defeated like this. How come there will be time to ambush me?" Marks McClown said, "It's always good to be cautious. Fine now." Merlin looked at the German soldiers who were still fleeing, and said, "These Germans should be fleeing to Barton Mountain. Don't chase them, Arthur. They have already killed many people in this war." Arthur thought it too. So far, the Germans have lost more than half of their people in this war. Such casualties are enough to hurt the Germans. Marks McClown also said, "McClowns, Arthur, you first order the British army to surround Mount Barton, and wait for the Roman army and the Round Table Knights to recover before giving the Germans a fatal blow. Don't rush in now." Arthur pondered for a moment, and agreed. After all, the gains from this war far exceeded his estimates, and there was no need to go on, so he directly ordered the British army to encircle Mount Barton. At Barton Mountain, tens of thousands of Germanic remnants are scattered all over the mountains. Many people are actually unharmed, but their courage has been scared and they don't want to fight anymore. At the highest point, in a simple tent, Kevin and Smudley sat looking at each other. Kevin's face flushed red, and he could see Kevin's angry mentality at this time. Smudley said indifferently, "Leader Kevin, the Germanic army has been defeated. I suggest you stop staying here, just retreat." Kevin squinted and said, "Do you think Arthur would let us go so easily?" Smudley's face condensed and shook his head. "The Germans captured the whole of Gaul and also invaded Britain, killing so many people. How could Arthur and others easily let them go?" Kevin continued, "So we have a mortal ending. You can't run away. Merlin will stare at you." Smudley's face changed, and said, "What do you mean, Kevin?" Kevin sneered, "You know what I mean. We are already on the same boat, and no one can do without." Smudley snorted softly, glared at Kevin, and said, "What are your ideas now?" Kevin slowly raised his head and said, "Today's World War I, the Roman army and the Knights of the Round Table were unable to regain their combat effectiveness in a short time. Only the British army could pose a threat to us." Smudley nodded slowly, but the British army was not what they could resist. Many Germans had long lost their confidence, and it was impossible for them to fight again. There are only 100 Saxon wizards left under Kevin, not to mention Merlin. Even Marks I can hold this wizard army. Kevin continued, "We can't give the Roman army and the Knights of the Round Table time to recover. We must defeat the British army before that." Smudley said, "Our strength can no longer compete with the British army. Not to mention that Marks I and Merlin have rushed over now. Find flowers. Middle. Kevin shook his head and said, "No, I know you still have a whole card in your hand, and your strength hasn't really been used yet." Smudley's face sank and said, "What do you mean? Even if I have a whole card in my hand, Merlin will have any whole cards in his hand, so that compared with Merlin, Merlin will be better after all." Kevin said, "But I also have a whole card in my hand. Our Saxons are not so easy to be underestimated." Smudley was taken aback and looked at Kevin. Kevin's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with something called madness. "It seems that Kevin is ready to fight hard," Smudley sighed. "Now he can't hide himself in this form. He can only fight hard." Kevin took a deep breath and said, "You are responsible for stopping Marks I, and Merlin will be dealt with by me. As long as we can defeat the British army, we still have a chance." At the bottom of Barton Mountain, the British army camp encircled the entire Barton Mountain, and the surrounding water was impenetrable. Merlin stared at Barton Mountain from a distance, Beside Merlin, it was Mark-Cy and Arthur. Arthur asked, "Merlin, what are you looking at?" "Don't worry, our British army has surrounded Barton Mountain, and they can't escape." Merlin smiled and said, "Of course ordinary Germans can't escape, but Kevin and Smudley are powerful wizards." "Are you sure to keep them?" Old Arthur blushed and said, "Naturally, the two of them can't do it, but you still have to rely on you and Mark-Cy." Merlin said, "If our estimation is not wrong, the two of them should be ready to die with us and break the net. Chapter 774. The Ultimate Secret Technique. Arthur was taken aback for a moment and said, "How is it possible that we have given them a lot of face without going up the mountain? How can they still dare to fight us?" "Cool Tiger," Marks McClown said in an interface, "of course they dare, otherwise Merlin and I will not chase from mass area. How can I say that they are also the best among today's wizards? Such arrogant people want to surrender. It's that simple." Arthur grinned and said, "Merlin can fight Smudley alone. Mark-Cy's strength is easy to face against the remaining Saxon wizards. How can they fight us?" Marks McClown said, "Arthur might have underestimated the two of them. Didn't you think that they still have whole cards?" Arthur was taken aback and asked, how could it be possible that they had played out the cards in mass area for 17 inches, right? How could it be delayed until now? Marks McClown shook his head and said, "Mass area and the others lost too fast." Kevin never expected that the Roman wizards would suddenly appear, let alone that their Saxon wizards would be hit hard in Massalia. Kevin had no time to display his own whole cards. Merlin also said, "McClowns, Smudley is the same. Smudley and I are also conserving his own strength. His task is to contain me. He doesn't think he wants to smash me. Of course not. Show off your full strength." Cool exclamation mark hash. And it was then, now is now. Marks McClown turned around and said, "We surrounded them tightly on Mount Barton." And Merlin was also paying attention to the movements of the two of them. They couldn't escape, so naturally they would seek opportunities to fight hard with us. This is human nature, isn't it? Arthur's face sank and asked, "Then what should we do? Mass area can't support us for a short time. According to your statement, they are still very dangerous. Should we withdraw our troops?" "This is absolutely impossible." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Of course you can't withdraw troops. It is unrealistic to kill so many of us and want to go. Since they want to fight, we will accompany them. I want to see how much they can roll out with a dying blow." Storm. As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, a strange breath passed down from Barton Mountain and gradually spread. The three Marks McClown's expressions sank, and they all felt something was wrong. This strange breath is easy to distinguish. They immediately recognized it as Kevin's exclusive breath. But isn't Kevin far above Barton Mountain? Why does the breath spread so far, and so strange and strange? Arthur was surprised. Why does Kevin's breath smell of blood? This is too strange. Merlin, do you know what happened? Merlin said with a sullen face, "I don't know what's going on, but I can guess that this should be Kevin's whole card, and it is also the whole card of the Saxon wizard family for so long. It must be difficult to deal with." Marks McClown also had a serious expression. It was the first time he had encountered such a strange aura. Kevin's sudden aura must be abnormal, but he couldn't tell what was abnormal. Marks McClown raised her brows suddenly and said, "Be careful, everyone, Kevin and Smudley are here." The three raised their heads, and two figures appeared in the line of sight. It was Kevin and Smudley, but now Kevin looks a little different from usual, and his body seems to be bloated a lot. Except for the two, there was no figure behind them. The rest of the Germanic army and Saxon wizards were not followed. Only two people, Kevin and Smudley. Marks McClown's spiritual exploration spread, his face gradually became difficult to look, and said, "There are no more living things on Barton Mountain." Merlin and Arthur looked at Mark-Cy in surprise, and Arthur asked in shock, "What do you mean, Mark-Cy? What's the matter with no living thing?" Marks McClown took a light breath and said, "If you guessed it correctly, The reason why Kevin's breath rose so much, I'm afraid he killed everyone else. Marks McClown's words fell into the hearts of the two people. They thought many times what the secret spell of the Saxon clan was, and what might be the powerful result. But they never thought of the premise of this secret spell. The lives of countless people. Merlin looked very ugly, and said, "A Smudley's strength is very close to mine, and now Kevin's strength has skyrocketed to no less than mine. Arthur, you are always ready to order the British army to retreat. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in." Arthur nodded slightly. He also understood that the situation was critical at this time, not when he acted aggressively. Arthur stepped back slowly, and kept gesturing with a hand behind his back. The soldiers in the army also paid attention to Arthur's meaning when seeing this situation, and quickly organized the army. Kevin and Smudley hovered far away from the British barracks, and did not rush closer. Both closed their eyes, as if thinking about something. At the same time, Kevin's aura continued to skyrocket, but Smudley had suppressed his aura. If Smudley's figure were not visible to the naked eye, I am afraid they would not think that there was anyone in that position. Marks McClown stared at two people in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "They seem to have their real skills, otherwise they won't come here." Merlin also nodded and said, "But now they look a little bit wrong, why don't they attack us directly?" Marks 1.8 McClown replied, "It may be a price for them to display their whole cards. They still need some time." Arthur hid behind and said anxiously, "Then what are we waiting for? Go up and kill them. Otherwise, they will successfully display their cards. We can't give them this time." Merlin smiled bitterly, "Arthur, we also want to interrupt their cursing, but they dare to appear here so unscrupulously, it shows that they have no fear." Chapter 775 Become a God. Arthur was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Merlin pointed to the two people in the distance and said, "They are already enveloped by their magic power. This magical power is extremely terrifying, and most importantly, it also contains countless people's resentments." "Cool Tiger." Arthur looked a little unbelievable and asked, "Resentment? What resentment?" Marks McClown said, "The resentment we can feel should be composed of their grievances on Mount Barton. Once we get closer, we will be entangled by these grievances." Merlin turned his head and said to Marks McClown, "Okay, don't say anything else." Marks McClown, "They have cast their most powerful spell to improve their own strength, and we must have the corresponding strength to be able to do it." Contend. Marks McClown's face was very solemn, and Kevin had already reached the level of Merlin's improvement at this time, plus Smudley, who was not inferior to Merlin, actually had two Merlin-level powerhouses in front of them. Although Marks McClown is not bad in strength, it still has a certain gap compared to the 11 levels of Merlin. Merlin can deal with one of Kevin and Smudley. If Marks McClown cannot compete with either one, the result will be unthinkable, including Arthur behind him and the annihilation of the British army. Merlin thought for a while, took out a dilapidated book from the wizard's robe and handed it to Marks McClown. "Marks McClown, take it." As soon as Marks McClown's eyes saw the name on the book, his pupils immediately shrank. "Isn't this book the Solomon's Key that Mark's eye has searched for at Hogwarts?" Marks McClown looked at Merlin and hesitated. "This is," Merlin said lightly, "this is Solomon's Key. Legend has it that this book was written by Solomon. It is a magic book about the deepest magic. As long as you can understand the meaning of the book, you can break through the strongest one possesses. The big magic control means, to a higher level, can also be said to be a step toward the level of gods." Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "The level of God?" Merlin didn't mean the slightest joking on her face, and said, "McClowns, it is God. No matter how powerful a man is, it is ultimately limited, but the power of God is endless. This book makes people become gods." Marks McClown burst his mouth and said nothing. In the previous days, he had been searching for the so-called Solomon's Key at Hogwarts, and spent a lot of time and energy. Marks' eye did indeed get Solomon's Key as she wished. However, Marks McClown has never been able to interpret this book. This is also Marks McClown's constant heartache. But now, Merlin personally gave the book to Marks McClown, which is definitely a great shock to Marks McClown. Merlin looked at Mark's eye and said, "Do you want to know the contents of this book?" Marks McClown's heart tightened, staring at Merlin closely, wanting to see something from Merlin's face. However, there was nothing on Merlin's face that made Marks McClown feel uneasy. He just looked at Marks McClown indifferently, as if he was just telling something very ordinary. Without waiting for Mark's eye's answer, Merlin said to himself, "To interpret this Solomon's key, you need some very special assistance to truly read the content. Among them are the 72 pillars that seal the demon god, also known as the demon pillar." Marks McClown's heart suddenly lifted and stared at Merlin closely. He could realize that what Merlin was talking to him now was very important to him. Merlin continued, "In the legend, Solomon sealed the 72 demon gods, and sealed their souls and spirits into the 72 demon gods. As long as these 72 demon gods are obtained, he can interpret it in a true sense. This is Solomon's key." Marks McClown asked, "Where are these 72 demon pillars and how can they be obtained?" Marks McClown also seemed a little urgent at this time. His strength has almost reached the bottleneck period. This Solomon key is the key to his strength to a higher level. Now hearing such useful information for him, Marks McClown naturally pay attention. Merlin shook his head slowly, and said, "The devil's pillar has already been destroyed. Most of the demon gods have either disappeared or fled away. I am afraid that the world will never see the true face of the devil's pillar again." Marks McClown frowned. According to Merlin's statement, wouldn't anyone ever be able to interpret the Book of Solomon's key? Seeing Marks McClown frowning, Merlin suddenly smiled and said, "Although the demon pillar has disappeared, as long as it can collect the breath of the demon pillar, it can play the same role. Of course, it can also interpret the key of Solomon." As he said, Merlin pulled out his wand and waved it slowly. One after another, small bottles flew out of Merlin's wizard robes and suspended in midair. These small bottles have different shapes. Some are carved with evil spirits and emit a disgusting purple light, while others look 503 very high. Serene, glowing white light seems to be able to purify the soul. Merlin showed an obsessive look on his face and said, "Did you see it? These are the aura of the 72 demon pillars." Marks McClown stared at him, and there were 72 small bottles of various shapes suspended in the air. You can see the extraordinary features of these bottles at a glance. Any bottle spreading out can cause a sensation in the world, but Merlin is relying on it with my own means. I collected the aura of these 72 demon pillars. Merlin smiled and said, "Kevin and Smudley will probably take a while before they can truly develop combat effectiveness. Just take this time to get your sense of the key of Solomon. Even if your strength is improved a little, it is a great help for us." Marks McClown glanced at Kevin and Smudley, who were silent in the distance. When the two woke up, they were the biggest crisis they were about to face. Chapter 776. The Ultimate Magic. Marks McClown didn't even bother to think about what Merlin meant when she told her this secret, and walked slowly towards the 72 demon pillar breath bottles floating in the air. 72 aura bottles of demon god pillar surrounded Marks McClown, and the key of Solomon in Marks McClown's hand slowly radiated light, as if it had opened a new world, slowly sucking Marks McClown into this world. Marks McClown was surrounded by endless rays of light. The light slowly weakened, and Marks McClown could gradually see the scene in front of him. Mark's eye is like being thrown into space. There are endless galaxies and meteorites in front of him. Mark's eye is moving fast in space. One after another, planets pass by, disappear, and reappear. Mark's eye looks at this in shock. The magnificent scene was unconsciously attracted by the laws. These galaxy meteorites have their own laws. A bit fast, some are slow, some are fast and sometimes slow. That is, every galaxy follows the law, so the universe will run in such an orderly manner, without intruding each other. Do not interfere with each other. Marks McClown was slowly immersed in it, feeling the magical power of nature. In the face of nature, the power of humans is simply not worth mentioning. How stupid it is to challenge the power of heaven and earth with manpower. Although he and Merlin had successfully defeated nature before, it was nothing but the nature of a desert, not the nature of a country, nor the nature of a continent, nor the nature of a planet. What's more, outside the planet, there is an infinitely vast and vast universe. Marks McClown looked at the sky full of stars. A planet slowly appeared in front of Marks McClown. The blue ocean. The land with ravines. Marks McClown recognized that this is the Earth. Mark's eye smashed into the Earth like a meteorite, but Mark's eye didn't feel any discomfort. But the scene before him changed without any burden. Cool tiger. This is the Earth before being ruled by humans. The Earth is full of towering trees. The density of trees is dozens of times more spectacular than every forest seen by Mark's eye. The sky is also extremely clear, without any artificial breath. Mark's eye looked at the most primitive Earth, and the world in front of him was very clear. It could even be said that Mark's eye could see the trajectory and conditions of all things movement. Marks McClown looked at the world in front of him, which was completely different when he saw the world at ordinary times, and slowly understood a little Mingwu. Everything in the world has its own way and law of movement. This is the case in the entire universe, even as small as a leaf. This is the law that these objects are born with, and they will not change in any way. There was a flower in front of Marks McClown's eyes, and the world in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes. Towering trees were cut down on the ground by humans, rivers were transformed and diverted by humans, and the emergence of humans continued to transform the world. Humans built villages, planted fields, raised livestock, even built cities, weapons, gunpowder, and so on. The world is constantly changing according to what mankind thinks, and it gradually becomes a place suitable for humans to live in. On the Earth, mankind can also obtain everything that mankind wants to obtain. Slowly, the human race became bigger and bigger. After solving their own food and clothing problem, some of the human beings wanted to get more. So countries appeared, and kings were born. McClowns, the profession of wizards, has also appeared. Magic has become the top power among human beings, and it is also what people want most. There are people in every corner of the earth practicing all kinds of magic. They want to master the secrets of magic and make themselves stronger. This is the reason why most people practice magic. But in the final analysis, magic is only a kind of power in the world, and human beings just want to achieve their own goals and satisfy their own by controlling this power. A stout man appeared in front of Marks McClown, with his back facing Marks McClown looking up at the sky. The magical powers all gathered around him, as if he were the source of magic, and the magical power in his hands was like his limbs. Freely use. A name appeared in Marks McClown's mind, Solomon. Standing on the top of the mountain, Solomon seemed to form a black hole, attracting the magic of the world. He seemed to be the magic itself. He gave an order to the magic, or even stipulated a rule, and all the magic acted according to his regulations. He has mastered the source of magic. Marks McClown suddenly realized that to surpass the limit of human power, he must master the laws of the world, the laws of all things, and if he wants to completely control magic, he must become the master of magic in a true sense and know how to control the laws of magic. Solomon turned back slowly with his back to Marks McClown, and Marks McClown also felt that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. He was about to explore a way of manipulating magic beyond the limit. But at the moment Mark's eye was about to see Solomon's face, Mark's eye was dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, Mark's eye had already returned to Merlin. Merlin looked at Mark's eye with concern, and asked, "Are you okay?" Marks McClown felt extremely regretful in her heart. Just now she was about to see Solomon's true face. As long as she saw Solomon himself, Marks McClown consciously thought that she could gain something, but who knew she was temporarily interrupted to come back. Marks McClown sighed softly and said, "I'm fine, it's just a little bit worse." Merlin was taken aback, and shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "This is also impossible. It took me a lot of time to comprehend the mystery of Solomon's key. At this point in time, you can't realize how much it is because original." With a wave of Merlin's hand, the 72 bottles of demon pillar aura filed in and returned to the wizard robe on Merlin. Chapter 777, The Battle to End the Age. Merlin withdrew Solomon's key from Mark's eye, and said, "Mark's eye, no matter whether your strength has improved, this fierce battle will be faced. Are you ready?" Marks McClown was stunned and looked into the distance. At this time, Kevin and Smudley had opened their eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot and they looked terrifying, and Arthur had led the British army to retreat. "Go to a safe place and watch yourself and Merlin closely. Marks McClown didn't have time to regret what had just happened, but backhanded out 2 magic wands, one black and one white, and said, "If you are not ready, there is nothing you can do. Get ready." Merlin nodded at Mark's eye, and said, "Protect yourself well and don't have any trouble." Marks McClown smiled indifferently, letting Merlin not worry about herself. Kevin in the distance laughed and said, "Marks McClown, Merlin, do you think you can escape now?" Smudley also smiled gloomily, and said, "Merlin, I don't think you can leave today." Merlin chuckled and said, "You really value yourself. Although I don't know what methods you have used to improve your strength, it is still a bit unrealistic to defeat me by relying on these strengths that are not 710 for you." Kevin sneered and suddenly opened his mouth, and all the surrounding souls were sucked into Kevin's stomach. Kevin was still a little dissatisfied with a hiccup, and said, "Merlin, how can you know our strength if you haven't tried it? But I can give you the bottom line. I have cast the blood curse of our Saxon clan, and the strength is not under yours." Merlin's eyes condensed. Although he didn't know what the so-called blood curse of the Saxons was, he could raise Kevin's strength to a level similar to his own. It was obvious that this so-called blood curse would not be easy to deal with. Plus cool, Tiger. With a light touch of Kevin's curse, a magical spear instantly pierced the ground behind Merlin, and shot a large hole in the wizard robe on Merlin's body. Marks McClown and Merlin looked at each other at the same time. You must know that it was Merlin who could hurt Merlin's clothes so easily. Kevin's strength at this time was indeed not a joke. Kevin sneered and said, "Merlin, let me be your opponent." This time, with a wave of the magic wand in Kevin's hand, the ground broke in half, and a bottomless gully appeared between Mark's eye and Merlin. Marks McClown and Merlin looked at each other. Neither of them panicked. Merlin moved his mouth a few times. Marks McClown could see that what Merlin said was to let him protect himself. Marks McClown nodded to Merlin, and turned to look at Smudley. This powerful wizard, who was no longer under Merlin's strength, did not know what secret spell was used to increase his power at this time. Even Marks McClown felt a little bit palpitations. Smudley looked at Mark's eye with a faint smile, and said, "Boy, kill yourself. Killing you is just tainting my hands." The corner of Marks McClown's mouth rose slightly, and said, "It seems that you are very confident in yourself." Smudley sneered, "Except for Merlin, there is no one worthy of my attention, including you. Don't think that you have done a few decent things that are so arrogant." In my view of Smudley, you are nothing but you. He is a savage kid who can only rampage. Marks McClown sneered and said, "The things you said are decent. Do you include the High Priest of the Saxons?" Smudley's face sank and said, "Boy, it seems that you don't want to end well today. In that case, I will fulfill you." Smudley grabbed the wand and waved it violently. With Smudley as the center, all the magic power was concentrated in the direction of Smudley BBEC. This scene is similar to that of Mark's eye in the Key of Solomon. What I saw was exactly the same. Marks McClown stared at Smudley closely. Although Marks McClown didn't show any face to Smudley in words, Marks McClown did not take Smudley any lightly. In any case, Smudley is also at the same level as Merlin. Judging from the current situation, he has surpassed the limit of human power and is definitely a strong enemy. While Marks McClown was vigilant in her heart, she was also observing Smudley's every move, slowly confirming with her own thoughts, "What is the law of magic? And how can we truly grasp the operation of magic? Smudley did not give Mark's eye a lot of time. Two giant wings formed by magic power appeared behind Smudley. Smudley was suspended in the air, watching Mark's eye like a god, and shouted, "Go die. Boy, it's an honor for you to die under my hands." The huge magical wings slammed behind Smudley, and the violent wind swept across the entire land. There were even obvious cut marks on the ground. This was because the wind was too strong. Armor bodyguard. Marks McClown's two magic wands pressed against his chest, and a layer of invisible shields defended against Marks McClown's front. Under the terrifying wind, Marks McClown's invisible shields also showed obvious cracks, which seemed impossible to resist. Marks McClown frowned. Although he had already thought of Smudley's strength, the strength displayed by Smudley at the moment still made Marks McClown feel very shocked. Crack! Before Marks McClown had time to think about it, a crisp sound rang in Marks McClown's ears. The invisible shield in front of Marks McClown shattered in an instant, and the endless wind cut through Marks McClown's body. The wizard's robe on Marks McClown's body was directly torn into countless long strips, swaying in the violent wind, and obvious bloodstains appeared on Marks McClown's body. If it weren't for Marks McClown's self-healing ability, I am afraid that Marks McClown has already was cut into countless pieces of minced meat. Despite this, Marks McClown's muscles were broken and healed, and then broken and then healed, and the black wizard robe on Marks McClown's body was slowly stained with blood. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 778. God-level War. Smudley laughed loudly. Marks McClown, I didn't expect you to have two tricks. Is this self-healing ability your whole card? I would like to see if your self-healing ability is stronger, or my destructive power is more powerful. Strong. Marks McClown knew that he couldn't be attacked by Smudley all the time, no matter how strong Marks McClown's self-healing ability was. He couldn't stand Smudley's indiscriminate bombardment. Marks McClown gritted his teeth and his figure moved, turning into a high-speed phantom lost in place. Smudley smiled coldly, pointed his wand at a place behind him, and shouted, "Go to hell." A powerful magic cannon blasted out, and a figure just appeared in that position. It was Mark's eye. The magic cannon blasted directly onto Marks McClown's body without any hindrance, and Marks McClown really resisted this powerful magic cannon. The magic cannon roared and shot Marks McClown directly into the earth. Boom! The earth seemed to undulate, and violent energy rushed out of the earth. The earth shattered into countless small pieces, and a deep pit appeared in its original location. Marks McClown was lying in the deep pit embarrassed, his clothes shattered, and the bloody parts of his body healed quickly. Marks McClown's face couldn't hide his surprise. He didn't perform a phantom shift just now, but a rapid movement based on the strength of his body. It shouldn't be traced to the trajectory of the space. And Marks McClown is quite confident about the strength of his body. It can be said that Marks McClown's body has surpassed the peak that human beings can reach, and Smudley is simply unable to keep up with his own speed. If you really want to explain why Smudley hit him, you can only say that it was Smudley's prediction of his movement. The key is that Smudley really got it. Smudley sneered, "Marks McClown, do you think high-speed movement is useful? You are too naive." Marks McClown climbed up from the pit, his eyes fixed on Smudley. If Smudley really guessed the location of Marks McClown would never believe it. "But why, Smudley, do you know where you are?" Marks McClown brows, and suddenly thinks of what he saw in Solomon's world before. If he wants to control magic, he must control the law of magic, and use it well to jump out of himself and mobilize the magic between heaven and earth. With that said, Smudley is able to control the magic of heaven and earth, so he can feel the subtle changes around him and discover his traces. Marks McClown looked at Smudley in his eyes full of jealousy. If it were really what he thought, it would be many times more difficult to defeat Smudley. Marks McClown's eyes glanced at the battlefield between Merlin and Kevin. Before Merlin and Smudley's battles were high in the sky, Marks McClown only slightly sensed the terrifying magic of the two. Now there is no army to do the burden. Mark's knight can clearly see the battle between the two. The greatly increased Kevin indeed has the strength to contend with Merlin. Merlin's powerful tornado is like a black hole, occupying a piece of land, while Kevin is incarnate as a scarlet giant, with countless blood covering Kevin and Merlin's black hole tornadoes compete against each other. The extra power of the two impacts even knocked down the distant forest, and all the trees fell in one direction, which was spectacular. Just when Mark's eye was distracted, a huge wind swept over again, smashing Mark's eye into the sky, and the fierce wind continued to cut Mark's eye's body. Mark's eye's body once again appeared with terrifying blood stains, and you can even see it inside. Bones. Smudley snorted heavily and said, "You dare to be distracted when you fight against me? I think you haven't died." Marks McClown tried his best to maintain his balance in midair, constantly enduring pain from all over his body, but his mind was constantly thinking about ways to deal with Smudley. Smudley can control magic power, and can also mobilize the magic power of heaven and earth. Except for the quality and quantity of his magic power, he can compare with him, but he can't match Smudley in any aspect. But this does not mean that Markseye has no chance. On the contrary, Markseye's biggest disadvantage is Markseye's biggest advantage. Middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. That's right. Markseye has not been able to feel the magic power between heaven and earth like Smudley and Merlin and others, let alone mobilize the magic power of heaven and earth. But Markseye's own physical fitness and the strength of his own magic power are not inferior at all as Smudley. In other words, as long as Markseye can seize an opportunity, it is possible for Markseye to counterattack successfully. Marks McClown's eyes narrowed, two magic wands pressed against his chest, and he shouted, "The double holy sword is revealed." The two magic wands were transformed into huge lightsabers, protecting Marks McClown in an X shape. Marks McClown's eyes were fixed on Smudley, the lightsaber in his hand no longer stagnated, and the huge lightsaber broke through the wind. Out. The sharp sword intent and the domineering sword intent of the king exploded at the same time, and the earth was split by the power of the two lightsabers, smashing into Smudley. Smudley sneered, "Just because of this you want to beat me? It's really right to say that you are naive." With a heavy wave of Smudley's wand, the magical power between heaven and earth violently condensed in front of Smudley to form a huge wolf head, with beastly eyes staring at the direction of Mark's light sword. Marks McClown didn't have any reservations. The two lightsabers generally smashed into Smudley. Wherever the lightsabers went, even the space made an overwhelming sound, slashing heavily on the wolf's head. The lightsaber plunged into the wolf's forehead, but did not cut it off. The wolf's head glared at Mark's eye, and his hideous fangs glowed grinning. Wow! The wolf's head slammed its mouth wide and made a harsh roar. Not only did the two lightsabers fail to split the wolf's head, but instead broke apart in front of the wolf's head. Even the two sword intents were shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 779 Qianlong out of the abyss. Marks McClown only felt that her chest was tight. A sweetness emerged from her chest. Her body smashed into the ground like a meteorite, and suddenly disappeared. Smudley laughed loudly and said, "Marks McClown, I had given you a chance. Now you know the consequences of offending me." Merlin also noticed the situation here from a distance. His brows inevitably frowned. If Marks McClown was defeated, Smudley took out his hand and Kevin attacked him at the same time. He was definitely not the opponent of the two. Merlin could only pray secretly that Markseye could stand up, otherwise the British army would lose in this final battle, at the cost of all their lives. Smudley sneered at Merlin in the distance, and said, "You won't have any chances. Marks McClown is bound to die today." 6 or 9 zeros are here. Merlin snorted heavily, and ignored what Smudley had said. Instead, he stared at Kevin intently. Kevin's threat was no longer under Smudley. If he was distracted, Kevin found a chance. It's in trouble. Smudley slowly landed on the ground. Smudley wanted to confirm Marks McClown's life and death. If Marks McClown had fallen, Smudley would not hesitate to do something to Merlin. And just as Smudley landed on the ground, a huge lightsaber suddenly penetrated the ground and pierced Smudley's magical wings. What? Smudley was taken aback. His magical wings broke into two pieces and dissipated in the air. Marks McClown broke out of the ground. His wand pointed straight at Smudley's face, and the huge magic power directed at Smudley. Plus cool, Tiger. Smudley's face sank, and he shouted, "Since you are so tenacious, I will let you see what absolute strength is." Smudley burst out with powerful magic power, and once again transformed into a wolf head. Marks McClown's magic impact on the wolf head did not cause any threat at all. Marks McClown gritted his teeth. Smudley can mobilize the magic power between heaven and earth. He himself has turned into the source of magic power. His own strength is not comparable to Smudley, no matter how he fights. This gap cannot be made up. When Marks McClown was thinking about the plan to deal with Smudley, the wolf head of Smudley's incarnation rushed to Marks McClown's magical power, and opened his mouth to kill Marks McClown. Marks McClown reacted abruptly, and at the last moment when the wolf's head bite down, he dodges to one side. The wolf's head closed together. Marks McClown felt that the surrounding air was agitated. If he was really in the wolf's mouth, I am afraid that there would be none. Fate. Cool Tiger, Smudley sneered, waving his magic wand continuously, and the wolf's head turned towards Mark's eye bit by bit. Mark's eye kept avoiding with his flexible figure, but this is no way to continue. Now Mark's eye needs a chance to fight back! Exclamation mark. The wolf's head kept biting towards Mark's eye. While Mark's eye apparated to avoid it, he kept looking in the direction of Smudley. Smudley also noticed Mark's eye's gaze and couldn't help but squint. He and Marks the Knight entangled in a lot of time. Although Kevin and Merlin were at a stalemate over there, Kevin said that he used secret spells to improve his strength. He was a temporary paper tiger. After all, his background was far behind Merlin. So Kevin is still an unstable factor. If something goes wrong on Kevin's side, it will be no good. Smudley must solve Mark's eye early and then team up with Kevin to defeat Merlin. So Smudley did not intend to waste time with Mark's eye. Smudley took a deep breath, and with a sudden movement of his magic wand, the wolf head in front of Mark's eye suddenly trembled, and the magic power between heaven and earth gathered again, and the magic power was quickly replenished behind the wolf head. The wolf head became a magical giant wolf. The wolf is almost as tall as half a hill. Marks McClown looked so small in front of the wolf, it was not enough to even bite the wolf between his teeth. Marks McClown looked at the huge magical wolf in front of him with a cold face. Although it was transformed by magic, Marks McClown had no doubt that the wolf possessed of destructive power. It was really a beast capable of destroying the world. What? The giant wolf looked down at Mark's eye high above, with indifferent gaze, as if looking at an ant on the ground. A giant foot lifted up and stepped heavily towards Mark's eye. Marks McClown's pupils shrank. Although this giant wolf was huge, but its speed was as good as his own. He realized that the wolf's feet had already come to him. Marks McClown's body rushed to one side. His wolf feet directly stepped on the place where he was just now, and the entire ground broke directly. Marks McClown could still feel the impact of the mountains and the sea. The strength of this magical wolf cannot be underestimated at all. Before Marks McClown recovered, the giant wolf stepped onto Marks McClown again. This time, the giant wolf opened his mouth toward Marks McClown, and rushed to Marks McClown with a thunderous force. Marks McClown was in a cold sweat behind him, and when he was about to continue to hide with his flexible body, suddenly his body stiffened suddenly, and he could not move. What is going on? How can this be? Marks McClown was struggling frantically on the spot, but everything was in vain. Marks McClown seemed to have been hit by the rooting curse, and was directly held in place. Marks McClown looked at Smudley in shock. At this time, Smudley sneered and looked at Mark's eye. The magic wand was pointing at Mark's eye. Mark's eye clearly saw a faint magical belt entwining him. The other end of the magical belt was connected to Smudley's wand. Hateful. Marks McClown kept trying to move her body, but it didn't work. Seeing that the giant wolf would bite on herself. I can take care of that much. Marks McClown's eyes revealed a fierce intent. Do you like to fight with me? Then I will fight for you too, Animagus. A dull low roar sounded from inside Marks McClown's body, as if a wild beast had awakened in Marks McClown's body. Chapter 780 Kill the Legend. The giant wolf in front of Marks McClown was also visibly stunned. Staring at Marks McClown blankly, a trace of blankness appeared in his eyes. Smudley also noticed the changes in the giant wolf. His face changed, he instilled more magic power, and shouted, "Kill him to death." The giant wolf regained its original animality in his eyes, and he bit down at Marks McClown, and immediately Marks McClown's small body was about to splash with blood. At this time, Marks McClown's body gradually changed. Pieces of pale golden scales appeared on Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown's body also became slender, and the whole person had undergone earth-shaking changes. The giant wolf bit on Marks McClown's body with one bite, but made a clanging, crisp sound. Smudley expected that the scene of Marks McClown's blood and light did not appear. Marks McClown actually used his body to hold the giant wolf hard. Bite. Smudley looked at Mark's eye in shock, and said in disbelief, "How is it possible?" "This is impossible. Marks McClown has already transformed into a huge golden dragon, and there is nothing inferior to the giant wolf." Instead, the eyes of the giant wolf looking at Marks McClown reveal the slightest timidity. This is the animagus of Marks the five-clawed golden dragon. Merlin also noticed the situation here, and the eyes that looked at Marks McClown revealed a hint of surprise. But Merlin just glanced at it for a while before paying attention. Plus cool, tiger. Smudley looked at the golden dragon incarnation of Mark's eye, and couldn't contain the anger in his eyes. With his powerful strength, Marks McClown could actually deal with him for so long, which in Smudley's eyes was an insult to him. However, Marks McClown had many cards in his hand, and he had no one-shot attack on Marks McClown, so he could not defeat Marks McClown at all. The magic wolf roared at the golden dragon incarnation of Marks McClown. This magic wolf also had a certain degree of wisdom. He felt a dangerous aura from Marks McClown's body, making the magic wolf also have a certain guard against Marks McClown. Heart of Marks McClown opened his own dragon eyes and stared at the magic wolf in front of him. Although Mark's eye animagus turned into a dragon and possessed the power to fight the magic wolf, Marks McClown also knew that animagus needs his own magical support. Even if he is now, he cannot maintain the dragonized form of animagus for too long. Smudley's magic wolf is different. Smudley is a powerful wizard who can mobilize the magic of heaven and earth, which means that as long as there is magic power in the world, Smudley can maintain the existence of the magic wolf. Therefore, it is impossible to win Smudley by simply spending time with Smudley. Marks McClown's eyes narrowed, the huge dragon body swayed, and the huge dragon tail slapped towards the magic giant wolf's position. The magic giant wolf did not dodge, but directly bit Marks McClown's dragon tail. The huge impact of the dragon's tail slammed the magic wolf aside, and the giant wolf smashed to the ground, and huge cracks broke out in the ground again. The giant wolf roared and glared at Marks McClown. His magically transformed body was constantly trembling. Marks McClown's damage to the magic wolf obviously angered the self-esteem of the giant wolf. The magic wolf leapt sharply, and was about to fight with the golden dragon incarnation of Mark's eye. Marks McClown, who was incarnation of a golden dragon, narrowed his eyes and seemed to be taken aback. Smudley's wand was swung down heavily in the distance. He also noticed Marks McClown's abnormality. Now is his good opportunity. The giant wolf leapt, and his huge body had already jumped into the air, and he was about to strike Marks McClown with a thunderous blow. The golden dragon in the incarnation of Marks McClown suddenly wobbled its tail, and the huge body did not see a trace of stagnation. and rushed straight to the ground. The target was Smudley. Smudley was taken aback, and immediately thought of Marks's plot. Marks McClown's so-called stunnedness just now was just a trick to make himself think that Marks McClown was distracted, and tried his best to fight back against Marks McClown, who knew that Marks McClown was using "you can fight back directly against yourself." Smudley secretly said that it was not good, but Smudley did not panic. After all, he is a top wizard who has been famous for a long time. How could he be frightened by Marks's sudden attack? Smudley immediately put his wand on his chest. His own magic rushed out, forming a wolf head shield in front of Smudley, looking indestructible. Marks McClown's incarnation of the golden dragon claw stretched out, and the huge dragon claw was pinched directly on the wolf head shield. The huge magical power of the two collided with each other. The huge impact force even shattered the ground, and countless rubble flew in the air. Smudley was Smudley after all, and the temporarily condensed wolf head shield was not something Marks McClown could break through. There was a fundamental gap between the strength of the two. Smudley sneered at the golden dragon incarnation of Marks, and said, "Just these little tricks want to defeat me? I really have to say that you are extremely naive." Marks McClown's dragon pupil did not appear to be discouraged because the attack did not work. On the contrary, he looked at Smudley a little jokingly, as if the party being teased was Smudley. Being stared at by Marks's eyes, 787 Smudley was uncomfortable. When he saw that Smudley was about to wave his wand and summon the magic wolf, holy sword revealed. A huge lightsaber pierced the wolf head shield in front of Smudley, and then pierced Smudley's fragile body. The sneer that Smudley was still hanging on his lips instantly solidified, staring at Marks in front of him. Marks McClown regained his body in an instant, and his wand was directly on Smudley's chest, and a huge blood hole appeared in Smudley's chest. Marks McClown smiled lightly. "Your strength is indeed much stronger than me, but that is because you can use the magic of heaven and earth to suppress me. Your personal strength alone may not be much better than me." Marks McClown slowly drew out his magic wand. A cavity of blood gushing out of Smudley's chest poured on the ground, and the magic wolf summoned by Smudley also slowly dissipated in the air. Smudley fell into a pool of blood, convulsing all over his body. And it was all right. Chapter 781 Resident Evil. Merlin in the distance also noticed the situation here, and laughed loudly and said, as expected of Marks, "This kind of situation can be counter-killed. It's really amazing." The Scarlet Giant incarnate by Kevin moved a distance from Merlin, and he also noticed the defeated Smudley, his face gloomy as if dripping water. Cool Tiger. The Scarlet Giant slowly melted, revealing the appearance of Kevin in it. Kevin landed on the ground, staring at Marks, and said, "Marks, you have surprised me again. Even Smudley I can't beat you." Marks McClown shrugged casually, and said, "Whether Smudley wins or loses, you are just a battle between trapped beasts. Do you think you can turn things around with the two of you?" Merlin also dissipated the huge tornado and landed on the ground. Marks McClown is right. The German army and the Saxons have disappeared. The Roman army will soon be killed. You have no way to survive. Kevin looked at Marks, and Merlin suddenly burst into laughter, laughed so wildly, as if he was the final winner. Kevin walked slowly to Smudley and said, "Do you really think you won this war? Do you really think you defeated our Saxons?" Marks McClown and Merlin glanced at each other, and both saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Does Kevin still have any whole cards that he has not used? Kevin raised his wand and plunged it straight into Smudley's chest. Smudley's already dysfunctional body shuddered, and he actually stood up slowly, with a strange expression that made his heart chill. Kevin grinned and said, "Let you take a look at the ultimate curse of the Saxons, the curse of blood." Kevin pressed his hand on Smudley, and the blood from Smudley flowed out at a faster rate, and the blood in the whole body seemed to be drawn out all at once. According to common sense, normal people should have died long ago in this situation, but Smudley paled, stood up straight, and became energetic again. Marks McClown frowned and said, "What kind of curse is this? Smudley should be dead." Merlin was also very confused, and said, "Smudley should be dead. This is because Kevin used a special method to activate his vitality, but there will be no major problems. It is just a living corpse and nothing big problem." As soon as Merlin's voice fell, Kevin and Smudley burst into dazzling blood, and countless drops of blood flew into the distance, especially towards the top of Barton Mountain. The silent Barton Mountain slowly became noisy. Marks McClown's face became very ugly. He had already guessed what Kevin's evil black magic had. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown said, "This ... Kevin is not resurrecting the German army and the Saxons, right?" Merlin thought of this too, and said with a sullen face: "It seems to be what you said." When the two of them were guessing, countless black spots appeared on the top of Barton Mountain, and they staggered down the mountain. The sharp-eyed Mark's eye could see at a glance. Those were German soldiers and Saxon wizards who had died. The blood inside everyone's body, all were evacuated, turned into living corpses and walked down the mountain. "This is an army of living corpses." Kevin grinned and said, "How about, my army is all resurrected? Can you still laugh now?" Kevin drew his wand out of Smudley's body, and as expected, no blood was brought out. Smudley had lost his life, but survived as a living corpse. Merlin murmured, "How can such black magic exist?" Kevin cruelly said, "This forbidden magic that can only be performed at the cost of a god-level legendary wizard's body is indeed very expensive at first glance. After all, how many wizards are of the same level as Merlin in the world?" "What? I'm afraid I can count with one hand. But I want to thank you, Mark's eye. If it weren't for you, maybe I didn't have any chance to use this magic. Fortunately, you sent such a corpse in time to allow me to sacrifice. Now it seems the power of magic, it is indeed worthy of its high price." Kevin couldn't help laughing. "And I have prepared my blood curse on Mount Barton a long time ago. Not only everyone who died on Mount Barton will be resurrected, but even all in mass area. The corpses will be resurrected, and I will regain hundreds of thousands of troops." As if to confirm Kevin's statement, extremely dazzling blood burst out from Mount Barton, and countless drops of blood flew out, exactly in the direction of mass area. Merlin grumbled and said, "If it's really like what Kevin said, I'm afraid we will suffer this time. The resurrected army of living corpses is formed, not to mention our British army. Even the Roman army can't contend against Kevin." Indeed, in order to deal with the German army and the Saxons, Britain and Rome had sacrificed enough. If the German army and the Saxons were resurrected again, Britain and Rome would definitely not be rivals. Marks McClown nodded emphatically and said, "What should we do? We can't win if this continues." Merlin carefully looked at the blood drops flying in the sky, and said, "Although I have not heard of this Saxonly's blood curse, you should be able to feel it. The blood is drawn and spread out by mental power." In other words, Kevin used the blood to control the army of living corpses. Marks McClown nodded, and said, "I feel it." Just like Smudley, he was already dead. Kevin took away all the blood from Smudley, and then poured blood containing his own mental power. This is the main reason for Smudley's resurrection, and other living corpses are probably the same principle. As soon as Marks McClown's words fell, tens of thousands of untidy corpses had already rushed down from Barton Mountain. Chapter 782, The Truth of the World. These living corpses are the same as Marks McClown said. Everyone is shriveled and there is no blood in the body at a glance, but everyone has weak mental fluctuations in their bodies, and it is Kevin's mental power that controls them. Marks McClown sighed. This Saxon clan is really uncomfortable. The background is too deep. Originally, Kevin's strength can only be said to be average. Who knew that cooperating with Saxon's forbidden curse would have such a terrifying effect? Merlin looked at Kevin coldly and said, "It's just an evil secret technique. This kind of black magic is simply a shame in the history of magic, and only these people are keen to study this evil curse." Marks McClown sighed lightly, and said, "Merlin, do you have any idea?" Merlin looked at Mark's eye and said, "McClown's, but I need your help." Marks McClown was taken aback, and asked, "What is the solution?" "I am not of pure human blood, so I am naturally sensitive to mental powers." Merlin pointed to Mark's eye and said, "And your blood, I can feel that your blood has a special effect on mental power. If you can give me the blood, Kevin's secret spell is not worth mentioning." Marks McClown's face became a little strange. Marks McClown's own blood did have miraculous effects. This was because Marks McClown absorbed the outer meteorite 593, so the blood contained miraculous effects that affected space and mental power. It happened to be an excellent way to restrain Kevin's blood curse. Merlin looked at Mark's eye and said, "What's wrong?" Marks McClown shook his head faintly, and said, "It's nothing, just a little blood, it's simple." As he said, Mark's eye's wand swiped towards his arm, and a blood stain appeared on Mark's eye's arm, and Mark's eye's wand was pressed against the wound on his arm, temporarily invalidating its powerful healing ability. The blood flowed out drop by drop, and Merlin smiled and waved the magic wand to collect Mark's eye's blood. Marks McClown and Merlin smiled at each other, as if they had a tacit understanding in their hearts. Just when Merlin collected the blood to a certain extent, the space BBCJ around the two suddenly exploded, and everything around him shattered like a mirror, including Merlin in front of Mark's eye. But soon, Merlin in front of Mark's eye seemed to have changed from a broken state to a complete appearance again. Marks McClown seemed to have expected it a long time ago. He smiled and looked at Merlin in front of him. Merlin also looked at Marks McClown with a smile, as if he hadn't noticed the situation around him. Cool tiger, everything around Mark's eye was completely destroyed in an instant, and only Mark's eye and Merlin smiled at each other. Merlin smiled lightly and said, "Marks McClown, I really want to thank you this time." Marks McClown shook his head gently, and said, "There is no need to pretend to me at this time, right, Merlin?" Merlin's face was stunned. He recovered his calm, and said, "It seems that I still underestimated you, Marks McClown." Marks McClown said indifferently, "Don't pretend to be a god. Don't you have what you want? Unlock it." Merlin was taken aback and hummed, and the world around him slowly became clear. It was no longer Barton Mountain, nor was it the battlefield of the Blood Sea of Corpse Mountain, but a huge room with an oak tree standing in the room. Inside, and Merlin was among the oak trees, only showing a face looking at Mark's eye faintly. Marks McClown breathed out softly, seeming to take a breath. Merlin was in the oak tree, with drops of donated blood floating in the air, slowly infiltrating into the oak tree. The huge oak tree trembled violently, and cracks appeared on the oak tree, as if it was about to burst. Merlin's expression became very comfortable. He laughed, and said, "Marks McClown, with your help, I can finally break the seal. It seems that I really want to thank you." Marks McClown looked indifferently at Merlin, who was about to break the seal, and said nothing. Merlin worked so hard to obtain Marks McClown's blood, just to use Marks McClown's blood, which contains the power of the outer meteorite, to unseal the seal of the oak tree for a moment. It seems that this outer meteorite is what Merlin wants most. Marks McClown stepped back a few steps, an extremely terrifying force brewing inside the oak tree, as if it would explode at any time. It's like a magical power that is always in an eruption moment. It's an unimaginable power. Marks McClown understood that this was Merlin's true strength, a strength she couldn't resist now. The oak tree was finally overwhelmed, the huge trunk squeaked and shattered, and countless tree debris burst open. The huge oak tree fell apart, exploding the sky full of debris. Merlin laughed arrogantly and walked slowly out of the oak tree. Merlin's thin body was exposed to the air. Merlin didn't notice his ugliness at all, and opened his arms as if he wanted to feel the world with his body. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and said, "You have set up such a big game. Now you have finally got your wish." Merlin took a deep breath of air and said, "McClowns, I haven't felt the air like this for a long time. This feeling is really wonderful." After Merlin's ecstasy, he put his hands down, and a black wizard robe appeared out of nowhere and draped on Merlin's body, covering Merlin's thin body. It seems that Merlin also felt that it was not very beautiful just like this. Merlin walked slowly in front of Marks McClown in a black wizard robe, and looked at Marks McClown carefully, who was also looking at Merlin. The two people seemed to have known each other for a long time, and as if they had just met, a familiar and unfamiliar feeling surged into their hearts at the same time. There is a big difference between the appearance of Merlin today and the Merlin whom Marks McClown met before. The Merlin whom Marks McClown knew in the Middle Ages was always wise, young and promising, warm and generous, leaving Marks McClown very good impression. But the Merlin in front of him looked very old, just faintly what he was like before, and his face was crazy, which was very different from that year. Chapter 783, Secrets and Doubts. Merlin grinned and said, Marks McClown, although I have known you for so long, I still know you officially today. Marks McClown chuckled and said, McClowner, I have been playing games with you for so long, and today is the official acquaintance. I didn't expect that the difference between you in the past and your present is so big. It's really not forgiving in time. Merlin's eyes condensed and said, it seems that you already knew that the previous one was an illusion. You discovered it much earlier than I thought. Marks McClown smiled faintly, without denying or affirming. Instead, she looked at Merlin, as if she wanted to see through Merlin's heart. But Merlin's eyes were so cloudy now that she didn't know what Merlin was thinking. Merlin sighed and said, I thought I really confuse you. In order to create that illusion, I used a lot of mental power and took out my long-held memories. It turned out to be did not confuse you. Marks McClown said, it turns out that you let you take out your memory, so it's underscore my honor. Merlin's eyes became confused, as if recalling something, and said, McClowns, it is also because of you. I have relived my most passionate experience. It has been more than 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. It is really not forgiving, people. Besides, you have to know that just because I reached your current state back then, I will never underestimate your strength. That's why I understand very well that the only strong man who wants to completely deceive and conceal your state is just take out my truest memory. Marks McClown frowned slightly. Sure enough, Merlin had been alive for hundreds of years. He was an out-and-out old monster. Even Marks McClown felt a little nervous when faced with such a monster. Merlin recovered from the memory, staring at Mark's eye, and said, that said, but now it seems that even if I mix all the real memories including the holy sword intent in my memory, I can't hide you from it. How long? When did you discover that it was an illusion? Marks McClown took a deep look at Merlin. In fact, he had discovered the illusion that he was in Merlin a long time ago. The most important reason was the information given to Marks McClown by the division system. Since entering the Middle Ages, Marks I has a secret, and a doubt, both deeply buried in his heart. And the secret in the secrets and doubts is that no matter how many people he kills, and no matter who he defeats, he can't get the slightest potential point or other rewards. You know, the division system is an indispensable auxiliary artifact for Marks I to grow up all the way. Every time Marks I defeats an opponent, the division system will give rewards accordingly. Plus cool, tiger. However, the number of people Marks I defeated in the illusion is innumerable. Let's not mention those small characters, like the Saxon clan's high priest. If an opponent of this level is defeated by Marks I, the police system will not fail to respond, but the truth is Marks no reward at midnight. From that time on, Marks McClown had already begun to doubt the world she was in. After all, Marks McClown entered the Middle Ages too inexplicably. And it still happened when Marks McClown was about to meet Merlin, which had to make Marks McClown think more. And the doubts in the secrets and doubts are what Marks McClown has always experienced. You must know that in the legend of the Night King and Merlin, no matter how many powerful enemies and difficulties they face, they are undoubtedly the ultimate victor. But the fact that Marks McClown experienced is that without his help, the Night King Arthur and Merlin would not have known how many times they had failed. The most likely thing is that the Merlin that Marks McClown saw did not show his true strength in that era. Think about it, when Marks McClown first saw Merlin, He thought that Merlin and Dumbledore had demonstrated the same strength, which was simply a wrong idea, because Marks McClown had never seen Dumbledore's strength in his heyday. The only time he had seen Dumbledore shot with all his strength was when Dumbledore consumed a huge amount of strength. And how could Merlin, as the most legendary wizard ever, be similar to Dumbledore, who had consumed a huge amount of power? Seeking flowers. With this thought, everything is explained. Merlin must be much stronger than Marks McClown had seen, so he could forcefully break through so many powerful enemies and predicaments without Marks McClown's help in history. However, the basis for Markside to determine whether he was in the illusion of Merlin was the level 3 natural language that Markside upgraded. At that time, Markside had to upgrade the language of nature to level 3 because he wanted to rescue the British Army from the death desert of Dungeness, but the language of nature at level 3 was able to communicate with inorganic matter or magic. So Markside discover the illusion of the world in front of you through the 3rd level of the language of nature, thereby gaining insight into the vision of Merlin. Merlin stared at Marks McClown hard and found that Marks McClown had no intention to speak, and smiled coldly. It seems that after such a long time together, I still haven't been able to see all your cards. Marks McClown. Merlin severely killed Marks McClown's name. Marks McClown said, "Since I know the illusion you created, of course I won't expose all my cards. Isn't this something easy to figure out?" Merlin sneered, "I naturally want to get this, but what I am interested in now is, why do you know that it is my illusion and still cooperate with me in acting for so long?" Marks McClown's eyes condensed, and said, "What can I do if I don't cooperate with you? Even if I know the truth, I am not sure to get out of the illusion. I can only wait for you to unilaterally release the magic. Besides, cooperate with you. It can also be beneficial if you don't do this kind of thing for nothing. Don't you?" Merlin suddenly laughed and said, "Sure enough, he is a clever boy. With your words, you are definitely not a good guy to deal with. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 784, A Strong Enemy Never Faced. Marks McClown also laughed, and said, "After all, I still earned it. After all, I got the sword intent of the 2 legendary swords. I also knew how to interpret Solomon's key. What I paid was just a little bit. With time and a few drops of blood, this sale is a huge profit." Merlin suddenly reduced her smile and said, "No, no, no, you will soon know that this is the worst deal, because you let me out." Merlin's expression became ferocious, and he shouted angrily, "I have been sealed for hundreds of years, and the anger in my heart has also been sealed for hundreds of years. Since I am free, I will vent my anger, including you. I don't know how high the world is, the kid will become a funerary under my anger." Marks McClown was silent, watching Merlin, who was flaring his teeth and dancing claws in front of him during 263. Merlin, who was still calm just now, suddenly went crazy. It seems that the years have changed not only Merlin's appearance, but even Merlin's personality. The distortion is strange. Merlin roared, as if to vent his anger. This huge house was shaking slightly under the roar of Merlin, and a lot of dust fell. After a while, Merlin gradually calmed down, and he also discovered that no matter how he screamed, Marks McClown was always indifferent, so it seemed that he seemed stupid. Merlin glared at Marks McClown and shouted, "Marks McClown, have you heard me talking? You will be my first funeral after breaking the seal." Marks McClown shrugged and said, "If you want to do it, do it. Don't grind it." Merlin kicked the ground abruptly, and the cracks stretched on the ground with Merlin as the center. The power of Merlin's foot can be imagined, and Marks McClown also saw that Merlin's physical strength was not inferior to her, leaving her heart behind. A mindful Marks McClown tensed his body. His palm pressed against his wizard robe, ready to draw out his wand to fight. The hideous look on Merlin's face suddenly disappeared, and he said, But I don't want to kill you yet. You are the one who helped me break the seal. You are the first person I saw since I broke the seal. I still want to talk to you. Marks McClown was taken aback. This Merlin's character was too weird, right? I was still angry just now, ready to kill people at any time, and I became calm in the next second. But this also made Marks McClown's vigilance even higher. Impulsive opponents are easy to deal with, and calm opponents are a bit tricky. This kind of neurotic opponent is the most vigilant. Merlin said lightly. Do you know why I can let you get the sword? Intent of the sword of oath of victory, the sword in the stone, and the interpretation of Solomon's key. Do you really think I let you know for no reason? Marks McClown smiled and said, because you want to confuse me and make me think that I really traveled to the past. So I finally put down my guard and handed over my blood donation to you, and you think it's useless even if I get this, because you won't let me live again. McClowns, because you are going to die soon, so even if you get what I give, it is of no use. Merlin narrowed his eyes and said, but since you all know, why continue to cooperate with me and give me the blood? Marks McClown laughed and said, because I think you can't do anything to me, but I can continue to live. Merlin snorted heavily and said, I have seen many mad boys. You are the most mad I have ever seen. But if you never give up your blood, I will never be able to unblock it. Isn't that a good thing? Marks McClown shook his head and said, I have to give you blood. After all, I have been in your illusion for so long. Although I know my situation, I also understand that with my own strength, I can't break your illusion in a short time. And I don't have so much time to spend with you. It's better to cooperate with you and hand over the blood you want. Sooner or later you will show your feet and put me back in the real world. Merlin laughed and said, although it is the second time I heard this answer, you, a mad boy, actually admit that you can't break through my world of illusion. It's really rare. Marks McClown said, I'm not arrogant, I'm just telling the truth. Just like I think you can't do anything to me. Merlin's face sank and said, Marks McClown, you are provoking me. Marks McClown hit a ha-ha, and said, it's nonsense. Haven't you already made up your mind to kill me? In this case, should I compliment someone who wants to kill me? Merlin was taken aback, suddenly laughed, and said, Marks McClown, you are indeed a smart person. I suddenly don't want to kill you. If you become my subordinate, you will definitely be able to help me solve many problems. Marks McClown smiled and shook his head, and said, don't say whether I will agree or not. I don't think you will put such a time bomb next to me, will you? Merlin nodded without hesitation, and said, McClowns, I just think about it. After all, you, a smart person, are not a person who can yield to others. We are still the same kind of person. Marks McClown said, I don't want to be a person of the same type as you. If you really do it, you can do it soon. I don't have so much time to waste with you. A coldness flashed in Merlin's eyes, and said, it's impossible for me to use you. But it would be a shame if your strength is wasted at 3.2. Marks McClown frowned. He heard the murderous aura in Merlin's tone. Merlin was already impatient with himself. Marks McClown shook his palm, and was about to reach out to touch the magic wand in his wizard's robe. A huge coercion directly fell on Marks McClown, making Marks McClown unable to move at all. This is Merlin's mental power. So strong. Marks McClown stared at Merlin. Her mouth opened slightly, but she couldn't say anything at all. Chapter 785. Conspiracy against killing. Merlin's sudden mental pressure was too terrifying, and Marks McClown lost the ability to act in a short time. Cool tiger, Merlin lazily said, you should use your strength for me. You will become my servant like Dracula and Cain, but I will wipe out your consciousness completely, and you will let you be loyal to me. As soon as Merlin's voice fell, a tremendous mental pressure directly broke into Marks McClown's mind, and he was about to destroy all Marks McClown's mental power and erase Marks McClown's consciousness. At this time, the abnormal change protruded, and the oak tree that had been exploded into fragments suddenly emitted a light. Under these soft light sources, Merlin's mental power was as if the snow hit the molten slurry, and it melted cleanly. Merlin was shocked. What is going on? Marx McClown's powerful mental power also formed a strong spiritual protection net, which forced Merlin's mental power out of Marx McClown's mind, and even turned it into countless spiritual needles to counterattack Merlin's mental power. Mental shock. For a while, Merlin's mental strength collapsed and retracted into Merlin's body. Merlin took 2 steps back. His face was obviously pale, and he looked shocked. Merlin shouted angrily, "Impossible! Why would the residual power of this seal obey your orders? I have already broken the seal, and these seal powers should dissipate slowly." Marx McClown was in a cold sweat behind him. Although he had been wary of it, Merlin was worthy of being an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Fortunately, he still has the trump card of Oak Seal in his hand. Otherwise, based on Merlin's mental pollution just now, even if Marx McClown freed herself from the mental pollution of Merlin, she would suffer severe damage. And Marx I was able to control the remaining power of this seal because when Marx I used the level 3 language of nature before, he not only discovered that he was in a phantom, but also touched the magic power that sealed Merlin. When this magical power was sealing Merlin, it should be an extremely powerful seal. But after the passage of time, this seal gradually lost its original power. Although it still has a special effect on the seal of Merlin, it has no resistance to Marx I. Marx I can easily communicate the magic of the seal with the language of nature 3, allowing the magic to follow his own command. This is also the reason why Merlin's mental pollution failed to capture Marx I in the first place. Merlin roared frantically, once again incarnate as a lunatic, with powerful magic and spiritual power intertwined, and the whole vampire castle was trembling because of this, and it felt like he could not bear Merlin's anger. Marx McClown said coldly, "Although you have broken the seal, the remaining power of the seal still exists. Before the seal is completely dissipated, your strength will still be restricted by the seal." Merlin glared at Marx I. His eyes seemed to be able to eject flames. Merlin shouted, "Marx McClown, I don't believe that my mental power cannot control you." Merlin has turned into a stubborn madness, once again gathering his own terrifying spiritual power. The strength of this huge spiritual power is so strong that even the space has collapsed slightly, which shows the strength of Merlin's spiritual power. Marx McClown's face tightened. Although he said that he was restrained by the power of the seal, in the first round of confrontation, Marx McClown already felt that Merlin's mental power was so powerful that it made people desperate. This also explains why Merlin can control the entire vampire with one person. A family. Marx McClown also condensed her strongest spiritual power, condensed into a solid spiritual defense net, protected herself, and was ready to stare at Merlin. Merlin's eyes suddenly glared, and the tide-like mental power seemed to burst out of a bank, rushing towards Marx I with great momentum. At the moment when the two mental powers impacted, the mental wave directly shattered the floor and the walls were also broken. Knowing that there is no way out, Marx McClown exhausted her mental power to resist Merlin's mental pollution. Marx McClown's spiritual power is also an outstanding existence in the world today, but in the face of the old monsters that have survived for thousands of years, it is just enough to remain undefeated. The fragments of the oak trees around them gave out a dazzling light, restraining Merlin's mental power. Even so, Marx McClown gritted his teeth, and Merlin's strength was even more terrifying than Marx McClown had imagined. Merlin laughed wildly. "Marx McClown, the strength you see in my illusion is just my strength hundreds of years ago, not as good as me hundreds of years ago. You are really naive. Do you think my strength will not improve over the past few hundred years? Just relying on the power absorbed by me from the vampire family, I will be able to increase my strength greatly. It is really naive for you, a 10-year-old newborn calf, to fight with me." Marx McClown clenched his teeth. His head was covered with sweat. Merlin's mental pollution exceeded Marx McClown's estimate, but Marx McClown did not shrink from it. Marx McClown naturally knew that Merlin's strength had a qualitative leap compared to hundreds of years ago, but Merlin also had a fatal weakness of 527 points. That is the residual strength of this seal, and the decay of Merlin's strength during the period of being sealed. Merlin cannot be the peak strength, and even that Merlin does not even have half the strength of the peak strength. Sure enough, under the influence of the remaining power of the seal, Merlin's seemingly endless mental power slowly showed a decline, and even weakened in a straight line. Merlin also noticed the fluctuations in her strength, with an ugly expression on her face, and she stood there calmly, as if thinking about something. Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief. Merlin deserves to be Merlin. Even though his strength has been greatly reduced, he has given him so much pressure. If Merlin really stood in front of him at the peak moment, he would probably be the result of being scummed in seconds. Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Don't you continue to shoot?" Merlin looked at her palm and sneered, "I didn't expect that I was sealed for so long, and my strength has actually declined to this point." Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 786, Plans and Strategies. Marks McClown was about to talk, when there was a sudden agitation at the door. A large group of people appeared at the door of the room. Naturally they were Lilith and the vampire family. But at this time, the eyes of the vampire clan had returned to clearness. Although the energy was sluggish, at least it was much better than before. Marks, I saw all the Walking Dead. Lilith ran to Marks McClown anxiously and asked, "Marks McClown, are you all right?" Marks McClown shook his head slightly, and motioned Lilith not to worry about herself. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "I was scared when I saw you being sucked in by the door. I was about to rush in to save you. Who knew I lost consciousness too? I didn't expect to wake up again. For a long time, my people seem to wake up." "What is going on?" Marks McClown said. "The things here are very complicated. I will explain to you later." Lilith glanced at Merlin in the distance, nodded, and stepped back slightly to stand behind Mark's eye. Lilith was still instinctively afraid of Merlin. Marks McClown probably also wanted to understand what was going on. Originally, the vampires were all under the mental pollution of Merlin, but just now, in order to attack him with mental power, Merlin recovered the spiritual pollution of the vampires. This is why the vampires regained their sanity. The reason. Plus cool Tiger. Two old figures appeared behind Lilith, but there were the other two ancestors of the vampire family, Dracula and Cain. Both of them looked panicked, like children who had done something wrong. At a loss, Lilith turned around to see the two, and said coldly, "Why, seeing your master, don't you want to come forward and worship?" Dracula and Cain both looked ashamed. Dracula said bitterly, "Lilith, I know we did something wrong, and it caused so many people to sacrifice in vain." Cain also looked regretful and said, "Dracula and I were also controlled by the demon of Merlin, so they did such a stupid thing. Lilith, I'm really sorry for you. You have suffered during this time." Lilith said coldly, "I will settle these accounts with you sooner or later." Dracula and Cain both had a bitter face, and did not dare to refute Lilith at all, but glared at Merlin. Merlin was the culprit who caused such a big change in their vampires. Dracula shouted, "Merlin, I will fight you desperately today to make up for the mistakes we made." Cain was also angry and yelled, "Success, Merlin." The members of the vampire clan behind the two also screamed, and they gradually understood what was going on as they were released from the mental pollution of Merlin. Cool Tiger. Merlin controlled them not only to absorb their lifespan and strength, but also to sacrifice many vampires. Merlin and them were simply irreconcilable blood feuds. Seeing the vampires raging, Marks McClown coldly shouted, "Stop arguing. Merlin can control your clan, and has the ability to kill your clan and stop your stupid behavior." Marks McClown yelled, Dracula and Cain weeping. Why didn't they know the difference between their strength and Merlin's strength? But the anger in their hearts couldn't be suppressed when they thought that Merlin controlled them to do so many unforgivable things. The people of the vampire clan also shut up one after another. Although they were once controlled by Merlin, Marks McClown's strength was still deeply imprinted in their hearts, and this person was also an existence they couldn't afford. Only then did Merlin slowly raised her head and looked towards Marks McClown, ignoring the vampire family at all, as if she could only see Marks McClown in her eyes. Lilith and other vampires were bitter in their hearts, knowing that in Merlin's eyes, vampires and others were irrelevant, and they were not worthy of Merlin's attention. Marks McClown looked at Merlin's eyes lightly. Merlin's eyes were as muddy as before, but Marks McClown could feel that Merlin's eyes were different from before, and she had no faith in her own death. It seemed that Merlin also thought of her own decline. The strength and the remaining seal power. Merlin said lightly, Marks McClown, I have to say that since I have been alive for so long, there are not many people who have made me feel tricky. You are very good and become one of them. Marks McClown smiled faintly, and said, are you complimenting me? Merlin snorted softly, and said, you can understand it this way, but all the people who made me feel tricky are dead, and you are no exception. Marks McClown didn't make a sound. He already knew that Merlin would no longer kill himself today. Merlin looked at Lilith and other vampires and sneered: You stupid vampires. Compared with your predecessors, it is not a level. The faces of Lilith and other vampires became extremely ugly. Lilith immediately took a step forward and said, Merlin, you don't need to talk nonsense. Even if our strength is weak, I have written down your insult to our clan, and you will become us. The vampires must kill. Merlin laughed and said, this sentence just exposed your ignorance. Anyway, your vampire family has declined. I just pushed you by following the trend of history. Lilith held back her anger and wanted to come forward to refute, but thinking of Merlin's powerful strength, she finally held back for money. Merlin squinted and said, am I wrong? Not only is the strength of the vampires declining badly, but IQ is also very problematic. Lilith, do you really think you are getting rid of my mental pollution by your own strength? Lilith's face changed and she looked at Merlin in disbelief. Merlin laughed again and said, you uncontrolled vampires are just a strategy of mine. It is only my plan to let you go out and look for meteorites outside of the sky. But I did not expect that you are already weak. You can't even bring back meteorites from outside the sky. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 787, You Are My Toughest Tribulation. Lilith's face became extremely ugly. She had always thought that she was able to get rid of Merlin's spiritual pollution by virtue of her own strength. Who knew that she had been played by Merlin? Between applause. Seeing Lilith's ugly face, Merlin laughed loudly and said, Lilith, if I hadn't said it, you might not have realized it. I really have to say that your vampire clan will decay, and there is a reason for this appearance. Lilith shouted angrily, Merlin, enough. No matter what you say, our vampire family will never let you go. Merlin didn't mean to meet Lilith in the slightest, and continued to smile. Lilith, do you know why the closer you get to Hogwarts, the stronger my mind control becomes? Lilith was stunned. Before, Lilith and other vampires tried various ways to fight Merlin. At the same time, they also wanted to go to Hogwarts for help, but they could sense Merlin's intense mental pollution as soon as they approached Hogwarts. At that time Lilith believed that it was Merlin's remnants of mental pollution in their consciousness that was causing the blame, and encouraged them to go to Hogwarts. When they go to Hogwarts, Merlin's remaining mental pollution 553 will control them, and control them to help Merlin achieve ulterior secrets, such as getting Merlin's secret treasure from Hogwarts. Plus cool, tiger. Therefore, Lilith and others have never dared to approach Hogwarts, so they can only focus on the holy ground trial of the horse race, and on the meteorite outside the sky. But only Mark's eye knew that with Merlin's current realm of strength, there was no need to take out the key of Solomon that he had hidden back then. The so-called Merlin secret treasure is useless to Merlin now. Merlin sighed and shook his head, and said, actually, it's just that I don't let you get close to Hogwarts. You are so stupid that you can't even see this trick. Marks McClown squinted at Merlin, and said coldly, what use are you talking about now? Marks McClown watched Merlin vigilantly. Merlin was too cunning. Now that his strength has decayed, it is impossible for him to compete with the large number of vampires and himself. Why does Merlin say these irrelevant things? Merlin continued, I don't want you to be close to Hogwarts, just don't want to attract Hogwarts attention. But it's really God's will. You still met Hogwarts people, or such a tricky Cloud Knight. It seems it's a disaster in my fate. Cool exclamation mark hash. Marks McClown snorted and said, you have lived for hundreds of years, and you can be considered to have seen big winds and waves. Isn't this kind of robbery common to you? Merlin shook his head and said, no, no, no. Since I was born, there have not been many catastrophes for me. And you are the trickiest one of my catastrophes. Lilith looked very angry and shouted, Merlin, our family of vampires is declining again, and you don't want to leave here intact today. I can see that your strength has dropped sharply after unblocking, otherwise it will not eliminate the control of our family! Exclamation mark. Merlin laughed and said, Lilith, I advise you not to talk about your IQ anymore. Even if my strength is greatly reduced, I can still destroy your vampire family, believe it or not. Lilith's face changed, but she didn't dare to speak anymore. The terrifying level of Merlin's strength has long surpassed Lilith's imagination. Who knows how much power Merlin has left after his strength has been greatly reduced. Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, it's okay for you to lie to other people, but you want to talk nonsense in front of me. This is not suitable. Merlin condensed his eyes, looked at Mark's eye, and said, do you think I'm talking nonsense? BBDF. Marks McClown nodded and said, McClowns, your peak strength can really crush us casually, but I just fought with you just now, I have already eaten you. After such a long period of disappearance, your strength has long been reduced by a large part. With the existence of the remaining power of the seal, you have to fight against the entire family of vampires with one person's power, and me. Is it really a bit exaggerated? Merlin had a meal, and burst into laughter in a flash, and said, Mark's eye, it is Mark's eye. I appreciate that you are not unreasonable, and your eyes are so harsh. Lilith heard the words and breathed a sigh of relief. Merlin actually admitted that he couldn't resist the vampires and Marks McClown's combination. Doesn't it mean that now is their best chance to eliminate Merlin? Lilith lowered her voice and said, Marks McClown, if you can't give Merlin time to recover, just take advantage of Merlin's weakness and get rid of this demon. Marks McClown nodded lightly, and he also knew that Merlin was not a simple opponent, and it was of course an excellent choice to take advantage of his illness to take his life. After all, Merlin's strength impressed Marks McClown too deeply, and Marks McClown could even conclude that Merlin at his peak was stronger than Voldemort and Dumbledore by more than one level. With sufficient legendary and great power, coupled with hundreds of years of absorbing and squeezing the whole family of vampires, it is difficult to imagine how strong Merlin is today. This kind of opponent really puts too much pressure on people, and Mark's eye has to seize every opportunity to defeat Merlin. Merlin narrowed his eyes. He also saw Lilith and Mark's eye whispering, and smiled lightly, want to kill me when I am weak. Lilith's body trembled slightly. Unexpectedly Merlin could see her thoughts. Marks McClown said coldly, Lilith, don't hesitate, just shoot. With that, Mark's eye held both magic wands in his hands at the same time, and his own powerful and surging magic power was brewing on the magic wands. Lilith didn't have time to think about it, and shouted, Dracula, Kane, join me together. Dracula and Kane were taken aback at the same time. They gritted their teeth and rushed forward to hold Lilith's shoulder. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 788, The Real Upgraded Magic. After all, the three of them are the three ancestors of the vampire family, and there is still a tacit understanding between them. Cool Tiger. The three of them united and the blood rushed to the sky, and even Marks McClown felt threatening from the blood chi. Lilith said coldly, Merlin, let you see the strength of our vampire family. With that, the people of the vampire clan knelt to the ground and worshipped the three Liliths. A layer of blood also appeared on the body of the vampire clan, and the sacrifices were generally inhaled by the three Liliths. The background of the vampire family really cannot be underestimated. Marks McClown glanced at Lilith and the others, then withdrew his gaze. Two lightsabers were formed on the two magic wands. However, this is slightly different from the lightsaber of the Holy Sword before Mark's eye. The lightsaber that appeared before the Holy Sword of Mark's eye is huge, and the sword intent is soaring to the sky. At this time, the two lightsabers in Mark's eye's hand must be his solid, and no sword intent was leaked. Plain and simple. This is the real upgrade of his new magic in the illusion. Originally, when Marks McClown entered the illusion, Merlin saw that Marks McClown would have a very powerful magic. After obtaining the sword intent, this magic became more extraordinary, and there was an incredible change. But now it seems that Mark's eye in the illusion still has some reservations, and the upgraded version of the Holy Sword is not fully used. Merlin raised her brows and felt a threat from Marks McClown's two lightsabers, and said lightly, "Marks McClown, as expected, you still hide your strength. It's not easy to have this kind of scheming at this age." Marks McClown smiled faintly. Without saying more, the two lightsabers flew straight towards Merlin. Holy Sword revealed middle dot broken steel. As soon as the lightsaber left Marks McClown's body, two supreme sword intents burst out from above the lightsaber. Two bottomless gullies broke apart on the ground in the direction of the lightsaber, rushing towards Merlin with a force of thunder. This is Mark's eye's most powerful curse attack right now. At the same time, a blood-cull giant appeared in midair. It was a giant of vampires, with a pair of bat wings growing behind it. His body was very bloated and his face was hideous, like a demon from hell. The scarlet monster roared in midair, and the earth shuddered at it. The scarlet monster glared at Merlin, and its huge body rushed straight down. The air was squeezed by the powerful airflow and made a popping sound, showing the scary inside of the scarlet monster's body. Power. Merlin still smiled and looked at the two attacks that were enough to destroy everything in front of him. He didn't mean to stop him, but said indifferently, "Marks McClown, I can't help you this time, but I will look forward to seeing you again next time. Remember to cherish the rest of your time. After all, you will die next time you see you." Cool Tiger, two lightsabers and the scarlet monster smashed into the location of Merlin at the same time. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire vampire castle tremblingly fell to the ground. Half of the vampire castle was directly blasted to pieces, and the towering vampire castle was suddenly turned into ruins. Lilith and other members of the vampire clan fled from the castle embarrassedly, with horrified expressions on their faces, worrying whether Merlin was killed by them. Marks McClown's face was extremely ugly. He could feel that Merlin was not hit by their attack, and before the attack, Merlin had disappeared. It is indeed an old monster that has survived for hundreds of years, and escapes faster than anyone else. Lilith came to Marks McClown with an ugly expression, and asked, "Where is the big demon Merlin?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "If you don't expect it, you should have escaped." Lilith also thought of this result, but she still looked incredulous, and said, "How is it possible? Our attack theoretically has destroyed the stability of this space, and it is impossible for Merlin to leave this place through apparition." Marks McClown sighed and said, "Although I don't know how Merlin left, but I am definitely not apparition. After all, Merlin is an old monster who has survived for hundreds of years. There are so many ways to save life. Surprising. Find flowers. Middle dot. Lilith said anxiously, "Marks McClown, aren't you in a hurry? Merlin is a super strong with perverted strength. If it weren't for his weakness this time, how could we have such a good chance to kill? He ran away. The disasters are endless." Marks McClown lightly took a breath and said, "What should come is always coming. Since Merlin has escaped, all we have to think about is how to deal with the mighty Merlin." Lilith opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed and said nothing. Marks McClown glanced at the half-collapsed vampire castle, and said, "Although Merlin has escaped, the result is not bad. Your vampire family has broken free from Merlin's clutches, and the loss is not too great. Lilith glanced at the vampire clan who had recovered from behind, and nodded in relief. This time, it is really thanks to you, otherwise we can't defeat Merlin. Lilith does have a deep understanding of this. Lilith understands that if she can rely on her own strength, let alone defeating Merlin, she can't even solve the two ancestors of the vampire family. Lilith pondered for a while, and said, Marks McClown, now that the problem of our vampires has been solved, I will fulfill my promise and the vampires will assist you. Marks McClown glanced at Lilith, then asked, are you sure you can represent the vampire family? Lilith was taken aback, and immediately realized what Marks McClown meant. She turned her head and looked at Dracula and Cain behind her. The two were leaning together and wondering what they were discussing. Lilith frowned and said, Dracula, Cain, I have something to discuss with you. P.S. Thank you Cloud for the 1000 points reward. Chapter 789 Temporary Change. Dracula and Cain looked at each other, as if they had already reached an agreement, stepped forward and looked at Lilith faintly. Plus cool, tiger. Dracula said, Lilith, we know what you want to do, but I have discussed with Cain. Although Marksai is kind to us vampires, but now the vampires are badly energized, and they are not easy to fight. We can only feel helpless at Knight's request. Cain also said, McClowns, Lilith, our family of vampires has been controlled by Merlin for too long, and the loss of the people is too serious. It is time to recuperate and we can't fight again. Marks McClown looked at Lilith with a smile, a look that I already knew. Lilith's face sank and said angrily, Marks McClown is the great benefactor of our vampire clan who rescued 390. Is this how you repay Marks McClown's kindness? Dracula turned to Marksai and said, Marksai, I know you are kind to us, but you have seen the situation right now. Our vampires really can't fight anymore. We can give you whatever you want. But please also understand our difficulties. Lilith's anger rose to her cheeks, and when she was about to argue with Dracula and Cain, Marks McClown suddenly grabbed Lilith and said, Lilith, don't talk about this for now, I have my own plans. Dracula's trickery succeeded, and smiled. Marks McClown is really a considerate person. We thanked the vampires. Speaking of Dracula, he took Cain away to rectify the people of the vampire family. Lilith was ashamed and annoyed. Why are you holding me, Marksai? This is obviously Dracula and Cain ungrateful. Marks McClown shook his head and said, Lilith, don't you see it? Dracula and Cain are not ungrateful, they are afraid of you. Lilith was taken aback for a while, and she didn't understand Marks McClown's meaning for a while. Marks McClown's strength was obvious to all. If Dracula and Cain were afraid of Marks McClown, why did Marks McClown say that the two ancestors were afraid of themselves? Seeing Lilith's puzzled look, Marks McClown explained, no matter how strong my strength is, it will be a human being. After all, I cannot control the vampire family forever. But you are different. They are afraid that after cooperating with me, you, as the closest person to me among the vampires, and the ancestor of the vampires, finally control the vampires in your hands, thus weakening them. Power plus cool, tiger. Lilith suddenly realized, and said anxiously, I can explain to them, you are kind to my clan, and we must repay you. Otherwise we vampire clan has any face in the world. As for the so-called power, I will not give a damn about. Marks McClown shook her head helplessly, and said, Lilith, you are also a person who has lived for hundreds of years. Why are you still so naive? Do you think they will agree with you? Lilith was taken aback for a moment, but also awake. She was indeed anxious. After all, she has also controlled the vampire family for hundreds of years, and has a certain understanding of power. Dracula and Cain have no reason to believe her, but she wants to help Marksai and temporarily dizzy. Lilith collapsed and asked, what should I do? In this case, your plan to attack the Ministry of Magic, isn't it ruined? The corner of Marks McClown's mouth raised. Do you think I will overthrow my plan with just a word from those two old guys? Seeing the smile at the corner of Marks McClown's mouth, Lilith felt cold for no reason. Although Marks McClown is young, his strength and resourcefulness are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Even the treacherous Merlin can't get any benefits in Marks McClown's hands. What can Dracula and Kane count for? Marks McClown said indifferently, "Tonight you call Dracula and Kane to discuss something, then I will convince them." The sky gradually darkened, and the broken vampire castle still boiled with voices. For the vampires, the night is their stage, and Merlin, who has been damaging the vampires, has been repulsed. How can such great news make the vampires quiet? Tonight is destined to be the carnival of the vampires. Night. Dracula and Kane sit in the first place with cold faces in a room with less damage in the vampire castle that has collapsed. Originally, they were going to join the vampire family's carnival, but Lilith had to discuss things with the two tonight. The two did not intend to come, but Lilith invited them in front of all the vampires. Now Lilith is a great hero of the vampire family, and the voice of the vampire family is very high. They can only come to this room if they don't want to give face to Lilith. Dracula looked coldly at the vampires who had been carnival outside the room, and said impatiently, "This Lilith really can do things, and asked us to discuss things. Now that the people are gone, what the hell is going on?" Kane also looked unhappy, and said, "McClown, really think that finding Mark's eye will overwhelm the two of us and become the absolute masters of the vampire family? Think too much about her." Just when Dracula and Kane were thinking about it, the door to the room finally opened. Lilith appeared at the door of the room. Beside Lilith, Marks McClown was smiling at Dracula and Kane. 3.7 Dracula's face sank and said, "Lilith, didn't you say that you want to discuss important matters within the clan with us? It seems that this kind of meeting shouldn't involve outsiders." Kane also said with a cold face, "Lilith, you are paying less and less attention to the rules of the clan. Mr. Marks, please avoid the meeting tonight." Speaking of the latter, Kane's tone obviously became lighter. After all, Marks McClown's strength lies here, and they are not too good to offend Marks McClown too much. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 790. This is not a consultation, but an order. Marks McClown smiled and said, "This time I have come to discuss with the two of you." "Of course I am coming." "Cool Tiger." Dracula and Kane glanced at each other, and both saw deep guard in each other's eyes. Lilith smiled bitterly and stood beside Marks McClown. She didn't know what Marks McClown wanted to do. She just hoped that Marks McClown would try not to deal with this problem in two extreme ways. Other Liliths couldn't take care of so much. Dracula stood up and said, "Marks McClown, what do you want to discuss with us? If you want to discuss things this morning, let's not talk about it." Kane also stood up and said, "McClowns, the vampires really can't stand the war anymore. That's why you can't agree with it. It doesn't matter what payment you want." Marks McClown stretched out his hand and said coldly, "Do you know why I came to help you vampires? I just want to get the fighting power of vampires. So I came here. Now you say you don't want it?" Dracula and Kane's faces tightened. Of course they knew that this matter was their fault, but they also had their own considerations. Just as Mark's Eye thought, they were afraid that after cooperating with Mark's Eye, the power of the vampire family fell into Lilith's hands. In order to preserve their power, they united against the cooperation with Mark's Eye. Lilith sighed. From the faces of Dracula and Kane, she also knew that it was impossible for them to cooperate well with Mark's Eye. Sure enough, Dracula sank his face and said, "Marks McClown, although we thank you for saving our vampire clan, if you want to force us to obey you, you really think too much." Kane also had a sullen face, and said, "That's right, we vampires have had enough of a life dominated by others. If you insist on doing this, we can only fight to death." Marks McClown's eyes narrowed slightly. From the current situation, it seems impossible for the two of them to compromise with him, but Marks McClown didn't want to change the minds of these two stubborn old guys in a few words. Marks McClown was prepared to deal with this situation at hand. Marks McClown slowly said, "In this case, There is nothing to say. Hearing Mark's eye's words, Dracula and Cain tensed up, ready to fall out with Mark's eye. Lilith sighed. She undoubtedly supported Mark's eye. In this case, Dracula and Cain can only be warned by strength. That strength is the king. Plus cool, tiger. But before Dracula, Cain and even Lilith could react, Marks McClown's body became illusory, and he appeared again behind Dracula and Cain. Two magic wands, one black and one white, were placed on the back of Dracula and Cain's heads, and the corners of Marks McClown's mouth raised slightly, and said, "Do you really think that I'm here to ask for your opinion?" Dracula and Cain didn't expect things to change so quickly. Marks McClown turned around in an instant, and Marks McClown's mastery of space was far beyond their imagination. Almost instantly they fell into Marks McClown's control. Originally, when they were hostile to Mark's eye for the first time, the two quickly lost because of carelessness. They did not expect that they would repeat this mistake again before a day passed. Dracula broke out in a cold sweat, and said, "Mark's eye, don't get excited, this matter can still be discussed. You must not mess around." Cain's appearance is not much better than Dracula's, and said anxiously, "McClown's Mark's eye, you must not do it." The misunderstanding that we finally resolved can't be deepened. Marks McClown seemed to have not heard the words of the two of them, and the top of the magic wand emitted a strange green light, reaching the back of their heads. The soul is out of the body. The anxious expressions of Dracula and Cain suddenly became dull, and the two of them stared blankly in front of them, as if they were in an illusion. Lilith was startled and exclaimed, "Marks McClown, what did you do?" Marks McClown put away the two magic wands, and said, I am not here to ask for your opinion. I need the power of your vampire family, and this power must be in my hands. There can be no problems." Lilith only felt a cold air rising from her heart. She already understood Marks McClown's plan. Marks McClown never thought about discussing with Dracula Cain, but instead used means to control the two of them and achieve her own control of vampires. The purpose of the family. Lilith looked at Mark's eyes slowly rising in awe. Mark's eye was not as easy to talk as it seemed on the surface. If Mark's eye was really offended, Dracula and Cain would be the best examples. Dracula and Cain opened their mouths wide and giggled idiotically, as if they were caught in an illusion that made them happy and happy. They stood blankly in place. People who didn't know thought they were a pair of fools. Marks McClown faintly looked at Lilith and said, "Do you have any questions?" Lilith was surprised, and shook her head quickly. "No. I originally supported the vampire family to cooperate with you." There was a cold sweat on Lilith's back, and she was actually a little afraid of Mark's eye. But Lilith can also understand Marks McClown's behavior. After all, Marks McClown is already wanted by the whole people in the wizarding world. If Marks McClown is not cruel, I am afraid it will be difficult for Marks McClown to survive. What's more, he had promised that as long as Marks McClown helped him solve Merlin's problem, the vampires would do their best to help Marks McClown. Marks McClown nodded slightly, and said, "You two go out first. Lilith and I have something to say." Dracula and Cain closed their mouths and walked out of the room like puppets. They were completely controlled by Mark's eye, and they didn't even feel any more. Lilith said, "Mark's eye, now that the problem between Dracula and Cain has been resolved, there should be no problem with the vampire family. What are your plans for the next step?" Marks McClown sat above the first place and said coldly, "Of course it is a counterattack against the Ministry of Magic. I have not yet settled the Marks family's hatred with the Ministry." Chapter 791, Body, Blood, and Soul. Lilith frowned and said, "Marks McClown, I understand your feelings, but I have to persuade you. Just relying on the strength of our vampire clan, it is undoubtedly Tanhuang McClown Tan to enter the Ministry of Magic." Cool tiger. Marks McClown naturally knows the problem Lilith is talking about, let alone the fact that the vampire family is badly injured by the Merlin rebellion. Even the vampire family at the peak of the time, it is estimated that they will not benefit from the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry is a wizard. The most powerful organization in the world is not in vain. Lilith stared at Mark's-Eye tightly. Now that the vampires are taking orders from Mark's-Eye, it is already a reality that cannot be denied. Lilith does not want Mark's-Eye to recklessly sacrifice the entire vampires and the Ministry of Magic. Marks McClown thought for a while, and said, I know this naturally. You can rest assured that I won't easily invade the Ministry of Magic without full confidence. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mark's-Eye, what are your plans? Can we find any help? Marks McClown glanced at Lilith lightly, and said, you don't have to worry about the reinforcements. I can solve this. Lilith was taken aback, and didn't say much. At this point, Lilith was extremely relieved of Mark's-Eye. Mark's-Eye was a cautious person and would not do useless work, otherwise Lilith would not choose to cooperate with Mark's-Eye. Marks McClown pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, is there anything in the vampire clan that can enhance its strength? Lilith was taken aback, and she also understood what Marks McClown meant. Since Marks McClown had rescued the vampire family, it was time to get some benefits from the vampire family. Lilith smiled bitterly. To be honest, there are no good things in the vampire family's inventory that can be helpful to your powerful strength. Marks McClown frowned slightly, but was relieved after thinking about it. After all, my own strength has long surpassed Lilith and others too much. If there are good things that are useful to me, they have been used by Lilith and others. Where can I still wait for myself? Moreover, when Merlin controlled the vampire clan, he would not let go of this kind of thing. Now, it is not unexpected, and Marks McClown just asked casually. Lilith seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and said, there is no more in the vampire castle. But there should be something in the Ministry of Magic inventory that is very helpful to you. Marks McClown asked, in the warehouse of the Ministry of Magic? Lilith nodded, whirled and said bitterly on her face, it was the treasure handed in order to survive when our vampires were persecuted by the Ministry of Magic! Marks McClown nodded now. It would be easier to understand this way. The vampire family had been suppressed by the Ministry of Magic before, and it should be surrendered in order to survive. Marks McClown asked, what is it? Lilith frowned slightly, as if there was something unspeakable. Mark's-Eye was even more curious when she saw Lilith's hesitant expression. Lilith thought for a while, still said, this thing you can call it a vampire heart, but this vampire heart has 3 pieces. And the combination is the treasure of my clan. Marks McClown said, the heart of a vampire? 3 more? Lilith continued, McClowns, these 3 pieces correspond to our 3 ancestors, and they are the 3 most important things in a vampire: body, blood, and soul. Body corresponds to flesh, blood corresponds to magic, and soul corresponds to spirit. Force. And the vampire heart that belongs to me can increase physical strength, and the other 2 are to increase mental power and magic power. The reward I promised you at the beginning is the method of physical enhancement, which refers to the vampire heart. Marks McClown finally knew why Lilith's hesitant appearance was, and said in a bad mood, you are quite good at doing business, and you actually get the treasure you don't have as a reward. Lilith was embarrassed and said, after all, we were still enemies at the beginning. It is understandable to subconsciously pit the enemy. Forget it. It just happens that I want to attack the Ministry of Magic. It doesn't matter. Marks McClown thoughtfully said, but then, these 3 vampire hearts are the reason why you 3 have their own abilities. Lilith smiled bitterly and nodded, and said, McClowns, the vampire heart is the treasure of our clan. Our 3 ancestors were selected by the 3 vampire hearts, so we were good at different powers. Marks McClown's thoughts moved, and said that is to say, as long as we lay down the Ministry of Magic, with 3 vampire hearts, I can fully improve my strength. Marks McClown made no secret of her thoughts. Lilith shook her head and said, it's not that simple. The heart of vampires is the origin of my clan. If you are not selected by the heart of vampires, you can't get its power. Marks McClown frowned and said, there is still such a thing. doesn't it mean that the heart of a vampire is useless to me? Lilith thought for a while and said, this is not absolute. If you want the power of the vampire heart, I can move the power of my vampire body to you, but Dracula and Kane's share, I guess it wouldn't work without their will. Marks McClown was taken aback, and asked, can't the vampire heart that belongs to them mobilize power? Miss Zhao Lilith smiled bitterly, and said, my vampire heart's body is obeyed my command. There is no problem in mobilizing my power, but you think they will be willing to belong to their vampire? Will the power of the heart's blood and soul be mobilized? Marks McClown hummed heavily and said, have you not seen that they are already under my control? What you want them to do is not just my order. Lilith shook her head repeatedly and said, no, 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 if you can control the heart of vampires by controlling them, it would be too small for us to underestimate the treasure of our vampire family. Chapter 792. Win is to rise again, and defeat is forever. Although the vampire heart is not sane, it can still distinguish our state. If it weren't for their active intentions, the vampire heart would not respond, otherwise the Ministry of Magic would have long been impatient to capture the three of us. Cool. Marks McClown frowned and said, is there still such a unique treasure? Lilith said, after all, the heart of a vampire is also the supreme treasure of our clan. If it were not for the crisis of the vampire family's survival, how could we give up the heart of the vampire? Speaking of this, Lilith sighed again, probably thinking of the troubled fate of the vampire family. But you don't need to mind how strong your mental and magical powers are. I know very well that compared to your body, you are the weakest place, and the place where the vampire heart can work the most. Marks McClown frowned, you mean that my magic and mental powers are too strong, and exceed the increased limit of the vampire heart, so it is very likely that only the body of the vampire heart can enhance me? Lilith said, McClowns, if there is no upper limit to the enhancement of vampire heart, how could Kane and Dracula lose to you? 803. It must be at least the same level as you, but in fact, vampire heart blood and soul can only enhance Kane and Dracula to their current level at best. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown nodded and said, in this case, let's leave it alone for now. After all, the heart of the vampire is still in the Ministry of Magic. If you want to get the heart of the vampire back, you must defeat the Ministry of Magic. There is still a lot to do. Lilith looked back to normal and said, then what are we going to prepare now? Marks McClown stood up and said, now that Dracula and Kane are under my control, I will let them obey you. With their assistance, you should not have a problem in regaining the vampire family. Lilith said, this naturally, the problem between Dracula and Kane has been solved by you. If this way I still can't control the entire family of vampires, then what face do I have to be the ancestor of the family of vampires? Speaking of this, a fierce light revealed from Lilith's eyes. Marks McClown glanced at Lilith Beer, and didn't say much. How did Lilith say he was also the ancestor of the vampire family? And the prestige will not be much worse for so many years. It's just that Dracula and Kane's henchmen will suffer, but these are no longer the scope of Mark's consideration. Marks McClown said, I'm back to London now, so that all the remnants of the Marks family will be gathered here. Take care of you. I shouldn't come back so soon, but I hope that when I come back to the vampire castle, I can see an elite vampire army. Lilith nodded heavily and said, this is natural. Since cooperating with Mark's Lilith has a general understanding of Mark's methods. Mark's strength and decisiveness have also slowly conquered the ancestor of the vampire. Now Lilith is respectful to Mark's and she has nothing to fail. Marks McClown glanced at Lilith, drew out her magic wand and waved it. A flying broom flew in from the window and fell on Marks McClown's hand. Marks McClown didn't say more, and rode the flying broomstick and left the vampire castle. Lilith looked at Mark's further and further away, with endless pride in her heart. The vampire clan has been in decline for so long that many people have forgotten the former reputation of the vampire clan. This is the last chance for the vampire clan to follow Mark's madness. If you win, you will rise again. If you lose, you will die. Lilith clenched her fists secretly, as if she had made some determination. This time it was really a battle of honor. Patio number 48, Turnover Rally. A man in a black wizard robe appeared here at some unknown time. The black wizard robe seemed to have some magical power to isolate others from detection. The man looked around and made sure that no one around him turned over and jumped into the patio and disappeared. This person was Marks McClown, who returned to London secretly. Now Marks McClown has become a wanted person in the entire wizarding world. Naturally, he can't blatantly appear in the crowd. He can only sneak to this patio 48 to meet the remnants of the Marks family. Inside the patio, Marks McClown showed the Marks family Jade Pay. The two Marks family elite wizards hiding in the deepest part of the patio hurriedly bowed to Marks McClown and greeted them respectfully, shouting, "Hello, young master." Marks McClown solemnly said, "Take me to see Uncle Jan." Without saying a word, the two elite wizards of the Marks family quickly led Marks McClown through the winding waterways under the patio towards a secret room. Marks McClown pushed open the door. A familiar face cast a light and was looking at the map seriously. It was Marks McClown's uncle, Marks Jan. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Uncle Jan, I'm back." Marks Jan raised his head and saw Marks McClown, pleasantly surprised. "Marks McClown, you finally came back. Where have you been? Why haven't you shown up for so long? I thought you were poisoned by the Ministry of Magic." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Uncle Jan, do you think I would be caught by the Ministry of Magic so easily?" Marks Jan patted Mark's eye on the shoulder and said, "I know you have the ability. What's going on now? Have you found reinforcements?" Marks McClown smiled and nodded, and said, "I found it, Uncle Jan. Please talk about the current situation first." Marks Jan said with satisfaction, "The situation is not good right now. The Ministry of Magic is all over the streets of the remnants of our Marks family, and your photos are posted everywhere. Our people must be very careful when going out, otherwise it will be easy." Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "The people at the Ministry of Magic are just trying to drive us to death." Marks Jan looked at Mark's eye with hope in his eyes, and said, "Xio, you can talk about reinforcements. I have been mad during this period. Your parents have been arrested for so long. If we don't act quickly anymore, I'm afraid it's too late." Chapter 793, The Whole Family Submits to Me. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If they dare to do anything to my parents, I will make them regret it forever. I have found the vampire family as our reinforcements. You will immediately migrate to the vampire family during this period of time. Our enemies will soon be settled with them." Marks Jan couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face, and asked, "What did you say, Xio? You found the vampire family as a reinforcement for our Marks family?" "I remember that our Marks family has nothing to do with the vampire family." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Our Marks family originally had no relationship with the vampire family, but I have friendship with the vampire family. Now it can be said that the entire vampire family is our Marks family's support." Marks Jan hesitated for a moment, and said cautiously, "Xio McClown, tell me honestly, did you reach an agreement with the vampire family? What conditions did you come up with?" Seeing Marks Jan's cautious look, Marks McClown laughed blankly. Cool tiger, however. He also understands Marks Jan's worries at this time. After all, the Marks family is now alive and dead. It is reasonable to say that no one has fallen into the trap. But the vampire family is willing to be the backup of the Marks family. This is true. It's a bit unreasonable. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Uncle Jan, you don't need to think about it. You do have to pay a price to cooperate with the vampires, but it has nothing to do with the overall interests of the Marks family. It's just that I want to help them with something small. Plus cool Tiger. Marks McClown didn't say everything in detail. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Marks Jan, but he was just afraid that Marks Jan would be surprised when he knew the relationship between him and Merlin. Marks Jan smiled bitterly, and the same clever did not continue to ask questions. Although Marks McClown was young, she had matured both in strength and mentality. There was no problem in carrying the big beams of the Marks family. In contrast, Marks Jan was a bit embarrassed. It seems that the Marks family, his future will be pinned on Marks I's shoulders. Marks McClown patted Marks Jan on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Jan, don't think about it so much. You should pack up and move to the vampire family. Although it is a good hiding place, it is always in London. Under the eyes of the Ministry of Magic, it will be exposed sooner or later if you continue to stay here." Marks Jan nodded quickly, and said, "I will make arrangements right away." With that said, Marks Jan took out a piece of paper and scribbled a few strokes on the desktop. With a wave of his hand, the piece of paper automatically folded into a paper airplane and flew out of the room, conveying Marks Jan's order. After Marks Jan finished everything, he looked towards Marks McClown and asked, "Xia McClown, are you sure that the vampires will take us in? Think about it carefully. There is nothing wrong with it, right?" Marks McClown smiled faintly. Marks Jan was really too cautious, but it should be. The Marks family isn't too dangerous. As long as any step is wrong, it will lead to the consequences of the Marks family's irresistible consequences. It seems to build Marks a little confidence. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown thought for a while and said, "Let's put it this way, Uncle Jan. Now that the vampires have surrendered to me, they will not do anything to you." As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, Marks Jan's expression became exaggerated, and he looked at Marks McClown in shock, as if he hadn't heard Marks McClown's words clearly. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Uncle Jan, are you okay?" Marks Jan shook his head abruptly, trying to make himself awake. He thought that Marks McClown was only reaching an agreement with the vampires so that the remnants of the Marks family could hide in the territory of the vampires. But what Marks McClown said just now, the vampires have already surrendered to Marks. Knight, you must know that the vampire family is a legendary race in the wizarding world. There are many legends about the vampire family in the long history. Although the vampire clan has been slowly declining recently, there is no doubt that the vampire clan is still a super family. But how could such a powerful and huge race surrender to ordinary humans? And still surrender to Marks I? Marks Jan didn't receive such a huge amount of information for a while, and he stuttered. "Xia McClown, you don't talk nonsense. You say it again. Let me listen. What is the relationship between the vampire family and you?" Find flowers middle dot. Marks McClown smiled and looked at Marks Jan's eyes, and said every word. "I said, now the vampire family has surrendered to me. Otherwise you think why the vampire family will risk the world to accept our Marks family, and dare to join us unite against the Ministry of Magic together." Marks Jan took a deep breath and confirmed that he had not heard it wrong. Before he was shocked and said, "How did you do this, Xio? You have regained a race. The Marks family has not done anything like this for so many years!" Marks McClown smiled and said, "There is no need to say more about it. Anyway, you go to the vampire family to take a good rest and restore your strength. I will rely on you to attack the Ministry of Magic." Marks Jan didn't want to say more when he saw Marks McClown, so naturally he didn't know how to say more. However, from the few words of Marks McClown, Marks Jan still heard the difficulties and dangers. To regain a race, Marks McClown must have experienced countless hardships, but Marks McClown didn't want to say it to make him worried. Marks Jan took Marks McClown's hand and said seriously, "Xia McClown, your achievements are the most outstanding in the history of our Marks family. The future of the Marks family is in your hands. I believe you will be able to carry the Marks family forward." Marks McClown nodded heavily and said, "This is natural. After all, I am also the Marks family." Marks Jan took a deep look at Marks McClown and said, Then you take a break first, and I will arrange the retreat. There should be no problems with the retreat, otherwise it will be bad if the ministry finds out. Marx McClown said, then work hard to build an uncle. When Marx Jan stepped out of the room, he soon heard noisy noises outside. It should be the remnant of the Marx family packing up his things and preparing to retreat. Marx McClown sat on the sofa on one side. During this time, Marx McClown was tired enough. P.S. Please click to subscribe automatically. Chapter 794, 3 Problems. Following Lilith's attack on the vampire family, she fell into an illusion when solving the Merlin incident, and finally fought with Merlin. Now she has traveled a long distance to Rolling Alley. Mark's eye also feels a little tired. Cool Tiger, however, it is not time for Marx McClown to rest. Marx McClown still has to conceive of the next move. The vampire family and the remnant of the Marx family have been integrated. This is Marx McClown's main force in attacking the Ministry of Magic. But this is not enough. The plan for attacking the Ministry of Magic must be flawless. Otherwise, if any step is wrong, it will be enough for Marx to regret his whole life, and he can't relax at all. In fact, Marx McClown had thought about it a long time ago. Even though the vampire family was badly injured, 70 or 80 elite vampires could still be gathered together. In addition to the more than 20 elite wizards from the Marx family's remnants, Marx McClown already had an army of hundreds of elite wizards. But what is the Ministry of Magic? The Ministry of Magic is the most powerful organization in the wizarding world today, and there are countless hidden elite masters. The last time the Ministry of Magic used hundreds of elite wizards to destroy the Marx family, they are all comparable to the power of Marx McClown. Although the Ministry of Magic does not usually station so many elite wizards in the headquarters, after all, the Ministry of Magic manages the entire wizarding world, and many places require the Ministry of Magic to send manpower to garrison. However, the strength of the Ministry of Magic headquarters cannot be underestimated. Not only are the Ministry of Magic elite wizards stationed, but also the Ministry of Magic's defense mechanism. It can be said that the hundreds of elite wizards in Marx's hands alone want to gain access to the Ministry of Magic. It's choking. What's more, the Ministry of Magic is the transportation hub of the wizarding world. Numerous flu fan channels can be connected to the Ministry of Magic. As long as there is a problem with the Ministry of Magic headquarters, the elites in various places can immediately return to the Ministry of Magic headquarters. This is also a point that has to be considered. What? Marx McClown took a deep breath. It was too difficult to attack the Ministry of Magic. Even if he already had a team of hundreds of elite wizards in his hands, Marx McClown felt pressured. The power of the Ministry of Magic headquarters is a problem, and the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic is also a problem. The flu fan channel of the Ministry of Magic is also a problem. Marx must solve these 3 problems to ensure the success of the plan to attack the ministry. And these 3 problems have one thing in common. That is, they are all internal problems of the Ministry of Magic. It is very difficult to solve these 3 problems, and it is simple, as long as Marx has someone inside the ministry. In other words, there are members of the Ministry of Magic who are willing to become Marx's spies and destroy from the inside. In this way, the success rate of attacking the ministry will be greatly improved. And this so-called insider of the Ministry of Magic who was willing to become Marx's spy, in fact, Marx had been selected long ago. Marx McClown found Marx Jan, and after explaining the location of the vampires, let Marx Jan arrange the retreat, and he hurriedly left patio number 48 of Fangun Alley. Marx McClown still had very important things to do. London, a gorgeous mansion in Queen's District. This seemingly luxurious house is actually the residence of Caesar Cliff, the Deputy Director of the International Magic Office of the Ministry of Magic in the Wizarding World. Caesar was the prefect of the 7th grade when Marx was in the 1st grade. Now he has graduated for 4 years. In just 4 years, Caesar has become a Deputy Director level figure, including Caesar's own abilities. But the Cliff family behind him also made a lot of effort. Caesar was sitting on her sofa tasting the wine, holding a copy of Hogwarts School Journal in her hand, frowning at the contents. Originally, the Hogwarts School magazine had long been banned from publishing, but it still spread through other channels. The one Caesar was holding was obtained through secret means. Caesar stared closely at the Hogwarts School magazine in his hand, and did not notice that the wine glass he put on his mouth had been drunk long ago, and his mind seemed to be drawn by something. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Caesar's body trembled slightly, and then he recovered, hid the Hogwarts School journal under the sofa, walked to the door and opened the door. A mature girl in a gorgeous long skirt walked into the house with a smile, and said with a smile, "Caesar, why does the door open so slowly this time? Is there something bothering you?" Caesar smiled bitterly. "Kelly, stop talking about it, you don't know what I'm worried about lately." The mature girl in front of Caesar is Kelly Lev, who is now the director of the International Magic Trade Standards Association of the Ministry of Magic. She is the same classmate as Caesar. At that time, Caesar was the 7th grade male leader of Slytherin. Kaylee is the 7th grade female prefect. When Caesar said this, the smile on Kaylee's face also converged, and she sat on the soft sofa with a sad expression. "I know what you think, isn't it Mark's business?" Caesar drew the Hogwarts School journal from under the sofa and handed it to Kelly, a little angrily said, "For yourself, since Mark's betrayed Hogwarts, the whole Hogwarts has been lifeless. Didn't Professor Dumbledore realize what he did?" "Stupid." Kelly glanced at the Hogwarts School magazine and sighed. "I have already read it. Professor Dumbledore has done a little bit too far. The Marks family was targeted this way only because Marks McClown is too good, and you are not wrong." Knowing how powerful Professor Dumbledore was, he couldn't tolerate Mark's eye. Caesar 4.4 clenched her fists and was about to say something, but Kaylee put her hand on Caesar's shoulder and said, "Okay. Don't be angry. We don't want something like Mark's eye to appear. Don't bring emotions. Come on, the students will come to the party soon." Caesar's mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he closed it. He didn't want to influence the party later. P.S. Thank you DJQ for the 100-point reward. Chapter 795. The boss shows up. Since they graduated, there has been a gathering of Slytherin alumni of the Ministry of Magic every year. Today is the day of the gathering. It is better not to think about the upsetting things. Senior Caesar, here we are. A familiar voice rang from outside the door, and there were obviously several people waiting outside. Kelly smiled reluctantly, and said, "It should be Barry and the others here." "Hurry up and put the newspaper away so that it won't affect everyone's mood." Caesar sighed and threw the newspaper to the corner. Kelly tidied up her makeup and opened the door. The 5 handsome men and beauties outside the door were all Slytherin's former prefect-level figures, namely Barry Yardarian, Samuel Crouch, Steve Jobs, Pauline Fudge, Lisa Joster. Barry yelled anxiously, "Senior Sister Kaylee hasn't seen you for a long time. Where is Senior Caesar? I'm looking for him in a hurry." Samuel and others behind Barry also looked anxious, looking impatient. Kaylin was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" with a wave of Barry's hand. He can see that Barry is holding a newspaper in his hand, which is the Hogwarts School journal that West 11th tangled up just now. Kaylee's face changed and she said, "Come in quickly and don't be seen by anyone." Saying that, Kaylin pushed the door open a big opening, letting Barry and others enter the house. Barry saw Caesar at a glance, and said anxiously, "Senior Caesar, have you read today's Hogwarts School journal? What is going on with Mark's eye now?" Caesar, who had already adjusted his mentality, collapsed and said, "How do I know? I'm worried now." Kelly locked the door and said dissatisfied, "Barry, can you correct your frizzy problem? Don't you know that the Hogwarts School magazine has been stopped? Are you tired of holding the Hogwarts School magazine so blatantly?" Barry shrank his neck and said, "I was wrong. I'm sorry Sister Kelly." Pauline on the side said, "Okay, Senior Sister Kelly, Barry didn't mean it. You don't want to talk about him like that. He is too anxious." Kelly gave Barry a fierce look before saying, "Why do you all read the Hogwarts School magazine? Hasn't the Ministry of Magic banned the publication of the school magazine? You are all members of the Ministry of Magic who hold important positions. If someone pays attention, there is no good fruit. Caesar said in a huff. Okay, Kaylee, you tell me the secret circulation method of the school magazine. Don't say these things on the table. You are more worried about Mark's whereabouts than we are. Kelly glared at Caesar fiercely, and said, just what you know. Caesar ignored Kelly, and said, the school magazine said that Marks McClown appeared in Rolling Alley recently. Is it true or not? Lisa, aren't you familiar with the people in the ERA office? Is it true? Lisa narrowed her mouth and said, I don't know if Marks McClown appeared in Rolling Alley, but it is said that the ERA searched one side of Rolling Alley not long ago. It seems that something was found inside Patio 48. But the news was blocked. I only found out that it seemed to be the former residence of the remnant of the Marks family. Zysar sighed and said, what a powerful wizard family the Marks family used to be. It is really tragic that it has fallen so badly because of some unwarranted charges. Barry suddenly said, I heard the rumors that Marks seems to be plotting to attack the Ministry of Magic, and is constantly recruiting troops. I don't know if it is true. Kaylee was surprised. Where did you hear that? Marks wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? How could the Ministry of Magic be attacked? Pauline also said, he'll hear such rumors too, but it should be false. The Marks family's remnant has only more than 20 elite wizards, and it is too late to escape. Where can I attack the Ministry of Magic? Barry thought about it, so he nodded. Everyone was sitting on the sofa, frowning. Caesar smiled and said, okay, fellow students, we are here for a party this time, so don't be like this. Marks McClown is the boss. We all knowing that he will not be defeated so easily. Let's start our party. The others sighed helplessly, and were about to cater to what Caesar had said, not wanting Marks for the time being, and had a good meeting. At this moment, Barry's face suddenly trembled, and his pupils shrank and looked at the shadow behind Zysar, and a familiar figure came into Barry's eyes. Barry stuttered a little. Marks. Boss Marks? Everyone was taken aback, looking in the direction Barry was looking at, and their expressions changed drastically. They half opened their mouths and looked at the corners of the shadows, as if seeing something incredible. Marks McClown stood there calmly, smiling at everyone, as if he had been standing there and had not moved. Zysar shouted in surprise and said, Marks McClown, why are you here? After speaking, Caesar noticed that her voice was too loud, and quickly covered her mouth. However, the others did not pay attention to 473 Caesar's gaffle action. They were all pleasantly surprised, and even some were so excited that they burst into tears. Barry's 3 steps turned into 2 steps, jumped to Marks McClown's side, touched Marks McClown's body lightly, and when he discovered that it was true, Marks McClown grabbed Marks McClown's hand excitedly and shouted, Marks McClown, boss, really it's you. Marks McClown smiled and said, what's the matter? Can't I participate in this party? Each one is so excited. Zysar stepped forward and hit Marks McClown's chest with a fist, took a deep breath, and said, it's been a long time, Marks McClown. Marks McClown smiled and said, McClowns, it's been a while, seniors and sisters. Kaylee stepped forward and asked, Marks why did you come here suddenly? If someone from the Ministry of Magic sees you, something will happen. Marks McClown smiled indifferently, and said, aren't you all people holding important positions in the Ministry of Magic? Hearing Marks' words, everyone present was taken aback. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 796, More Powerful Evil. Barry anxiously said, this is different. We are all Slytherin alumni. We have sworn allegiance to you. How can we betray you? The others also nodded again and again. They all regarded Marks McClown as a relative. How could they betray Marks McClown? So they all expressed their intentions. Cool Tiger, seeing everyone anxious to defend, Marks McClown smiled and said, of course I know that you will not betray me, otherwise I won't come here. Caesar and other talents recovered from the surprise. Marks McClown is now a wanted person in the world, so he should be hiding everywhere. How could he suddenly come to their party? Marx McClown is definitely not here to attend their party! Exclamation mark. Zai frowned and said, Marx McClown, is there any other reason for your coming here? Zai asked everyone's heart with a single sentence, and everyone closed their mouths and looked at Marx McClown, wanting to see why Marx McClown appeared. Marx McClown smiled and said, I'm here to ask for your help. Xiza and the others were taken aback at the same time, and they could see each other's doubts when they looked at each other. What can they do to help Marx? Kaylee said, Marx McClown, what do you want us to help you? Only we can do it. We will do our best to do it. Others also nodded, showing their attitude. After spending such a long time with Marx, even if they leave Hogwarts, they can always read news about Marx in the newspaper. Although everyone present is Marx's senior sisters, they have a heart for Marx. Don't dare to underestimate it. On the contrary, he still respects Marx. Now that Marx McClown has something to ask of them, they will naturally not shirk it. Marx McClown straightened up and said, Barry is not wrong, I am indeed planning to attack the Ministry of Magic. As soon as Marx McClown said this, everyone present was taken aback at the same time, looking at Marx McClown in disbelief, as if it was a bit difficult to digest this important information. Barry seemed to breathe a little bit quickly, and said, Boss, that's just a rumor I heard. You won't tell me this is true, will you? Kaylee also made a strong smile and said, McClown, Marx, don't make such big jokes. I advise you not to mess around. The Ministry of Magic is not as simple as you think. Marx McClown said lightly, do you look at me like a joke? Xizo was anxious and said, Marx McClown, you listen to me. Attacking the Ministry of Magic is not a joke. There is a hidden dragon and a tiger inside the Ministry. I know that your strength is very powerful, even comparable to Dumbledore, but this is not enough. Far from enough. Pauline also stood up and said, among the people present, I am most familiar with the Ministry of Magic. Marx, as your senior sister, I will give you the most heartfelt advice. Don't attack the Ministry. You will regret it. And I won't be able to turn over for a lifetime. Pauline is the granddaughter of Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and naturally has a clear understanding of the Ministry of Magic and also has a deep understanding of the strength of the Ministry. Marx McClown said solemnly, do you think I still have room to stand up? Everyone was taken aback, and in a moment they understood what Marx McClown meant. Marx McClown didn't do anything to harm the world, but was driven out of Hogwarts by Dumbledore because of an unwarranted charge. Even the family Marx's family was besieged by the Ministry of Magic. Marx McClown had been driven by Dumbledore and Fudge to the enemy position. If Marx McClown does not resist, but keeps tolerating, let alone turning over, he will live like a gutter mouse for the rest of his life. This is definitely not something the proud Marx McClown can endure. Xiza and the others remained silent. They already understood Marx McClown's difficulties. A proud person like Marx McClown could only vigorously challenge all dangers and difficulties. It was impossible for him to endure. Pauline opened her mouth and said, Marx McClown, let's do this. I'll go back and talk to Grandpa. It may be helpful to you. You don't need to take such extreme methods to seek justice for yourself. Marx McClown looked at Pauline and said, do you think you can influence the current Minister of Magic, Mr. Fudge? Pauline was taken aback and said, my grandpa loves me very much. Marx McClown shook his head and said, it's one thing for Fudge to love you. It's one thing to kill my Marx family, and to destroy my Marx family. Do you think he will leave me as a curse? The most important thing is that Fudge is now already bewildered by power. He just wants to maintain his power, otherwise he will take action against our Marx family. Pauline's face was sullen. Recently, she has also noticed Fudge's changes. Although her love for her has not changed, she has indeed become more snobbish and authoritarian. Maybe this is the influence of power on people. Marx McClown took the Hogwarts school journal in Barry's hand and squinted his eyes and said, Since Dumbledore and Fudge are not going to give me a living, Do you think I can bear it? Zysar and the others fell into silence. They could understand Marks McClown's feelings. If their family encountered this kind of thing, they might behave even worse than Marks McClown. Marks McClown's voice became flat, and said, "Moreover, undercurrents in the wizarding world have recently emerged, and various evil forces have emerged, just like the birth of Voldemort. Obviously many innocent people have been killed. The Ministry of Magic still insists on concealing this. How about Wang? What do you think such a government can do?" The expressions of Caesar and others changed. As people with important positions in the Ministry of Magic, they knew more than ordinary people. And they knew a lot about Voldemort. Although they felt that the Ministry of Magic had done something wrong in their hearts, they did not say that it was broken. Marks McClown looked at the silent seniors, and continued, "There are many things you don't know. Voldemort is not the most powerful evil force we have to face. Chapter 797, Plan to Destroy the Ministry of Magic. Marks McClown paused and said, "There are still more terrifying evil forces accumulating. If the Ministry of Magic continues to adopt this attitude, the wizarding world will be over sooner or later." Caesar and others looked at Marks-Eye in shock. What evil power? Marks-Eye said was stronger than Voldemort. Voldemort is already a nightmarish existence. How can there be more powerful evil forces? Kaylee trembled and said, "Marks McClown, what evil power you said is stronger than that big demon whose name cannot be said?" Zysar and others all looked at Marks McClown with horror. If Marks McClown could say that, it must be something that Marks McClown would be afraid of. Marks McClown shook his head, and said, "It is not the time to tell this story. You will know when the time comes. If you tell this story, I'm afraid the wizarding world will immediately fall into chaos." Caesar and the others looked at each other. Voldemort had already given the Ministry of Magic the option to conceal the world. If there were people more terrifying than Voldemort, how could the Ministry of Magic resist? Zysar took a deep breath and said, "What do you want us to do?" Marks McClown's brows twitched, and Zysar meant that 313 would help him. Calebari and the others also sighed, did not refute Caesar's words, and looked at Marks-Eye one after another. Cool Tiger, Q. Marks McClown looked at the person in front of her and asked, "First of all, I want to learn more about the structure of the Ministry of Magic." Caesar was taken aback and sighed. When he was about to speak, Pauline looked ugly and said, "Senior Caesar, are you sure?" Caesar shook his head helplessly, and said, "Marks McClown is the most outstanding student in the history of our Slytherin. I also believe that he will be the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world in the future. You and Marks McClown have been together for such a long period of time. Don't you believe in Marks-Eye?" Pauline stagnated and said, "Of course I believe Marks-Eye, but the attack on the Ministry of Magic is of great importance. Should I still consider it?" Kelly stepped forward and said, "Pauline, I know your concerns. After all, you are Mr. Fudge's granddaughter. It is understandable if you don't want to participate in this matter, but we hope you don't leak this matter out." Marks McClown also raised his head and looked at Pauline. The attack on the Ministry of Magic is of great importance. Marks McClown only came here because she believed her senior elder sister. If Pauline was unwilling to cooperate with her, Marks McClown would probably take some measures. Pauline smiled bitterly and shook her head, and said, "Although I am the granddaughter of the Minister of Magic, you are also my best friends. I just hope that you will think more about this matter." Marks McClown resolutely said, "I have decided on this matter for a long time. I must repay the Ministry of Magic for the shame of the Marks family. You can think about it in another way. If someone insults your family like this, would you like to calm down?" Pauline sighed and said, "I understand. I won't tell anyone about this, but I don't want to get involved. After all, my grandfather is still the Minister of Magic." Kelly patted Pauline on the back and said softly, "Pauline is okay. We understand you." Marks McClown glanced at Pauline, then asked Caesar, "Caesar, you can tell me more about the structure of the Ministry of Magic?" Caesar said, "I don't know much about the Ministry of Magic. I know only a limited amount. First of all, The Ministry of Magic is an organization that exists underground. There are 10 floors. The first 7 floors are the various departments and institutions of the Ministry of Magic. The 8th floor is the atrium, which is also the entrance for visitors. It can be said to be the most crowded place. The 10th floor is the Department of Mystery Affairs and the dungeon, which are not allowed to enter casually. Bekele added, so we enter the Ministry of Magic, usually on the 8th floor, and then go to various departments and agencies. The Department of Mystery and the dungeon are not allowed to enter. If you don't guess wrong, Mark's parents should have been caught in the 10th floor of the dungeon. Marks McClown frowned and asked, is the environment in the Ministry of Magic dungeon good? What is it like? Kelly shook her head and said, I don't know this. I have never been to the 10th floor. Even the Department of Mystery Affairs has only occasionally entered into a job 2 or 3 times over the years. I am not impressed. Marks McClown looked at the others, and the others shook their heads. They didn't know the situation of the 9th and 10th floors. But this is also true. Although Marksai and the senior elder sisters are members of famous families, after all, the working hours are still short, and it is quite good to be able to hold important positions in some departments, let alone contact the secrets of the Ministry of Magic. Xisa continued. The defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic is in the Department of Mystery Affairs. This is a combination of many powerful defensive spells. If an outsider invades the Ministry of Magic can first form an extremely powerful magic defense cover! Lisa interfaced, then the FluFanet channel located on the 8th floor. There will be a steady stream of reinforcements coming. If you want to attack the Ministry of Magic, these 2 problems must be resolved. Marks McClown looked at the crowd and asked, are any of you familiar with the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic? Everyone was stunned, and at the same time they looked at Barry behind him. Barry also looked at Marksai nervously. His eyes revealed the impulse to challenge, but he was a little afraid. Marks McClown asked, Barry, what position are you now? Barry smiled bitterly. I am the worst in the mix. I am the one who takes care of the time room key in the Department of Mysteries. I am also praised as a director. Xisa smiled and said, how can you say that you are also working in the Department of Mysteries, which is far more important than us? Barry shrugged and said, Marks McClown, although I work in the Department of Mystery Affairs, but to put it bluntly, I am a key person, and I have no access to the core things. It is still very difficult to destroy the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 798, The Mysterious Man Guarding the Ministry of Magic. Marks McClown thought for a while, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth, and said, no, it's already great. I have a way to paralyze the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic. Barry was taken aback, asked, what is it? Others also looked at Marksai curiously, not understanding what Marksai had. What a good idea. Marks McClown smiled and said, I can refine a one-time explosive crystal ball that accumulates magic power for you. You bring the crystal ball to the Department of Mystery Affairs and put it outside the door of the room hosting the defense mechanism hub of the Ministry of Magic. You hide the crystal ball was detonated in a safe place, causing damage from within, and the Ministry of Magic's defense mechanism was directly paralyzed. Barry said, is this crystal ball so powerful? Is it really possible? Marks McClown nodded, and said, no problem. If you are outside the Ministry of Magic, it would be too difficult to break through these defensive spells. When the defensive spells are broken, I'm afraid the reinforcements from the Ministry will come. Only breaking through from within is the most effective and easiest way. Samuel frowned and said, this is a big deal. If the magic items you mentioned don't have the power as expected, then everything will stop. Marks McClown shrugged. Don't worry about that. Even if the crystal ball doesn't explode, we still have TNT available. TNT? Everyone was taken aback. Marks McClown explained, it's the arms on the mole's side. It's not easy to get some arms with the means of our wizards. If you are interested, I can even test grenades, automatic rifles, rocket launchers, and surface-to-air missiles. I'm trying to get you some. Talking about it, Marks McClown found that she was a little off topic. Cough cough. Well, in any case, I promise that the explosive power is no problem. Zysa also nodded and said, then what should we do? Marks McClown pondered for a moment and said, you have to cooperate with Barry's actions. You can make a little mess in your department, so that everyone's eyes will pay attention to the 1st to 7th floors, and give enough time for Barry to detonate the crystal ball. Caesar, Kaylee and others looked at each other. Caesar said, we know. Marks McClown asked, how many elite wizards are stationed in the Ministry of Magic today? I want to know the power within the Ministry. Kelly thought for a while and said, most of the Ministry of Magic's combat power has now been dispatched, and there are no more than 100 elite wizards in the Ministry. Caesar said, although there are less than 100 elite wizards, they are all elites in the elite, like Scrimgeour, Mad-Eye Moody, Tunks and others. Most of them are errors. It's amazing. Don't underestimate it. Cool exclamation mark hash. Marks McClown nodded, and said, this is natural. I will not make such a stupid mistake of underestimating the enemy. Kelly said, the problem with the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic has been solved. But what do you plan to do with the Flunet fireplace? As long as there is a problem with the Ministry of Magic headquarters, there will definitely be elite wizards from other places to rescue the Ministry through the Flunet fireplace. The road network fireplace must also be destroyed. Samuel on the side quickly said, let me come, I haven't assigned anything to yet. Isn't Mark's eye able to refine exploding crystal balls? Get a few for me. And make sure to explode all Flunet fireplaces. It's messy. Marks McClown smiled and nodded, and said, it doesn't matter if the crystal ball explodes, you can do as much as you want. Seeing how intense the discussion was, Pauline on one side suddenly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Marks McClown was taken aback and asked, what happened to Pauline? Pauline Marks' eye is still more concerned. After all, Pauline is Fudge's granddaughter. The person Mark's eye needs to beware of is her. Mark's eye doesn't want her plan to be leaked before it is implemented. Pauline sighed and said, I want to tell you something. Everyone looked at Pauline curiously. Pauline was the one who was most familiar with the Ministry of Magic, and all he could tell was important information. Pauline said, but I once again declare that I will not participate in your actions, nor will I disclose your actions. I only said this because you are my friends. I kindly remind you, find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Kelly smiled and hugged Pauline, and said, I know you won't let us work in vain. Hurry up. Hurry up if you have any important information. Pauline pursed her lips and said, the strength of the Ministry is not just as simple as what you see on the surface. In addition to the defense mechanism of the Ministry of Magic, the Flunet fireplace, and the existing strength of the Ministry of Magic, you have to consider a little bit more. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and said thoughtfully, you mean, there are other powers in the Ministry of Magic? Pauline nodded and said, McClown's, but I don't know the specific power. At that time, Professor Dumbledore came to our house and found my grandfather, as if he was plotting something. But I didn't hear much. I just heard that Professor Dumbledore was going to send someone to the Ministry of Magic. I was surprised even if it was my grandfather. All I know is that Marks McClown raised his brows, and the person who surprised Fudge was recommended by Dumbledore. Who was it? Caesar asked. Is that all, Pauline? You don't know the name of that person? Pauline shook her head and said, I don't know. I'm not eavesdropping. I just heard it accidentally. Just say it to remind you. Marks McClown smiled and nodded to Pauline, and said, this reminder is very important. Thank you, Pauline. Pauline narrowed her mouth and sat aside, not intending to continue discussing with them. During the following period of time, Mark's eye, Caesar and others continued to refine their plans to attack the Ministry of Magic. From how Caesar, Kelly and the others created chaos, to how Barry placed an explosive crystal ball to bomb the main hub of the Ministry of Magic's defense mechanism, and finally when Samuel went to detonate the Flunet fireplace, they made improvements one by one. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 799 let the world see the power of our Slytherin. Marks McClown also stayed at Caesar's house for several days, just to refine the crystal ball to explode. Plus cool, Tiger. This kind of crystal ball is not particularly difficult to refining. It is just to compress the magic power and store it in the crystal. With Mark's current level of refining and the control of magic power, it is very simple to refine such a gadget. Among them, Marks McClown also paid close attention to Pauline's state. After all, Pauline was Fudge's granddaughter. If Pauline figured out that she had to go back and inform Fudge, Marks McClown could stop it. Fortunately, Pauline didn't have a similar impulse, but stayed peacefully at Caesar's house and didn't plan to go everywhere. After 3 or 4 days, Marks finally succeeded in refining the crystal ball and handed it over to Barry and Samuel, and the August 3 Caesar and others also had a perfect plan, just waiting for the day of the plan. Caesar and the others sent Marks to the door of the mansion. Caesar glanced at Marks meaningfully and said, "Marks, we have already boarded your thief boat. You must remember not to have an accident on your side. Otherwise we are going to be buried with you together." Marks McClown nodded heavily and said, "I know this naturally, and I will not forget your kindness to me." Kelly smiled and said, "Don't thank us. We are also considering our own family. The Ministry of Magic dares to attack the Marks family. We may not attack our family next time. We are just trying to prevent microbes." Barry seemed very excited and said, "Marks McClown, I can work with you again. It feels really good. We will be able to succeed." The other seniors and sisters also nodded. They had always had inexplicable confidence in Marks McClown in Hogwarts, otherwise Marks McClown would not propose an attack on the Ministry of Magic this time. They also agreed. Marks McClown smiled, and summoned the flying broomstick, and said, "Then we will see you the day after tomorrow. I hope we will stand on the ruins of the Ministry of Magic and chat at that time." Marks McClown waved his hand, mounted the flying broomstick and flew away in the direction of the vampire family. Caesar and the others looked at the distant figure of Marks McClown, and their spirits were shocked. Caesar said proudly, "Come, go back and continue to prepare. This time absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Let the world see our Slytherin power." A family of vampires, a broken castle. At this time, hundreds of people gathered here, sitting quietly in the spacious hall, most of which were members of the vampire family. These tribes have a long life, and they are not ordinary vampires at first glance. They are all elites selected by Lilith from the vampire family, and their fighting power is amazing. In addition to the vampires, there were more than 20 humans sitting quietly among them. It was the backbone of the remnants of the Marks family that Marks Gian brought from London. They were all dressed in wizard robes with the Marks family logo, sitting quietly in place, as if waiting. What's going on? Before the hundreds of people, there were 4 people sitting at the front. The 3 ancestors headed by Lilith and Marks' uncle Marks Gian. Marks Gian seemed a little urgent at this time. He led the remnants of the Marks family here. He originally came here with the mentality of a guest, who knew that Lilith and other vampires grandly entertained him, as if he were the most valuable guest in the history of the vampire family. Generally, Marks Gian is flattered. Judging from the situation of Lilith and other vampires to the remnant of the Marks family, Marks Gian also gradually believed in Marks McClown's claim that the vampire family was recovered. It's not that Marks Gian doesn't believe in Marks McClown, but what Marks McClown said is too unbelievable, so Marks Gian always thought that Marks McClown was just a VIP guest of the vampire family, making the vampire family willing to do anything for Marks McClown. But who knew that Marks McClown had really regained the entire family of vampires and let this family of vampires with a long history become the help of the Marks family? Uncle Marks McClown, I think Marks McClown will be back soon. It is estimated that the total offensive of the Ministry of Magic will not be too far away. Lilith said suddenly. Lilith has been thinking about the title of Marks Jan for a long time. Marks Jan and Marks McClown's uncle. Marks McClown is Lilith's ally. According to this relationship, Lilith should be Marks Jian Yi Sheng Marks Jan, but according to age said that Lilith's age does not know how much older than Marks Jian, so it is not appropriate to call it. Under the compromise, Lilith had no choice but to call Marks Jian the uncle of Marks I. Marks Jian nodded repeatedly, a little flustered, and said, "That's good. That's very good." Marks Jian was still a bit cautious in front of Lilith's three ancestors. Although Marks Jian's strength was quite good, it was not enough in front of Lilith. Lilith suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, "Marks McClown is back." Marks Jian followed Lilith's gaze and saw a black spot constantly approaching here. "Uncle Jian, you are here." Marks McClown rode a flying broomstick and landed on the ground, greeted Marks Jian enthusiastically. Marks Jian saw Marks McClown's heart relax a little, and said, "Where have you been? Why have you delayed so long? When will we launch an offensive against the Ministry of Magic?" Marks McClown nodded to Lilith and said, "The day after tomorrow, we will attack the Ministry of Magic in one fell swoop." Upon hearing Marks McClown's words, Lilith and Marks Jian didn't consciously tensed their bodies. The two of them had been looking forward to this time for a long time. Lilith asked in a low voice, "Are everything arranged?" Marks McClown nodded lightly, and said, "There will be no problems." The Ministry of Magic's Defense 4.9 mechanism and the FluNet fireplace problem have been solved. It is enough that we mainly deal with the enemies in the Ministry, but the situation seems to be less than we thought. So simple. Lilith and Marks Jian were shocked at the same time, and Marks Jian asked anxiously, "What do you mean, Marks I? Is there any unexpected situation?" Marks McClown pulled Lilith and Marks Jian to a relatively remote corner, and whispered, "According to my classmates, Dumbledore seems to have arranged a mysterious powerhouse to guard the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 800 Target Ministry of Magic. Marks McClown continued, "The identity of this person is unknown, but Fudge was shocked, plus it was recommended by Dumbledore. It is estimated that the strength will not be much worse." Marks Jian's face became a little ugly, and said, "This person may become a variable in our attack on the Ministry of Magic. What can we do about this?" Lilith also frowned and said, "Should we investigate it in detail?" "Don't take any risks in this matter." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "No, I can't wait. It's been a while since my parents were arrested by the Ministry of Magic, and waiting any longer will only become more and more dangerous." Lilith thinks about it, too. The most important thing to attack the Ministry of Magic is to rescue Marks I's parents. If you lose time because of concerns, you will lose out. Lilith took a deep breath and said, "Well, I can only listen to you once. Our vampires are ready." Marks Jian let out a sigh of relief, and said, "Our Marks family is ready to save the Home Master anytime and anywhere. You can order the young master." At this moment, Marks Jian also called Marks McClown the young master. Marks McClown nodded 11. Looking at the hundreds of elites sitting neatly in the hall. These are the strengths he possesses. After so long, he finally reached the day of the outbreak. Let the world see the power of their Marks family. Right. Marks McClown turned her head, looked at Lilith and Marks Jian in front of him, and said firmly, "Since this is the case, then I will set off." Target: London, Ministry of Magic Headquarters. Lilith and Marks Jian were shocked at the same time and returned to their troops. Lilith looked down upon the vampires and the Marks family coalition forces and shouted loudly, "The day after tomorrow is the day we attack the Ministry of Magic. The vampires who have been oppressed for a long time will be the day when we will take back the supreme glory of vampires." Marks Jian also stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Brothers and sisters of the Marks family, the brutal Ministry of Magic killed my Marks family and annihilated my Marks family. How can we calm the anger in our hearts without revenge? We want our anger pour onto the Ministry of Magic. The vampires and the hundreds of elites from the Marx family remnant screamed, and the emotions they had accumulated for a long time were finally to find a vent, to vent the humiliation suffered by vampires for hundreds of years, and the humiliation suffered by the Marx family, will all be recovered the day after tomorrow. Marx McClown walked forward slowly, looked at the excited vampire Marx family coalition forces, took a deep breath, and said, "The Ministry of Magic, a behemoth in the wizarding world, always thinks that they can stand on everyone's head. You are not convinced." The people underneath roared, "I refuse to accept." "Why are they?" "No, it's just a bunch of no waste. They don't deserve to stand on our heads." Marx McClown looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Since all of us are not convinced, then kill the Ministry of Magic, kill all those hypocritical people, and tell them our pride." The vampires and the remnants of the Marx family underneath shouted loudly, "With great potential." 2 days later, the Ministry of Magic. Cool Tiger. It was a sleepy morning. Many men and women in neat wizard robes yawned and rushed to the Ministry of Magic in various ways to start a boring day at work. Fudge also stared at a pair of panda eyes and yawned again and again to the atrium on the 8th floor of the Ministry of Magic, where the head of Fudge was hung everywhere, and there were even 2 photos of Fudge that were tens of meters long hanging on a high place. Looking at the past, you can see Fudge. Fudge walked slowly in the atrium. Many people saw Fudge and greeted Fudge respectfully. Fudge smiled and nodded. Fudge liked this feeling very much. He always felt that he was the most dazzling existence in the crowd. No matter who it was, he could only whisper to himself and did not dare to overstep. It's just that there are too many annoying facts in the wizarding world recently. First, the rumors that Voldemort was born, and the Marx family rebellion caused Fudge to be frustrated. Fortunately, these things have finally passed, and there should be no more what will be bothering you. Fudge thought this way, and was about to take the elevator to take a tour of the Department of Mysteries. It was one of the most important departments of the Ministry of Magic. It was worthy of Fudge's attention. By the way, let everyone see how the hard-working Minister of Magic cared about everyone's work. Suddenly a rickety figure was limping towards Fudge's position, and Fudge fixed his eyes to see that it was the famous Aurora in the Auror's office, Mad-Eyed Moody. Fudge put on a standard smile and said, "Mr. Moody, what makes you so worried?" Moody hurriedly walked to Fudge and said, "Mr. Fudge has finally seen you. I just received the notice that a large group of unidentified people broke into London last night. The Auror who was in charge of patrols saw from a distance that he was about to inform us. At that time, he was hit by an unknown attack, and now he is still unconscious." As soon as Fudge heard the annoying news, his brows closed tightly, and he asked, "To be clear, did the Auror say he saw anything special?" Moody scratched his head and said, "No, but that Auror must have found something to be attacked. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the Auror could be brought down so easily?" Fudge said, dissatisfied. "Didn't he see nothing? He will scare himself, and then ask him carefully when he wakes up. Maybe it is to deliberately report false information to take a day off." With that, Fudge waved his hand and prepared to leave. Moody wanted to say more to make Fudge pay attention to this matter, but there was no evidence on hand, and with the thought of Fudge's troublesome character, Moody could only prepare to leave helplessly. At this time, a noisy sound suddenly came from a high place. Looking at it from a distance, many Ministry of Magic staff have surrounded the past, not knowing what they were arguing.